you can see there is Hamilton Girls High School. Then we come across to St Peter's 1, St Peter's 3, Otago Girls 1, Queen Margaret College 1, and Dawson just out there coming on your left hand side of your screen. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-final. The rest will sadly be eliminated, but what a magnificent day they've got here. Day 3, it's been fantastic the last couple, and that's going to carry on today as they head away. Good starts for St Peter's number 3 in lane 5, and their number 1 crew there in lane 4. Increasingly over the next few days, we'll see that arrowhead formation where the faster boats are coming out of lanes 4, 5 and 6. And away they go down towards, through the 250 and towards Alcatraz there at the 500 metre mark. Second repercharge will start to come across. So I'll take you through to 10 o'clock, then Kirsty will join you from 10. As we spend today finalising who's into those quarters and semis, and then we start them just around 1 o'clock, I think, is the first quarterfinal kicking off. So field of 7, 3 are going to miss out here, so it's 4 they're going to go through. Looking like the 2 St Peter's crews have the early advantage. Hamilton Girls High School 1 just inside of St Peter's, then back to Hamilton Girls 2 down there in lane 1. Then Otago Girls High School. So Otago Girls High School, St Peter's 1, Hamilton Girls 1, and Hamilton Girls 2 would be the 4 at this stage. Not too much away from the rest of them though, back to Queen Margaret College 1 and Dawson School for Girls, and not too far out of the mix is St Peter's 3. So they're through the first quarter of the race, into the second quarter and heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. We'll be able to pick them up on that camera from 1,000 metres very soon. There we go. And what a lovely view that is, isn't it? Look at that. So right close to the left-hand side is Hamilton Girls number 2. Then we can go left to right. Hamilton Girls 1, St Peter's 1, St Peter's 3, Otago Girls 1, Queen Margaret College 1, and Diocesan School for Girls. So you can see there that it's really is between Otago Girls, St Peter's, Hamilton Girls 1 and Hamilton Girls 2. So the 2 St Peter's crews just outside of them, Otago Girls High, then back to Hamilton Girls 1, just starting to draw up alongside Hamilton Girls 2, although Hamilton Girls 2 still have an advantage. We'll get a better idea as they come through that 1K camera. Lovely mist curling over the hills there down by the salmon farm. That will soon burn off. So top of your screen on the right hand side there is Otago Girls. Back inside there to St Peter's 3, right next to them St Peter's 1, and the one on the left you can see there now is Hamilton Girls 1. Those are the 4 that are showing early at this stage and starting to move away from the other 3, which is Hamilton Girls 2, Queen Margaret 1 and Dawson School for Girls 2. So Otago Girls maybe by half a canvas over St Peter's 3, back to St Peter's 1 and then Hamilton Girls 1. So if Hamilton Girls 2 or Queen Margaret or Diocesan want to go through to the semi-finals, they've got a bit of work to do in this third 500. So as they make their way through that, we'll give you the field in the second repercharge, which isn't far away from going. In fact, they're underway there too. In lane 1, Westlake Girls 1, Maya Brown, Maya George, Grace Kennedy, Holly Hampston, Tyndale and Tyler Copplestone Coxting. In lane 2, St Kennigan's College 1, Zahara Abasekara, Olive Montgomery, Poppy Jones and Zoe Taylor with Oliver Wash, Oliver Walsh coxing. I'm sure he's had a wash as well. Lane 3, Craighead, Dosson, School 1, Kate Ritchie, Gemma Bent, Zoe Gordon, Nadia Vanden Bosch and Lelia Cashbridge coxing. In Lane 4, St Andrews College 1, Greta Tavendale, Libby McNee, Rosa Hill, Abby Baxter, Katie Steele as the cox. In Lane 5, Ashburton College 1, Honor Bradford, Sienna Skilling, Sophie Gibson, Isabel Wall and Lily Davidson as the cox. In Lane 6, Pukekohe High School 1, Emerson Foote, Ashley Pryor, Kayla Van Rees, Megan Van Leeuwen and Riley Jenkins coxing. And in Lane 8, McLean's College 1, Lily West, Emma High, Amelia Collins, Taylor Malcolmson and Ceres O'Loughlin. So good morning to everybody that's joining us on the live stream. For those of you that have just got to your office, turn your computers on, put the headphones on and are pretending to be in a Zoom meeting but are watching the rowing. Lovely to have you. This first repercharge starting to sort itself out here. St Peter's 1. Just in behind Otago Girls number 1. And St Peter's 3. Actually, St Peter's 3 would be second from Otago Girls. Then we go back to St Peter's 1 and it's Hamilton Girls 1. So we're still looking for 4 to go through. They are looking the most likely. It would be 3 to 4 boat links back now to Hamilton Girls High School, then to Queen Margaret College 1 and back to Dawson School for Girls out there in Lane 8. See a few cars starting to pull up and people make their way to the Great Southern Stand. They'll be looking forward to the sun coming out over there. Handy lead here for Otago Girls High School, probably a boat length over St Peter's number 3. They in turn would be another boat length and a half back to St Peter's 1 and then probably half a boat length to Hamilton Girls number 1 as they come through 350 metres heading towards that 250 metre camera that I'm sure that will switch to we just have now. Well done, Paul. Second repercharge is heading into the back end of the race, the second 1,000. So there we can see Otago Girls out there in lane 6 with a boat length and a half over St Peter's 3. They in turn have got nearly 2 boat lengths over St Peter's 1 and Hamilton Girls just starting to pull up alongside them. It's 3/4 of a boat length between St Peter's 1 and Hamilton Girls, but neither of these 4 crews need to worry too much about getting through to the semi-final. They all will, it's just a matter of times. Plenty of chat coming from those coxes. Emily Esplin for Otago Girls 1. Alyssa Sherry Middlemiss in St Peter's 3, getting their crews out in front. Esme McGilvray for St Peter's 1 and Regan Isaac for Hamilton Girls 1. So that will be how they finish in this first repercharge of the day. It will be Otago Girls coming down to the line in another half a dozen strokes over St Peter's number 3 in lane 5, who will finish 2.5 boat lengths clear of their number 1 crew, and then they in turn will be ahead of Hamilton Girls High School. So gone through in 7:55 for our first race of day 3 here at the Aon Marty 2022 Rowing Championships. Turning our attention down to the second repercharge, which is into that 1,000. And Ashburton College out there in front from St Andrews College, back to Diocesan College number 1, then St Kennigan's. Those are the 4 that are looking handy at this stage. Just outside of Ashburton we go to Pukekohe, and then back inside to Westlake Girls in lane 1 and McLean's College out there in lane 8. So handy lead for Ashburton. Probably 2 boat lengths over St Andrews. St Kennigan's would be 3rd, back inside then to Craighead Diocesan. As the sun starts to lift and we see the glint coming off the skiffs. That's repercharge number 2 through the 1,000, heading towards 750 to go. Repercharge number 3 is underway. In lane 2, Barradine College 1. Just checking, no scratchlings. Maya Sedgley, Daisy Park, Hannah McCall, Georgia McDermott, Natalie Salmon as the cox. In lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Aria Wilk, Annabelle Urim, Imogen Constable, Rosa Robert, Erin Kang as the cox. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Lucy Eastwood, Tegan O'Dwyer, Libby Tonks, Lauren Wood, Isabel Oxenham as the Cox. And in lane 5, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Ruby Schulerman, Nicole Nagaratam, Lily Kernow, Billy Borson and Ciara Arnott as the Cox. In lane 6, St Peter's College 2, Brooke Weir, Amber Singh, Zara Burns, Amelia Donovan and Arushu Najapapa. And in lane 7, Villa Maria College, Lucy Morrison, Maggie McGoldrick, Jess Loader, Sammy Snell and Vienna Scott. Ashburton doing a good job down here in the second repercharge. In their yellow skiff, they'll be all going out to 3 boat lengths now ahead of St Andrews College, who've just taken that second position solidly. Still St Kennigan's down there in lane 2, pushing up into third. Fourth will be interesting here. It's Craighead Dosserson in lane 3, but just on the outside, Maclean's College in lane 8 haven't given up. It's really just Westlake girls who are battling a little bit this morning down there in lane 1. And it's actually Pukekohe in lane 6, my apologies. It's Maclean's out there in lane 8 who are just behind the field a bit. So Pukekohe in lane 6 really putting some pressure on Craighead in lane 3. No doubt about Ashburton out there as they head through. We'll get the 250 metre camera, that's them there. Second is St Andrews just inside them in lane 4. Then it does look like Craighead are being overtaken here. St Kennigan's were ahead of them all the way, but it's Pukekohe out there in lane 6 putting Craighead under pressure. So we've got 5 crews looking for 4 spots to get into those semi-finals, otherwise one's going to be eliminated. So no need to worry about Ashburton. St Andrews looking good where they are. The battle is going to be between Pukekohe out there in lane 6. Craighead are still hanging on to St Kennigan's, but Craighead, you need to do some work. You've got 150 metres to do it if you want to grab a spot through the semi-final. They're just lifted. The stroke's just gone up, but they may have left their run a little bit late because Pukekohe have been sneaking away quite tidily there on the outside. It's still going to be close. Ashburton now with 70 metres to go as they come down to the line looking quite strong to get themselves through to that under-16 Cox Quad semi-finals. St Andrews here the same, 70 metres to go. But it is looking like Pukekohe have now moved into third out there in lane 6. Down here, St Kennigan's in lane 2. It's Craighead who are under pressure, but they are starting to put some pressure back on Maclean's. They're drawing alongside them to St Kennigan's, sorry. So it's Pukekohe going to go through in third. The battle down here is between Craighead and St Kennigan's. Craighead have pushed ahead again. They've gone out to half a canvas over St Kennigan's. So they pulled through again. The good piece of work in the last 100 metres there by Craighead to get themselves through to that semi-final. Hard luck there to St Kennigan's, but it's Ashburton going through first from St Andrews. Good run from Pukekohe in the last 250 metres to get themselves up into that third position, and Craighead just grabbing fourth as they went across the line. They've gone through in 7:52, so just a little bit quicker than the previous repercharge. Repercharge number 3 on its way down. We've got Barradine there in lane 2 as we called. Christchurch girls right alongside them, but it's Cambridge High School number 1 who are out in front. From in lane 6, St Peter's School number 2. Then we go to Villa Maria College number 1 in lane 7. Then back inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 5. And it would be Christchurch Girls High School just marginally in behind those crews. So still 4 out of this race to go through. Just 2 are going to miss out. So just confirming that second repercharge, 7:52.05. 3 seconds quicker than the previous one. And as this third repercharge continues down, and Cambridge High School starting to exert some authority on this, St Peter's School number 2 clear second, then Villa Maria, then back to Mount Albert, across to Barradine, and then Christchurch Girls High School. But plenty of opportunity for those crews just in behind to snare that 4th spot. Boys under 16 double sculls repercharges are underway. Repercharge 1. Looks like we've got 2 of those. 1 and 2 are going to the quarterfinals. The rest are out. In lane 1, Wellington College 2, Luke Beaglehole Smith and Fergus Prince In lane 2, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anton Jones and Philip Massey. In lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Alex Schuler and Quinn Stevenson. In lane 4, St Patrick's College 1, George Mills, Eamon Ward. In lane 5, St Kennigan's College 1, Freddie Hitchcock, Henry Chafer. In lane 6, St John's Hamilton 2, Jamie Mills and Blake Taylor. In lane 7, Wakatipu High School 3, Hugo Johnson, Harry Sito. And in lane 8, St John's Hamilton 3, Mason Smith and Ryland Toney. Good start down there for Wellington College 2. They would have an early advantage right next to the Mount Aspiring College 1. Then it's fairly even, probably going out to St John's in lane 6. St John's and Hamilton in lane 6. St Patrick's in the mix as well. So in fact it's Mount Aspiring, Cambridge, St Patrick's College 1, St John's Hamilton 2. Just out in the front. Some good work coming from Mason from St John's Hamilton 3 out there in lane 8 as well. So we've got a sawtooth formation amongst these scullers at the moment. Pick them up again shortly. Down here for repercharge 3 of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. It's all Cambridge. Well out in front here. 3 boat lengths they've got. Good job coming from Barradine down here in lane number 2. They'll be moving through into second. So Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3 probably just about out of contention at the moment. So those remaining spots are going to come from St Peter's 2 out in lane 6. Back outside of them to Villa Maria 1. Then we come inside to Mount Albert Grammar 1. Starting to line up. There'll be a battle. So clearly Cambridge are going to go through. Looking very comfortable as they come down here in the third race of the day, which is race 195. Heading towards that lovely 200 mark. Over the 100 to go they come now, Cambridge. Second will be between Barradine and St Peter's School 2. Looks like St Peter's School 2 starting to get a run on their boat and going over the top of Barradine. So the battle for that 4th spot may well be between Villa Maria out there in lane 7. They've got an advantage at this stage over Mount Albert Grammar, but they'll want to watch them. Coming down to the line now and taking the buzzer in this third repercharge as they go over now is Cambridge High School. Second is going to be a battle, but it looks like it'll be out in lane number St Peter's 2. Definitely St Peter's 2 in lane 6. They've got a boat length advantage over, or 3/4 of boat length over Villa. So there we go. St Peter's over line, then Villa, and then down here is Barradine. They're the ones to go through. So Cambridge High School, St Peter's, Villa Maria and Barradine. Gone through in a time they have of 7:49, so the ladies are getting quicker as they get through the course. Just confirming that second repercharge, Ashburton College, St Andrews College, Pukekohe High School 1 and Craighead Diocesan through to the semi-finals. Boys under 16 double sculls, repercharge number 1 has made its way through the 1,000. And not a lot in it, so we've got 1 and 2 to go through. We're looking at a close finish here. It's lane 3 at the moment. Alex Schuler from Cambridge High School may be over St Patrick's College 1, George Mills. Those two. Then we go across to St John's Hamilton, Jamie Mills. Back to Freddie Hitchcock from St Kennigan's. Out there to lane 8, St John's Hamilton, Mason Smith. Then we would probably come back to lane 1, Wellington College, Luke Beaglehole. Then it would be Wakatipu High School number 3. Going to be a close finish between those boys. And lane repercharge number 2 is on the track. We'll give you that field, then come back and pick up this first repercharge. Lane 1 for the second one, Onslow College, Guy Curry Stanton. In lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 2, Charlie Norton. These are double sculls, of course. So in Onslow College is Guy Curry Stanton and Oliver Cuthbert. Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School, Charlie Norton and Keegan Piper. In lane 3, St Kennigan's College 2, Bruno Teppert and Max Irwin. In lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Nicholas McIntosh and Leon Morris. In lane 5, Howick College 2, Henry Calvert, Conrad Hines. In lane 6, Wellington College 1, Jack Riley and Joe McGuinness. And in lane 7, it's St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Alec Newland and Michael Zhang. So 2 repercharges here for the boys under 16 double sculls. Ian. So George Mills and Eamon Ward from St Patrick's College doing a good job out here in lane 4. Just inside of them to Cambridge High School. Then we go outside to St Kennigan's. Then St John's of Hamilton. Those are the 4 who are challenging. St John's of Hamilton, Mason Smith and Ryland Tony out in lane 8, not too far off it. But they've got 250 metres to run, and we're looking for 2 to go through to the quarterfinal. So St Patrick's have the advantage. They can see the rest of the field. Who will it be? St Kennigan's just outside of them, looking like they're moving into second position. Just want to watch this Cambridge crew down in lane 3. They've started to wind up a little bit and getting a run on their boat. So they've timing their moves. Will start to put St Patrick's under pressure. Those 3 starting to show. If you're out there in lane number 6, St John's, you need to move. As is your St John's number. So we're only looking for 2 to go through, so St Kennigan's and Cambridge. But Cambridge just started 50 metres ago, and they've got that run. They're up on their boat, and they're just starting to move past St Kennigan's. They're starting to close in on St Patrick's. You would think St Patrick's might have enough to run the rest of the course, but they're under pressure now from Cambridge. So St Patrick's with 80 metres to go. It's Cambridge just on the inside, just outside of them. St Kennigan's have still got half a canvas to get back on that crew from Cambridge. So they've lifted it, St Kennigan's, Freddie and Chafer. They really want to get themselves through that semi-final. They're starting to push up on Cambridge. Both crews pushing on St Patrick's, but St Patrick's should have enough left in the course. They will. They're going to win it by half a boat length over Cambridge. Nice run, you boys from Cambridge. You timed that nicely, just over the top of St Kennigan's. Then we go outside to St John's in lane 6. Out to St John's again in lane 8. Back inside to Wakatipu. Then down here into lane 2, Mount Aspiring College and Wellington College 3. So nice run to get through there. Cambridge finishing second behind St Patrick's College and St Kennigan's in third. First repercharge of that boys under 16 double sculls gone through in 7:44.16. Second repercharge has hit through the 1,000. Onslow College, Shirley Boys, St Kennigan's, Dunstan, Howick, Wellington College and St Thomas's of Canterbury. We've got a bit of a lineup out there, but it's looking like Shirley Boys High School in lane 2. Then Dunstan. Howick just ahead of Dunstan. And outside we go to Wellington College. So Wellington College, Howick, Dunstan, Shirley Boys. Then back to St Kennigan's. Those are the 5 in the mix. Just a wee way back is Onslow College in lane 1 and St Thomas's of Canterbury out there in lane 7. Girls under 18 single sculls. Repercharge number 1. 1, 2, 3 and 4 going through to the quarterfinal. Just the one scratching in lane 5. They're underway and heading through the first 500 metres. In lane 2, Kavanagh College 1, Beth Sunderland. In lane 3, Onslow College 1, Anna Dudley. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, Anna Stewart. In lane 6, Pukekohe High School 1, Caitlin Van Ree, and in lane 7 to Colford College 1, Ashley Clatt. So through the 500 those ladies make their way. Great conditions for single sculling. Early advantage there to Onslow College. And out there in lane 7 from Te Kaupara is Ashley Clatt. So those 2 ladies would be out there along with Caitlin Van Ree from Pukekohe. Those are the 3 at this early stage. Of course, we need 4 to go through, so just back inside of them is Beth from Kavanagh and Anna from Takapuna Grammar. Down here, though, 350 metres to run for this second repercharge of the boys under 16 double sculls, and there's 4 in a row. We can see out there, Shirley Boys. St Kennigan's just dropped away a little bit in lane 3, so Shirley Boys out in front with Dunstan High School, Howick College and Wellington College. So Shirley have got the advantage down here in lane 2. Charlie Norton and Keegan Piper. I wonder what Charlie's dad's supping on this morning. Out there into lane 6, Howick College. Back inside, lane 5 rather, Howick College. Lane 6 is Wellington. So those 3 looking as if that's where it'll come from. Shirley in control down here at this stage, but it is under 16 double sculls. Anything can happen. Second and will probably come out of Howick and Wellington. So Dunstan out there in lane 4. They'll have a good finish, you can guarantee that. Just have they left it too late. Shirley lifting, wanting to make sure they can maintain their advantage, but so have Howick out there in lane 5. Howick moving ahead on Wellington College. 120 metres to go. They come down to. It's still Shirley. Shirley in lane 2. Howick looking like they've got a nice run though out there in lane 5. And Dunstan starting to go. You'll need to go quickly, Dunstan. You're going to mow down Howick, and then outside it will be Wellington College. Still Shirley though. Shirley and Howick looking like it is at this stage. Shirley with a good lead, just might have clipped a boy then, but they'll be keeping themselves straight as they come down towards the finish line. It is Howick have put that work in just in the last 150 metres to secure that second spot. Coming again is Dunstan, but they're just going to run out of track. Shirley across the line now by half a boat length from Howick, and then 3/4 of a boat length back to Dunstan. On the outside, we see Wellington College going through. Back inside to St Kennigan's. Then we come down here to Onslow College, and over there in lane 7 will be St Thomas's. So Shirley winning that quarterfinal. Well done, Shirley. 7:45.55 they've gone through in. Race 198, the girls under 18 single sculls, repercharge 1. Through the 1,000 they come. Sun's glistening off those single skiffs of theirs. The Quarterfinal College and Pukekohe High School. And Anna Dudley from Onslow College showing out there as the prominent 3. Then we would go back to Anna Stewart from Takapuna Grammar, and it's Kavanagh College, Beth Sunderland. She'll need a strong third 500 if she wants to pick up this spot through to the quarterfinal. In the meanwhile, we've got repercharge number 2 following them down and through 500 metres just about in lane 2. No scratchings. New Plymouth High School 1, Jill Swart. In lane 3, Southland Girls High School 1, Caitlin Tatai. In lane 4, Ron Carley College 1, Molly Phillips. In lane 5, Riccarton High School 1, Grace McConnell. And in lane 6, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Blaze King. So in that second repercharge, good start there from New Plymouth Girls High School, Jill Swart. She would be in the front of that second repercharge from Southland Girls. Then across to Riccarton, back to Ron Carley, then out to Mount Albert Grammar. Not a lot in it though. So that second repercharge has got the 5 scullers. One of them sadly will miss out. The other 4 will go through to the quarterfinal. Similarly, we've got 5 scullers out here in the first repercharge, just coming up to 750 metres to go. Anna Dudley from Onslow consolidating her lead over Pukekohe High School's Caitlin Van Ree, right alongside Ashley Clapp from Te Kauwhata College. Third is Anna Stewart from Takapuna. She'll be looking to hold off Beth Sunderland from Kavanagh to get that 4th spot through. So 2 repercharges of the girls under 18 single sculls. Then we have 2 repercharges of the boys under 18 single sculls. And then we've got the girls under 17 coxed 8s. So right out in front of us, repercharge number 1 for the girls under 18 single sculls. It is Anna Dudley with a 2 boat length advantage over Caitlin Van Ree from Pukekohe High School. She would now have 3/4 of a boat length over Ashley Clapp from Te Kauwhata. Then back to another 3/4 of maybe 2 boat lengths back to Anna Stewart from Takapuna Grammar, and then probably 5 or 6 boat lengths back to Kavanagh College, Beth Sunderland. We have a look down at the second repercharge, which is into the second half of the race. It's still with New Plymouth Girls High School, Jill Swart down there in lane 1. Across to Grace McConnell from Riccarton High School out there in lane 5. Then we come back inside to Molly Phillips from Ron Carley College. Oh no, she might be just behind Southland Girls, Caitlin Tatai. Those are the 4 though. Our Mount Albert Grammar is Blaze King. I'll give you the field and just give you a bit of progress on the boys under 18 single sculls because they're through that first 500. Lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1, William Tucker. Lane 3, Huani College 2, Ryan Smith. Lane 4, Onifero Area School 2, Brunton Harwood. Lane 5, St Peter's School 2, Crew Alice Williams. Lane 6, Shirley Boys High School 1, Maddie Washburn. And in Lane 7, King's College 2, Jack Trussler. So just picking up to see if we can give you an idea of who's doing what there. 2 of them to go through. It's good starting for Huanui and Onifero. In fact, those 4 in a row there. Huani College, Onifero, St Peter's, Shirley Boys. Not much between those 4 at this early stage. They're in the second 500. It's really just back then to Mount Albert and outside to King's College. As across the line, we have the first repercharge of the girls under 18 single sculls. Good win there for Onslow College, Anna Dudley. And just Kavanagh College here down in lane 2 that we'll miss. So Onslow, Takapuna, Pukekohe and Te Kaupata through. They've gone through in that first one there of 9:17.93 for the first repercharge, the girls under 18 single sculls. Second repercharge making its way through to 250 metres to go, and as she has done from the start, Jill Swart in front. Caitlin Tatai from Southland and Grace McConnell from Riccarton. Not much between those 2. Caitlin probably just pulling in front of Grace. Then we go back to Molly Phillips, Ron Carley, and then the work to do out there in lane 6 is Blaze from Mount Albert Grammar. 4 to go through. So just confirming that first repercharge, Onslow College, Pukekohe, Takapuna Grammar and Te Kaupata. Coming to conclusion shortly will be the second repercharge, with Jill taking that out. If we look back down the track and see what's happening, the boys' first repercharge, under 18 single sculls. Maddie Washburn out there in lane 6 doing a good job. He would be pretty even there with Ryan Smith from Huanui. Those are the 2 in front. We come back inside to Onifero, then St Peter's, but not much in it. You would think 1 and 2 is going to come from those 4. Just starting to move now, Ryan Smith down in lane 3. Maddie will need to go with him. Back here for the girls. Very strong advantage here for Jill down there from New Plymouth Girls High School. She's got about 40 metres to run, and she would have 6 boat lengths over Southland Girls Caitlin Tatai, who's now a boat length in front of Grace McConnell Riccarton High School. Another boat length and a half back then to Molly Phillips from Roncalli, and Molly has a lead of 2 going out to 3 boat lengths on Mount Albert. So across the line goes Jill from New Plymouth Girls High School. Second will be Caitlin Tatai from Southland. Quite a deal quicker than the previous ones. Gone through an 8:42.49. Over the line there goes Grace, and then we see Roncalli. Those are the 4 to go through. Nice battle opening up here for the second first repercharge of the boys under 18 single sculls. Maddie Washburn out there in lane 6 for Shirley Boys High School would have an advantage over Ryan Smith from Huani College number 2. Back inside to Onifero, then St Peter's. Onifero's not out of it. He can put some pressure on Huani College if he starts to wind up now. But a bit further back it will be Mount Albert Grammar. And then King's College 2 out in lane 7 is quite a deal back, so he looks to be making his way comfortably down the course. So maybe there's something mechanically amiss with that skiff. We'll just watch these boys play out. The second repercharges on the course. Kapiti College 1 in lane 1, Joe Hughes. Lane 2, Burnside High School 1, Jake Just starting to make an advantage down here in lane 1 is Joe Hughes from Kapiti College. Good work had been done earlier on by St John's out there in lane 7, but we're just starting to see James Hargis, Eamon Thwaites make some moves. He would be third at this stage, but looking to move over the top of Flynn from St John's to take that second position. But in saying that, even Jacob from Burnside and Spencer from Christ aren't out of it. They'll just need to get a run on now. They've got probably 350 metres to go. But since the 1,000, Joe has been just slowly moving through in that Kapiti College skiff. In fact, the effort is coming from Eamon Thwaites and James Hargis. He's just upped himself and starting to move through. But old Flynn out there in lane 7, he's not letting it go either. Those three are starting to move ahead now, just starting to drop the other two. You can see that in the last probably 10 strokes. Both of them, all three of them look to have done some work and done a little bit of a piece. He's still leading down Kapiti. Second is James Hargis. Just takes a look over to his left side, does Flynn from St John's just then, and he's upped himself. He's trying to get a run on his boat and get himself through into that quarterfinal. Just 1 and 2 to go through. Kapiti have the advantage here. Then it's James Hargis. Then it's St John's. Keep going, Flynn, if you want to get through. Get that boat up and running. Looking quite comfortable down here in lane 1 is Joe from Kapiti. $100 metres to go now for Kapiti College. 100 metres to go now for James Hargis. And then we've got 100 metres to go for St John's. But Christ College is starting to pull up alongside St John's. Good finish coming from Spencer Smith. He's upped himself. And then just following those two over into the last 100 is Jacob Wadley from Burnside. But the two clear at this stage and look like they'll go through. Joe Hughes from Kapiti down here in lane 1. He's got 3/4 of a boat length over James Hargis. And those two have pulled clear. Over they go there. Time of 8:12. So first to Kapiti College, second to James Hargis. Over the line they go. Those two go through to the quarterfinals. So 8:12.03, 8 seconds slower than the previous repercharge. Doesn't matter too much. They're through to the quarterfinals. That's the main thing for those gentlemen. So just confirming the placings there. Good finish it was from Spencer Smith. Got himself to finish third. And then we come to St John's and Burnside. So short break. We'll be back at 8:56 or just before then with the girls under 17 coxed 8. Girls under 17 coxed 8 crews going into the starting gates. Just the one repercharge. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final. We'll give you the field with my advance apologies for anybody who's found that their surname this week now has a completely different pronunciation to what they were christened with. So Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Isabel Welsh, Maya Kingy, Stevie Maybe, Madeline Binney, Millicent Bush, Brooke Skelmcull, Georgia Jonas Poole, Lily Toucher and Jasmine Lash. In lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Millicent Murphy, Samantha Hayes, Gretel Murphy, Poppy Hobbs, Mary McCleary, Gemma Rasmussen, Pip Bullock, Emily McKinley, Layla Brown Coxing. In lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Ruby Bird, Xanthi Verda, Nicolole Naktaramdam, Setai Satoga, Lily Kurnau, Olivia Abbott, Bianca Power, Katie Finch and Meg Pinfold Coxing. In lane 4, right in front of you on your screen there, Wellington Girls College 1, Isabella Ravel, Lily Bellevue, Anna Sturgeon, Hannah Robinson, Kate Bell, Nico Daly, Mackenzie Kemp, Zola Kemp and Betty Custodio is the Cox. In lane 5, Westlake Girls High School 1, Carla Pethers-Boak, Hazel Strawbent, Taylor Pembathy, Caitlin Nord, Phoebe Dobson, Stephanie Severin, Sophie Dycraft, Evie Dycraft and Tessa Guthrie is the Cox. Barradine College 1, they're in lane 6. Eden Clark, Abigail Stewart, Daisy Park, Poppy Kavanagh Briggs, Alania Henderson, Harriet Burrell, Kaylee Wilson, Kate Wrigley, Samara O'Hagan is the Cox. And in lane 7, the South Islanders in this race, St Andrews College 1, Samantha Day, Ashley White, Holly Rogers, Libby McNee, Abby Baxter, Sophie McNee, Freddie Todd Hunter, Amy Hughes and Isabella Forsey is the Cox. Again, keep an eye on the top of the starters box and if you see that orange light, you know they're ready to go. So just in front of you, you can see lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar. Then we come across to the left of them, Wellington Girls College, Westlake Girls in lane 5, Barradine in lane 6 and St Andrews in lane 7. So it's all to play for here. 1, 2, 3 and 4 straight through into the final. Girls under 17 Cox 8. Following this race will be repercharges for the boys under 17 Cox 4. 2 of those. Orange lights flashing. Under starters orders for race 202. Here day 3, Mardi 2022. So they pulled back from that, still lining up in lane 4, still holding on to the droppers. If you weren't aware, the boat holders this week are many of the pathway athletes from the South Island, giving back to Mardi where they will have all raced themselves not too long ago. So great for the athletes here to have that calibre of boat holders. Just touching up out there in lane 6. Looks like we're ready again. Droppers have been released as the wire springs back up and they're away. Away we go in the girls under 17 Coxed 8. And a nice start there down in lane 5 from Westlake Girls number 1. Probably the quickest out of the blocks. Just behind them either side, Wellington Girls College 1 and Barradine College. Good start for Wellington Girls College. So they head through their start sequences through that first 250 and off towards Alcatraz at the 500. But Westlake Girls there in lane 5, they look to have an early lead at this from this vista anyway. Whanganui underway there in lane 2. Good to see the Whanganui Collegiate humongous flag has lasted the night. In fact, it looks like it's had a baby overnight. It's a wee St John's College flag right next to it. It's like a little postage stamp. So hopefully that'll grow over the next couple of days and be more prominent. At least it's not quite as... Oh, and St Andrews is over there as well. We're going to see more and more flags over there in the Great Southern Stand, we think. So Whanganui Collegiate, will that flag help your crew down there in lane 2? Westlake still out in front in lane 5, but Barradine has started to motor, and St Andrews starting to get some momentum as well. Back into lane 4 is Wellington Girls College. Then we come across into Epsom Girls in lane 1. No, they're just out of it. It's Whanganui in lane 2. So as we go across, it's fairly even there between Whanganui, Mount Albert, Wellington Girls College, and back a bit to Westlake's still in front. So we'll look to see as they come up towards the 1K. Nice clean camera work there. So Westlake started strongly, but Barradine have started to move alongside them. Either side there is Wellington Girls College. A nice move there from Mount Albert Grammar, have started to take control a little bit, and Whanganui Collegiate now would look like they probably have the lead over Barradine. So Whanganui and Barradine. Then we go back to Wellington Girls College as the sun glistens on that yellow yellow hull of their boat. Whanganui Collegiate over to Wellington Girls College. Westlake, Barradine. Barradine can't shake off St Andrews, so they've moved through into the second 500 of the course and starting to sort themselves out. Really just Epsom Girls starting to tail a wee bit at the moment, and also Mount Albert Grammar. So it's Whanganui Collegiate from Wellington Girls College, and then across to Barradine. Those are the three showing. We'll see more as they come up towards that 1,000 metre mark. So as you look at them now, that's Epsom Girls on your left, just panning across to Whanganui Collegiate, Mount Albert Grammar. Then you can see Wellington Girls, just tucked in behind them is Westlake, then Barradine, right at the top of your screen, and on the outside of them, right at the back end, is St Andrews College. So the yellow boat there is Wellington Girls College. Just going through there on that screen is Barradine, but that's not who's leading. It's right down here in the second lane, Whanganui Collegiate and Wellington Girls College, across to Barradine. Then we come back to Westlake, back inside to probably Mount Albert, then outside to St Andrews College. Epsom Girls not starting to let go at this stage, but there you go, there's Wellington College going through, Whanganui Collegiate second, and then it's out to Barradine, then back to Westlake. So we're looking for 4 to go through. So here we are into the third 500. These boats that are going to make an impression at the end need to make a move now, do some work, and it is Wellington College still from Whanganui Collegiate across to Barradine, back inside to Westlake Girls. Then it's Mount Albert still there in the mix, just on the outside now. St Andrews College and Epsom Girls starting to struggle a little bit with the pace as they start to come down now towards that 1,500. It's still Wellington College. Wellington College, it looks like they've put a move on there. They've started to move out. In fact, they're pulling away a wee bit from Whanganui Collegiate. So will Whanganui come again as we go out to Barradine, are starting to go with Wellington. So it's Wellington and Barradine. And just in between those two crews, Westlake Girls haven't given up. They led early on, and they're sticking with those two main crews. St Andrews on the outside will need to do some work if they're going to be in the mix at the finish. So the 4 crews showing out now. It's Barradine, Wellington Girls College, then back to Westlake, and we come across to Whanganui Collegiate still in the mix. Then it's down to Epsom Girls in lane 1, back across to Mount Albert Grammar, and we go out to St Andrews College. Moving on down, what a flat course for these girls to row, and how fantastic for them. Whanganui Collegiate have gone again though. There's some work coming out of lane 2. They're starting to pull up alongside Wellington College. 2 lanes across from them we go to Barradine. It's still Westlake trying to go with those crews. Remember, it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final. The rest are out. So Whanganui Collegiate are doing what they can. They're moving through, trying to get up over on top of that Wellington crew. It's Wellington College. On the outside still Barradine. Westlake aren't out of this. Those 4 crews. And just sneaking through there, Mount Albert Grammar. They're still in the mix there in lane 3. As we come on down now past the 500 metres to go, Wellington College still in the lead over Whanganui from Westlake Girls, then out to Barradine. Westlake are pulling alongside Barradine. Barradine did all the work in the last 500 metres, but have they got enough left? Pulling through ahead now, Wellington College. Wellington College would be half a boat length over Whanganui Collegiate. Out there in lane 5, it's still lane 6, it's still Barradine and Westlake. Still Wellington Girls College. Wellington Girls College over the crew from Barradine. Whanganui still in the mix. It's Westlake Girls still in the mix. Those four looking more likely. They're starting to pull away from the rest. So if you want to join in Mount Albert, you need to go now. They're still down there in lane 1, Epsom Girls Grammar, but they've got a bit more work to do. Whanganui Collegiate starting to still hold their own in lane 2, but it's Wellington Girls College out in lane 4. They haven't let go of them, have Westlake. Westlake is still there. They look like they're in second now. So Wellington Girls College, Westlake and Barradine. Not much between Barradine and Westlake, but it's still Wellington Girls College. Whanganui Collegiate are still down here in lane 2, but they need to look out for Mount Albert Grammar. They've still got plenty of work left to do if they're going to get over the top of them, but it's not out of the running. And these crews starting to pull alongside each other out here in front of us. It's Wellington Girls College still in the lead from Westlake, who just haven't let go. They've been tenacious right through this race. They're now pulling alongside and over Barradine. Down here in lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate have gone again. They've seen the flag on the bank. Away they go. It's Wellington Girls College though. They've got first position as we come in with 120 metres to go. Wellington Girls College, Barradine just still holding on to second just from Westlake. In fact, Westlake in 100 metres to go now got half a canvas over Barradine. So Wellington Girls College still in the lead by half a boat length over Westlake. Out to Barradine. Whanganui down here in lane 2. But it's Wellington Girls College. They'll have 50 metres to go. They'll take one of the spots. It's still second just with Westlake. Westlake by a canvas over Barradine. And down here in lane 2 is going to be Whanganui Collegiate. 3/4 of a boat length back from Barradine will take that 4th spot to get themselves through to that final. Just dipping out there is Mount Albert Grammar. Then we go on the outside to St Andrews College and back down to lane 1. We're probably going to finish just over the top of St Andrews is Epsom Girls Grammar. 7:18:40 they've gone through. So well done to Wellington Girls College. Just from that 1,000 they started to poke their nose out and take control of the race. Westlake Girls didn't let go the entire time, and Barradine were right there at the finish, and Whanganui did what they needed to do to get themselves through to the final. Race 203, the boys under 17 Cox 4, repercharge 1. The winner goes to the A final. The rest go to the B final. In lane 2, Wellington College 1, Jacob Cook, Ben Riddell, Max McLaughlin, James Hargraves, Eddie Lethbridge. In lane 3, Auckland Grammar 2, Jacob Hawkesby, Max Babbage, Hugo Bonning and Toby Bapton with Jack Brew the Cox. In lane 4, Christ College 1, Harry Burt, Lachlan McVicker, Tom Picton Warlow, Nicholas Brown and Ollie Okoa is the Cox. In lane 5, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Baden Campbell, Charles Martin, Cairo Arkoy, Simchik, Lewis Mazzacarson, Kaylin Rensfield Bree. And it's coming out of lane 5. In fact, Mount Albert look like they're leading this at this stage from Christ College, then back to Auckland Grammar. Those three crews well ahead of the rest of them. But we'll just go finish the field there because lane 6 is Hamilton Boys High School 2, Jamil Khan, Layson Silva, Eddie Pollock, Tyrone Urpasich and Ryan Ollington. And in lane 7, Wellington College 2, Jackson Murdoch, Liam Partridge, Sam Cornford, Ben Snedden and Lockie Wall. So Mount Albert Grammar, 2 boat lengths I think over Christ College, then a boat length over the crew from Auckland Grammar. 1 will go straight through to the A final. So they're trying to lay a marker down here, Mount Albert Grammar over Christ College. That's the first repercharge. The second repercharge is on the course as well. Boys under 17 Cox 4. And we've got no scratchings in there, so that boys under 17 Cox 4 second repercharge just heading up towards the 500 now. St Bede's College 2, Neil Cammett, William McIntyre, Leighton Carr, Harrison Staples, Max Walsh coxing. In lane 3, Westlake Boys High School 2, William Choi, Alexander Bruce, Noah Henderson, James Barnett and Nicholas Mateatos. Lane 4, St Andrews College 1, Brody Flett, Spencer Wellsford, Lachlan Odlin, Andrew Gregg, Sam Moorhead is the Cox. In lane 5, Pukekohe High School 1, Ryan Kuhn, Carl Colmer, Ryan Dodds, Jack Semilek and Daniel Notta. In lane 6, St John's Hamilton 1, Hamish Wilkie, Jack Pitchford, Matheson McCarthy, Jake Chapman and Noah Turner. And in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Lewis Rooney, Logan Barr, Connor Arnold, Kobe Hansen and Miles Chatter. So Mount Albert Grammar holding on to this lead out here in the first repercharge. Being coxed down the course by Kaylin Rensfield-Bree. Auckland Grammar starting to pull up alongside Christ College, but both those crews have got some work to do if they want to take this spot in the A final. The work's been done by Mount Albert Grammar, Baden Charles, Cairo Lewis and Kaylin the Cox. Their coach is Alice Denyer. So as we go, she'll have a crew in the A final for the boys under 17 Cox 4. So 2 boat lengths now is the lead for Mount Albert Grammar over the southern men from Christ College, and then Auckland Grammar alongside them. Then we go out to lane 6, Hamilton Boys High School, lane 7, Wellington College 2, and just back there in lane 2 is Wellington College 1. 100 metres to go now for this Mount Albert Grammar 1 crew. They've controlled this race through the last K, and I would think there's a bit much work to do for either Auckland Grammar or Christ College 1. They're putting a run in to try and finish as strongly as they can, but it's just going to be too much of a lead to peg back. So well done to this crew from Mount Albert Grammar. Christ will finish second, but Mount Albert will get themselves through to that A final of the boys under 17 Cox 4. Checking a time there, 7:20 and 99. So well done to Mount Albert getting that crew through to that A final. Just looking at the second repercharge, it's going through the 1,000 now, as we see Hamilton Boys just come up to the finish in the first one. And it's St Andrews College 1, just over St John's of Hamilton. Then we come back to Pukekohe High School, outside to Christchurch Boys High School, then across to Westlake Boys number 2 and St Bede's number 2. So this is the second of the boys under 17 Cox 4 repercharge. Then we'll have a break of about 20 minutes back to 9:32 when it is the girls under 16 Cox 4. 3 repercharges of the girls under 16 Cox 4 we'll have this morning, and then we move into the boys under 16 Coxed 8s and girls under 17 Coxless pairs. I'll take you through to those, then Kirsty will come in and take us through to midday. $1,250 metres gone in this second repercharge for the boys under 17 Cox 4. Strong row coming in from St Andrews. That last 250 metres, they've just completed a piece, it would look like, because they've moved well clear of the rest of the field. They had an advantage and they've now sealed that, you would think. They were 2 boat lengths ahead of, and down in lane 2, oh, it's actually called lane 3, Westlake Boys High School 2, just inside of them, hanging on. Then we go to St John's of Hamilton, back inside to Pukekohe High School. But there's boat lengths back from St Andrews for those crews. We go then to St Bede's College 2 down in lane 2 and out to lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. So Brodie, Spencer, Lachlan, Andrew and Sam from St Andrews College 1, coached by Tim Hopkins and Oscar Rutledge. Nice piece on the Aon Facebook page about the lineage of the Rutledge family and their association with St Andrews College this week. And if you're not following the Aon Mardi Facebook page, it'd be a jolly good idea, because some very interesting articles on that. St Andrews College probably 3 lengths in front. We'll see as they come through the 250 metre camera. As they come through the 250 metre camera. There we go. Thank you to the production crew. St Andrews College have gone through. Probably 3 boat lengths they would be in front of St Peter's, St John's of Hamilton. So with just 1 to go through the A final, the rest will be into the B final. Impressive row this from St Andrews, getting themselves through to that under 17 Cox 4A final. Still 120 metres to go. Second will go to St John's. Hamilton will come back then to Westlake Boys in third at this stage. Doesn't look like the other crews will pick up on those three. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews. Still rowing strong, looking very tidy as they come down. The gentle breeze starts to come across Lake Ruataniwha, but we're not expecting anything too dramatic today as these marvellous conditions continue. So well done to St Andrews College as they go across the line now, and the buzzer goes, and we get a time of 7:19.03, just as a guideline for how they're going. Just a little bit quicker than the previous repercharge. Over the line now goes St John's. Back down here to Westlake Boys number 2. Then in the middle of the field in lane 5 is Pukekohe going over the line now. And then St Bede's College finishing down here in lane 2, just over the top of Christchurch Boys High School number 2 out there in lane 7. So that's the boys under 17 Cox 4. Second repercharge completed. We'll be back to you soon, around 9:30 for the girls under 16 coxed 4. Crews are starting to come to line now for the race with 205. The girls under 16 coxed for first repercharge. We're looking for, from these 3 repercharges, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-finals. Due to go at 9:32, just ahead of time we are. Lane 1, Ashburton College 1, Leah Reid, Honor Bradford, Isla Connolly White, Amelia Chambers and Chloe Brass coxing. In Lane 2, Dyson School for Girls 2, Harriet Hope, Izzy Clayton, Eva Cope, Eva Pritchard, Paige Rose is the cox. In Lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Zara Bernard, Peyton Bernard, Tegan O'Dwyer, Lauren Wood, Isabel Oxenham is the cox. In Lane 4, it's Rangiruru Girls School 1 with Lucy Vance, Alice Ferguson, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Cosile, Bridget Pye is the cox. In Lane 5, Dunstan High School 1, Chloe Robertson, Caitlin Ellie, Macy Williams, Mars Alderbeer and Tessa Hanford is the cox. Looks like they've got the bucket hats on today. In Lane 6 is St Peter's School 2, Brooke Weir, Zara Burns, Amber Singh, Charlize Davidson, Shakayla Davidson is the cox. In Lane 7, Howick College 1, Sophie White, Pia Gronwagen, Michaela Matthews, Ashley Skipper and Avon Kinnan is the cox. And in Lane 8, as they're away now, Westlake Girls High School 1, Mia Goldsworthy, Elin Vincent, Anna Greenhull, Olivia Kiernan James and Taylor Copplestone is the cox. So good starts there for Rangiruru Girls School number 1 out of Lane 4 out there. They're bolted out there. They'll already be 3/4 of a boat length in front of the rest of the field. They'll be ahead of Dunstan in Lane 5, St Peter's there in Lane 6. Good start though out there in Lane 8 from Westlake Girls. Umpire boat circles in behind them and they head off down the course towards us. Still fantastic conditions here today. Not expecting too much different. And out to an early lead are Rangiruru. Howick have followed them out. Along with Dunstan and Westlake. So they'll start to sort themselves out. Great view looking from the 1,000-metre camera straight up back towards the start. Really has been a fantastic innovation, the Aon Māori Cup this year, having the live stream set up that South Island Rowing have used for their regattas really since Christmas. So as you look across your screen there, you can see in Lane 1 Ashburton College. To the right we go, Dyson School for Girls number 2, Cambridge High School number 1, Rangiruru Girls School number 1 with a very early lead there, Dunstan High School just outside of them. Then we go to St Peter's School 2 in the mix with Howick College and Westlake Girls. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-final. The rest are eliminated in this girls under 16 coxed 4. Looking to make their way through to the semi-finals and into the finals, which will be on Saturday for the Bethlehem College Cup. Great shot there of Rangiruru. Just outside of them, Dunstan High School. And then we can see further across to St Peter's School 2. So you can, with that lead from Rangiruru at this stage, they'll come through the 1,000, probably 3 boat lengths in front, looking at that. Just into the left-hand side there is Cambridge High School. Then Dunstan School for Girls, and just out of shot there I think is Ashburton College. There they come, just coming in behind the safety boat. You can see they're all starting to come through. We'll get a real idea of this lead for Rangiruru as they come up to the 1K. Howick in lane 7, Westlake Girls in lane 8. Looks like though that it would be Dunstan that are probably second. Maybe Cambridge not too far off them. Cambridge and Dawson School for Girls. But that's Rangiruru you can see in front of you. Lucy, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget. Rowing very strongly for an under 16 crew. swinging together nicely as they come over the 1K mark. So that's a pretty commanding lead for the first K. 4 boat lengths, we would think. Dunstan coming into view now. Just beyond them you can see St. Peter's. The red boat there is Howick. And right in front of us here now we can see Dawson School for Girls there in lane 2 going through in 3rd position. Back to Cambridge. And then we go across to St. Peter's, Howick. And there's the Ashburton crew just going through in front of us now. The familiar carrot on the bow of the boat. So that's the first repercharge on its way down. Rangiruru in command. The second repercharge looks like it's probably just about underway. Give you the field for that second repercharge in lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1. Nicole Nakataratam, Lara Moncur, Lily Kernau, Grace Moon and Ciara Arnott as the Cox. In lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar 2, Macy Williams, Sarah Holmes, Olive Lindsay, Milena Folds and Hannah Stockman the Cox. In lane 3, Marlborough Girls College 1, Hazel Glover, Leela Stellard, Ella Barnes, Jessica Bennett, Grace McKendry coxing. Waikato Dyson School for Girls number 2 is in lane 4 with Maya Calcini, Ruby Van Dersen, Anna West, Milan Nordstrom and Alice McIntosh the Cox. In lane 5, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Zoe Ispister, Emma Spittle, Brooke Taylor, Kiala Fisherlau and Brianna Kingan as the Cox. In lane 6, St Margaret's College 2, Ava Redmond, Olivia Hawkes, Samantha Lascelles, Cara Gooding and Neve Cassidy as the Cox. And in lane 7, Westlake Girls High School number 2, Maya Brown, Holly Hampson Tyndale, Maya George, Grace Kennedy and Annabelle Savage is coxing. They're through their start sequences and heading up towards the 500 metre mark. Waitaki Girls prominent early with Waikato Diocesan, Marlborough Girls College, Epsom Girls and Mount Albert Grammar all off pretty cleanly. Looks like though it's early days with Mount Albert, Epsom, Waikato and Waitaki Girls. Meanwhile down here in the first repercharge it's all Rangiruru. So we'll be looking at who will join them in the semi-final. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through the semi-final. Dawson School for Girls down in lane 2 still showing out there, and it looks like it's still Dunstan maybe second. So Dunstan second, back to Dawson School for Girls, and then we go back inside to Cambridge High School. Outside to Howick aren't too far away from it. They'll be putting Cambridge under pressure for that 4th spot. And just inside of them, St Peter's 2. They've got an opportunity if they can put the work in the next couple of 100 metres. The work's all been done though by Rangiruru, just starting to ease off and coast down to the line. Still rowing very cleanly and strongly. Very well drilled for an under 16 crew. Nice clean entry at the catch. 120 metres, maybe 150 metres to go for them now. Dunstan still holding second over Dawson School for Girls down here in lane 2. And Cambridge High School just starting to stick with Diocesan and on moving through that Howick crew. So Howick, you need to do a piece if you want to get yourselves through, because Cambridge are going to take that spot. 100 metres to go now for Rangiruru. And I'm sure their coaches Sophie Strawn and Leon Barracliff will be quite happy to see this site. They're doing a good job here to get themselves through to that semi-final. And they're going to be 100 metres clear of the Dunstan crew by the time they go over the line, which will be in 3 strokes time. Over they go now, maybe 2. And then Dunstan with 100 metres to go. So Rangiruru going through there in a time of 7:43.22. So Dawson School for Girls have got third, but there's still pressure coming from Howick in the outside lane to try and roll over the top of Cambridge to get the 4th spot, but they might have left it too late. Dunstan are going to come down now and take that second position. Third will go to Dawson School for Girls down here in lane 2, and lane 3 Cambridge will take that 4th spot through to the semi-finals. Then we see Howick coming through in lane 7. Out to lane 8 for Westlake Girls 1. Ashburton down here in lane 1 will take next, and then 5 across the line out there in lane 6 is St Peter's College number 2. So the second repercharge is making its way down the course. Marlborough Girls College in lane 3. with St Margaret's 2 in lane 6. Back inside to Waitaki Girls in lane 3. Then Waikato Diocesan in lane 4. Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, not out of it either. As they head through the second 1,000, the third repercharge has just left the start gates. In there we have got lane 2. Diocesan School for Girls 4, Ruby Lowe, Millie Struthers, Ava Dixon, Ruby Holmes, Sophie Ryan is the Cox. In lane 3, St Kennigan's College 1, Olive Montgomery, Zoe Taylor, India Nichols, Mia Bella Robertshaw and Julia Huang is the Cox. In lane 4, Kashmir High School 1, Nina Oliver, Emily Polson, Abby Higgins, Poppy Wyndham, Meg McDonald is the Cox. In lane 5, Queen Margaret College 1, Poppy Melville, Nova Douglas, Scarlett Treadwell, Isabel van der Wilt and Maya Koning is the Cox. Christchurch Girls High School 1 is in lane 6 with Rosa Robert, Imogen Constable, Annabelle Urin, Kate Smith and Sophia Bone is the Cox. In lane 7 is Diocesan School for Girls 1, Georgia Haskell, Xanthi Williams, Lucy Irwin, Emily Kosham and Sophie Coombs is the Cox. And completing the field for that third repercharge of the girls under 16 Cox 4 is Hamilton Girls High School 1, Ella Mills, Tavern, Binion, Lindsay, Sophia Todd and Pilot Parana Senior with Riviera Watts the Cox. But much like the previous repercharge, we've got a clear leader, and here it's Marlborough Girls College with Hazel, Leela, Ella, Jessica, Grace coxing. Second would be with St Margaret's out there in lane number 6. Then we come back to Waikato Diocesan. Not much between them and Waitaki Girls. Those are the 4. We're looking for 4 to go through. The pressure will come from Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1. So Mount Albert Grammar got plenty of course left. 400 metres to go. If they can get a nice 10 on the legs to get them moving and get up over the top of maybe Waitaki Girls or Waikato Diocesan and get themselves through, that would be a good result for them. Very even in the third repercharge coming down that course. The only one that's really lagging at this stage would be Hamilton Girls 1 out there in lane 8. Looks like the lead might be with Dawson School for Girls 1 out there in lane 7. And then it's fairly even between Christchurch Girls, Queen Margaret, Kashmir, St Kennigan's, and then Dawson School for Girls 4. But out here in repercharge number 2, much like Rangiruru in the previous repercharge, we've got Marlborough Girls leading very comfortably, 4 boat lengths it would be, to St Margaret's College number 2, just maybe over the crew from Waikato Diocesan, and then Waitaki Girls in between those two. 100 metres to go now for Marlborough Girls College, coached by Andrew Blake. St Margaret's just moving through comfortably in that second position as they come down now with 100 metres to go. Now do Ava, Olivia, Samantha and Cara with Neve costing them. It is down here in lane number 4 that Waikato Diocesan have got third position. They're just been putting under a bit of pressure by Waitaki Girls. All 4 will go through, but a mini battle there between Waitaki Girls and Waikato Diocesan. Looks like it's Waikato Diocesan in the green and white that will triumph. Over the line goes St Margaret's, then Waikato Diocesan, and then Waitaki. So Marlborough Girls College convincing winners of that second repercharge in 7:53.23. Just shows how dominant Rangiruru were, because they were 7:43.16. Third repercharges into the second half of the course. Then we'll be marking, going back up to the boys under 16 Coxed 8. They'll be in the starting gate shortly. But it is out there at the moment. Hamilton Girls 1 still right there back in lane 8. I just wonder if they've had some issues mechanically, because they're a well way back. Lane 7, Dawson School for Girls 1, out prominent along with Queen Margaret, Kashmir and St Kennigan's. So between St Kennigan's, Kashmir and Dawson School for Girls, maybe with Kashmir just over St Kennigan's. out to Dawson School for Girls, back inside to Queen Margaret College, then we go to Christchurch Girls High School, then come right back to, in lane 2, Dawson School for Girls, and out of it is Hamilton Girls High School number 1. Let them continue down the course. We'll give you the crew. Got 2 repercharges, the boys under 16, coxed 8. In lane 2, Wakatipu High School, number 1, Hugo Johnson, Ben Hogan, Logan Notton, Xavier Small, Josh Viana, Ashton White, Keegan Green, Toby Rorison, Avon McIntyre coxing. In lane 3, Hamilton Boys High School 2, Winston Roberts, Reese Laker, Carl Murray, Shay Asita, Finn Kempster, Jesse Humberston Kara, Seth Davis, Lachlan Douglas and Cameron Smith coxing. In lane 4, Auckland Grammar 1, Alex Merrilees, Luca Tonna, Charlie Wallace, Adam Redshaw, Finn Houghton, Hugo McKenzie, Henry Burrell, Sebastian Lyon and Benjamin Smith as the Cox. In lane 5, Westlake Boys High School 1, Oliver Stewart, Adam Grappengeiser, Joseph Dennis, Leo Durbin, Matthew Young, Ryan Habs, Quinn Wiltshire, Thomas Link and Liam Veldman as the Cox. And in lane 6, Otago Boys High School, Jed Tisdall, Niall Alexander, Harrison Thode, Roland Ozone, Levi Heffernan, Archie Chittick, Tamati Dennison, Cameron McFarlane with George Anderson, the Cox. They're underway into the 500, first 500 they go. We want 1, 2, 3 and 4 out of that to go through. And the boys under 16, coxed 8. Meanwhile, back in the girls under 16, coxed 4, repercharge number 3. Much closer repercharge this one. Kashmir have got the lead by half a boat length over Queen Margaret College. Then we go out to Diocesan School for Girls in 3rd. 4th at this stage is St Kennigan's down here in lane 3. So those 4 starting to emerge as being the 4 to go through to the semi-finals. Christchurch Girls High School in lane 6 probably just with a little bit much work to do now. Then we come way back to Dawson School for Girls 4 and of course Hamilton Girls just making their way down the course there in lane 8. So Kashmir, Rosa, Imogen, Annabelle, Kate and Sophia, coached by Megan Lass, by a boat length now over Queen Margaret College. St Gendigan's just starting to move through and put some pressure on St Margaret's. Across the outside though it is Dawson School for Girls in lane 7 who would be 3rd. And St Kennigan's 4th. Christchurch Girls doing a piece to come through as quickly as they can, but they might run out of course. They've still got a boat length and a bit to make up on St Kennigan's. But it's going to be Kashmir High School coming down to the line now. Another couple of strokes will do it for them. There they go. And they go across in first from Queen Margaret, outside to Dawson School for Girls in 3rd, and then 4th down here to St Kennigan's. Those are the 4 that go through to the semi-final. 8:05. So through to the semi-finals they go, 8:05.82. Done and dusted in the girls under 16, Cox 4 repercharges. As the boys under 16, Cox 8 first repercharge makes its way down the course. We're looking for 1, 2 and 3 to go for through, and that looks like that'll be Hamilton Boys High School number 2, are currently 2nd. Leading is Auckland Grammar 1 out there in lane 4. Lane 5 is Westlake Boys. They might be 2nd now, but it's those 3 who are doing most of the work. Then we go back to Wakatipu down in lane 1, and then outside into lane 6 is Otago Boys High School. So through into the second 1,000 they go. Auckland Grammar now. Auckland Grammar and Westlake right next to each other. 3rd is with Hamilton Boys High School. So Auckland Grammar's under 16 coxed 8, coached by Tim Zausch and Gavin Powell. Right next to them is the Westlake Boys High School 8, and they might even be moving ahead. They might have the lead actually over that crew from Auckland Grammar. So Westlake coached by Nellie Marriott and Jake Jones. 1, 2 and 3 to go through. Then we see Hamilton Boys coached by Robin Clark. They're coming through in 3rd position. Next then is Wakatipu. Then we go outside to Otago Boys. Through the 1500 metre camera, you can see that lead that Westlake Boys have got over the crew from Auckland Grammar, so a boat length over Auckland Grammar. And Otago Boys coming back into it. Otago Boys putting some pressure on the crew from Hamilton. and Wakatipu. So Hamilton have done the work early on, but now just maybe starting to be drawn in by Otago Boys and Hamilton. So this will be interesting. We want 1, 2 and 3 to go through. Otago doing some work in the last 250 metres. And they're drawing alongside Hamilton now. So that'll get the coaches Jack McLaughlin and Thomas Ryan excited as Westlake Boys extending their lead over Auckland Grammar. And Otago Boys starting to move over the top of that Auckland crew. I'm sure my co-commentator Kirsty will be watching this with interest. Westlake Boys, they've got the lead though. You can see there now it's a canvas that Otago Boys have got over Hamilton Boys. So Otago Boys move into third. Westlake Boys still by a boat length and a half over Auckland Grammar. Then we go back to Otago Boys, and that's where the fun is going to be between Otago Boys and Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys will come again. They won't let it go. Otago will have to respond. So George Anderson, the cox's seat, will have to keep an eye on that. Westlake Boys have got 100 metres to go. 100 metres to go now for Auckland Grammar. So those two are looking likely to go through. We're looking at who's going to be the third one to go through. It's still Otago Boys with a canvas over the crew from Hamilton Boys, and they've gone again, Hamilton Boys. So you're going to have to respond, Otago, to secure that spot as Westlake go over and they take the first position. Second is going to be Auckland Grammar, but it's still Otago Boys. Otago Boys are now gone to 2 seats. They're going to 2 seats. They're going to win the third position over Hamilton. So Otago go through into the A final. So first goes to Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar, followed by Otago Boys High School, back to closely to Hamilton Boys, and then Wakatipu just finishing down here in lane 2. .6:30:45 they've gone through that first repercharge for the under 16 coxed 8. Let's have a look and see what's happening in the second repercharge that comes through with Shirley Boys, Mount Albert Grammar, Hamilton Boys, Christchurch Boys and St Andrews and Wellington. It is in the middle with Hamilton Boys High School. They're leading just from Christchurch Boys High School, then Mount Albert Grammar. So in lane 1, Shirley Boys High School, Sven Ellis, Charlie Norton, Keegan Piper, Albert Eden, Hamish McIntosh, Ollie Eden, Flynn Hutchison, Ray, Noah Visser and Daniel Carr as the Cox. Mount Albert Grammar 1, Rowan Sharma, Ethan Green, Nikai Ramati, Noah Curtis, Charlie Heath, Fraser McGilvery and Luke Sanders with Max Jarvie and Guy Pinfold the Cox. Lane 4 and leading them down, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Callan Fleming, Joshua Wickers, Dylan McConnell, Matthew Legalis, Caden Kirkham, Finlay Burkers, Dylan Wortheringham, Jonty McIntosh and Cameron Nata as the Cox. Still out there second in lane 5 is Christchurch Boys High School, Danny Webb, Jack Bond, Harry Cook, Jacob Yule, Harry Galvin, Ollie Browning, Toby Morris, Jimmy Dawson and Liam McPherson as the Cox. In lane 6, probably fourth at this stage, with Mount Albert Grammar being third. St Andrews College 2, William Preble, Kobe Good, Benjamin Bolton, William Camo, Bryn Hall, Logan Gardner, Hunter Lewis, Noah Smith and Jonty Pye. And in lane 7, just well back in the field actually, is Wellington College, Luke Beagle, Smith, Fergus Prince, Oscar Nelson, Thomas Fraser, Jackson Murdoch, Leo Kent, Jack Riley, Joe McGuinness, Guy Hargraves is coxing them. Similarly, 1, 2 and 3 to go through. Looking very much like Hamilton Boys number 1. Christchurch Boys High School 1 outside of them. And then we come across to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 3. So Hamilton Boys 1, coached by Bruce Holden and Caleb Shepherd. Notable coaching double. Then we look at Christchurch Boys High School. Being coached by Maisie Scott and Bradley Layden, former New Zealand junior rower. And then we come back to Mount Albert Grammar with coaches there, Jermaine Helder-Eagle White and Jesse Pilcher. So Hamilton Boys would have a boat length and a half over the crew from Christchurch Boys. Then we've probably got another almost 2 boat lengths back to Mount Albert Grammar. So those 3 crews looking very comfortable. Probably too much work to do now for St Andrews College number 2. As they head down to the last 150 metres of this race, we've got the girls under 17 coxless pair repercharge on the course, heading towards the 500. All away fairly evenly in that, although it looks like Dawson School for Girls, Grace Allen and Jessica Barkley might have the early lead as we come down, see 100 metres to go for Hamilton Boys High School in this under 16 coxed 8. by a boat length over Christchurch Boys High, then 2 boat lengths back to Mount Albert Grammar. That's how they'll finish. Time there of 6:30.39, so very similar to the previous repercharge. Through the first 500 go the girls under 17 coxless pair. Lane 2, Otamotai College 1, Marika Portinas and Sarah Patterson. In lane 3, Queen's High School 1, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Kendra Holmes Burr and Chelsea Cook. In lane 5, Dawson School for Girls 2, Sophie Collins, Sophia Phillimore. In lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Peter Erickson and Lucy Taylor. Scratching in lane 7, lane 8 and leading it looks as Dyson School for Girls, Grace Allen and Jessica Barclay. So we're looking for 1 to go through. The rest will go to the B final. So Grace and Jessica doing well in lane 8. Also down there in lane 2 from Queen's High School is Ella and Ella. Cambridge High School, Kendra and Chelsea doing well out there in lane 3. So we'll get a good idea as they come through the 1,000. Great view of them there, you can see. Otamotai College on your left. Queen's High School, then we see Cambridge, just tucked in behind Cambridge is Dyson School for Girls, hard to see, and then there's St Hilda's Collegiate, and across the top to Dawson School for Girls. So just in the second 500, the works come in from Kendra and Chelsea from Cambridge High School. Look to see them go through in the lead from the Ellas from Queens. So right immediately there's Queens and Cambridge going through. Just coming into the screen now is Otamotai as they make their way into the third 500 of the course. So Queen's High School, Cambridge High School, then out to Dawson School for Girls, way out there in lane 8. Then we come back inside to Dyson School for Girls 2, St Hilda's Collegiate, and then lane 2, Otamotai College. So as they make their way down that third 500, we'll bring you the crews for the second repercharge of the girls under 17 coxless pair. In lane 2, St Margaret's College 1, Michaela Donaldson, Olivia Thorne. Lane 3, Barradine College 1, Poppy Canavan Briggs and Kaylee Wilson. In lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Olivia Abbott and Ruby Burge. In lane 5, Barradine College 2, Eden Clark, Kate Wrigley. Lane 6, Wellington Girls College 1, Kate Bell and Lily Bellevue. That will be race 211. Again, 1 to go through. They're underway, and the race you can see in front of you is the boys under 17 coxless pair just in the gates. That will be race 212. So as you look at that, you can see Onslow College in lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar in lane in lane 4, Auckland Grammar in lane 5, and then Cashmere High School just here on the far left-hand side in lane 6. So they'll be away shortly, which will give us 3 races on the track. So the first of those coming down now is Repercharge 1, the girls under 17 coxless pair. 750 to go for them now. And Cambridge High School doing a good job out there. So Kendra and Chelsea, coaches Michelle Munro and Josh Toa. Remember, it's 1 to go through. The rest are into the B final. They've moved away from Ella and Ella from Queen's High School, and Diocesan Girls School for Girls out there in lane 5, and also St Hilda's Collegiate lane 6 and Dawson School for Girls in lane 8. So looking very likely that we will see Kendra and Chelsea go through to the A final of the girls under 17 coxless pair. So as they make their way up the course, I can look back into the second repercharge and tell you that Mount Albert Grammar, Olivia Abbott and Ruby Burge have cleared out from their field. In fact, that's a significant lead for them at this early stage. They'll be 3 to 4 boat lengths in front, probably from St Margaret's College. Then across to Wellington Girls College, back to Barradine, and Barradine 2 first, then Barradine 1. Not much between the Barradines, but there is a lot between Cambridge out here and the rest of the field. So Cambridge High School in lane 4, 4 boat lengths in front of Queens in lane 3. Further boat length back to Dawson School for Girls out there in lane 8. They're in the mix early on. Then we go to St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 6 and back to Otamotai in lane 2. $100 metres to go now for Cambridge in their journey through to straight into the A final. The rest of the crews will go to the B final. 100 metres to go now for Queens. And similarly for the crews from Diocesan and St Hilda's. So down to the line they come now. Nicely rowed ladies for the Cambridge High School pair of Kendra and Chelsea. Winning repercharge number 1 and going through to the A final in the girls under 17 coxless pair. 8:26.31 they've gone through in. Over the line now goes Queens. And then on the outside to Dawson School for Girls number 1 and then Dawson School for Girls number 4. Second repercharge has now got 750 metres to run. And very commanding lead here for Olivia Abbott and Ruby Burge, coached by Alice Denia from Mount Albert Grammar. Well out in front they are. Second would be way back down to St Margaret's College number 1, Michaela and Olivia. Then it's Barradine number 2, Wellington Girls College number 1, and then Barradine number 1. So 750 or coming up to the 500 now to go for them. The boys under 17 coxless pair is underway. Auckland Grammar number 2 leading that at this stage. In fact, they'll be second. It's Cashmere out in front, just to the right of them. So Cashmere, Sam and Oscar doing a good job out there. Cashmere number 1 early on. Auckland Grammar won't let them get too far ahead of them. Then we'd come back to Onslow College, Auckland Grammar number 1, and then back to Timaru Boys High School number 1. So commanding row out here from Mount Albert Grammar. 350 metres to run, 300 metres to run rather. St Margaret's College. Wellington Girls College 1 just drawing alongside Barradine number 2. Through the 250 they go now. And look at that lead for them. My word, that would be lots of boat lengths. Then back to St Margaret's College 1 in lane 2. Cashmere continuing to lead the boys under 17 coxless pair from Auckland Grammar. Those boys under 17 coxless pair, again, it's the same as for the girls. One goes straight through to the A final, the rest into the B final. So just inside of Auckland Grammar 2 is Mount Albert Grammar. Those three are the crews looking most likely. It's a bit further back to Onslow, then even further back again to Timaru Boys High. 60 metres to run down here for Olivia and Ruby from Mount Albert Grammar. Not quite 100 metres ahead, but they won't be far off it by the time they get to the finish. St Margaret's with 100 metres to go now. They come in, and across the line now goes Olivia and Ruby from Mount Albert. Well done to you in 8:23.91. Second to St Margaret's when they come across the line. Then it'll be in the outside lane to Wellington Girls College, who'll run up third. And then we'll have Barradine number 2 and then Barradine number 1. Completing that field. So the boys under 17 coxless pair, repercharge 1 is through the 1,000, and it's those three right out in front, isn't it? It's still Cashmere, or Cashmere might have to watch out. Mount Albert Grammar 1 in the last 100 metres have just pushed through. So Mount Albert Grammar number 1 might be just ahead of Cashmere, with just in between them Auckland Grammar 2. So those are the 3 that it's going to come from. And I suspect that Cashmere may have led out early, and it might be coming from Lewis and Nicholas out of Mount Albert Grammar number 1, just doing some work. So maybe they've heard what Olivia and Ruby have done and think we might emulate it. Just let them run their course. We'll just check out what's happening with repercharge number 2. It's through the 500 metres now and well underway. In lane 1, Christ College 1, George Hudson and Max Cookson. In lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar 2, Baden Campbell and Charles Martin. In lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1, Ethan Claridge, Lucas Doughty. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Eli Swanepoel and Jack Galanders. In lane 5, Sacred Heart from Auckland number 1, Caden Field, Craffer and James Slyfield. In lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Andrew Gregg and Michael Brownlee. And in lane 7, Westlake Boys 2, Mikhail Fonagy and Cooper Howden War. Again, it'll be just the first one through from there. Good start from Hauraki Plains College number 1. And then 2 across from them, Sacred Heart Auckland. Those are showing early. But it is early, but that is a good lead there for Hauraki Plains. Can they protect it? We'll see what the advantages they come through the 1,000. So we're having a bit of fun out here, though, in the first repercharge. Nice move continues from Mount Albert Grammar. They've moved past Auckland Grammar, and Cashmere just looking to get a bit tired out that outside lane. They'll need to go again. What have they got? They're not letting go. $350 metres to run for these pairs. We've got 3 of them wanting to take out the 1 spot straight through to the A final. Looking strong, though, is Mount Albert Grammar. Auckland Grammar right next to them. It's really just Cashmere starting to drift a little bit, so they need to do some work. Great conditions for these under 17 coxless pairs. I've got a sneaking suspicion that Auckland Grammar might come through here. Mount Albert have just lifted, though. Cashmere have just run their race. I think they've left too much out of it. They did a lot early on, and in fact they've just started to slow up. They've realised themselves they've got a lot of racing ahead of them yet, and they've just said, righto, we had a crack at it, but it wasn't to be today. So it's going to be between Mount Albert Grammar and Auckland Grammar. So Mount Albert have held the advantage really since about the 1,000. And it's Auckland Grammar starting to quicken up, so it's between one of these 2. Auckland Grammar is starting to go again, so they're putting some pressure on Mount Albert. Can they get the run to come over the top of them and take that spot? There's some bigger boys there in that Mount Albert crew. There's a bit more power. They look like they're moving a bit quicker now, the Auckland Grammar crew, but they might have left it a bit late. It's still half a boat length to Mount Albert Grammar, and they're going to extend a little bit now and come down to the line and win this repercharge and take that spot through to the A final from just Auckland Grammar. And then Cashmere will finish 3rd after doing all the work early on and just realising that it wasn't to be today. They've gone through in a time of 7:34.53. Repercharge number 2 is on its way into probably 750 metres to go. And it's still Hauraki Plains College, Ethan and Lucas, coached by Franklin Hamilton. We'll go across to Caden and James from Sacred Heart. I'll bring this field through to you, and then Kirsty will be running you guys through to the middle of the day. Already halfway through the morning session here at day 3 of Aon 2022 Mardi Cup, as the first repercharges comes down to the end of its race, with Timaru Boys High School just completing their course. We look down at the second repercharge. It's still a handy lead there for Hauraki Plains by probably a boat length over Sacred Heart. Then we go back inside to Cambridge High School. Then out to St Andrews in lane 6, Westlake Boys in lane 7, back inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 2, just behind Christ College 1 in lane 1. Girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls repercharge 1, the first of 3 repercharges for girls under 18 coxless quadruple sculls. In lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Meredith Lewis, Harriet Rance, Charlotte Chatter, Nina Mackay, Erin Kang as the cox. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Phoebe Twistleton, Olivia Dunn, Lee Reck, and Fred Phillips as the cocks. Lane 4, Whanganui High School 1, Georgina Ross, Messina Sewer, Reeve Watson, Arwen Emmett, Alex Key as the cocks. In lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Bronte Mooney, Savannah Paul, Georgia Harrison, Emma Wood with Mackenzie Copeland the cocks. In lane 6, Otamoitai College 1, Lydia Cunliffe, Zoe Stubbing, Elsa Alexander, Caitlin Wayne and Zara Barngueen as the cocks. And in lane 7 for that first repercharge of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, Wellington Girls College 1, Anna Sturgeon, Alice Thompson, Amelia Cook, Hannah Robinson and Poppy Barker. So repercharge number 2 for the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. They've continued to extend out here, Hauraki Plains College, Ethan and Lucas. So looking odds on to go through to the A final. Still outside though, Sacred Heart would be second, but a bit much work for them to do now, you would think. Hauraki Plains took the advantages through the 1K and they've just continued to extend. Oh, just a rough stroke there, but there won't be enough to hold them back too far, you wouldn't think. Over the line they go, Hauraki Plains, well done Ethan and Lucas, straight through to that A final for them and the boys under 17 coxless pair. Second goes over the line, Sacred Heart from Cambridge, third, and they've gone through in a time of 7:40. That closes out the boys under 17 coxless pairs as the rest of the field comes through. That closes out my shift too. The girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls is on the course and coming through into the second 1,000. I'll now hand you over in the capable hands of Kirsty.
Good morning, everybody. Let's thank Ian for the last 2 hours bringing these repercharges to you. We'll go out now to the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Repercharge number 1, first 4 to semi-final, the rest eliminated. Can't see any scratchings here. And considering that they are coming down to the last 500, we won't worry about a roll call. We'll just go straight out onto the course and see how the girls are doing. It's out in the middle, the Bumblebees from Hamilton going quite well. That will be St. Paul's Collegiate. Alongside of them is Whanganui High School. So we're looking for 4 to go through. So these two looking quite good. Whanganui High School, St. Paul's Collegiate. Inside of them, Christchurch Girls tracking well. And then probably outside of Whanganui High School, Craighead Diocesan would be holding on to that 4th and final spot into the semi-final. This is one of our premier events on the program, of course. Girls under 18 quad. And we look forward to seeing how this final will play out when it is raced on Saturday afternoon. They will be racing for the Noel Lynch Trophy. Current title holders according to the program, Dunstan High School. They are not racing in this event this year. So looks like coming first down to the yellow boys, it's Wanganui High School. St Paul's Collegiate now, good length and a quarter behind them. Down on the inside, Christchurch Girls High School, and over on the right-hand shoulder of Wanganui High School is Craighead Diocesan. So we're looking for 4 to go through. The others, unfortunately, eliminated from the event. So looking to drop out at this stage will be Wellington and Otamotai College. Down inside the yellow boys, Wanganui High School broken free now. And they are coming down to the 100, probably about a length and a quarter now ahead of St Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton. Wanganui coming through now, looking quite urgent on that rating. Sitting on 34, really getting a big swing into that finish. St Paul's Collegiate, a length and a quarter back. Those two comfortable now to go through to the semi-final. And then also we go over to Craighead Diocesan, who are about a length and 3/4 ahead now, Christchurch Girls down in lane 2. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 into the semi-final of the Girls 18 quad. 7:15.09 unofficially for Wanganui High School. They take that win in repercharge 1 of the Girls 18 quad. Repercharge 2 is up by the 1,000 metre mark on your live stream at the moment. It's the last 250 of the Girls under 18 quad. And that was repercharge number 1 that was won by Wanganui High School, St Paul's Collegiate 2nd, Craighead Diocesan 3rd, and Christchurch Girls in 4th. Those 4 will go through to the semi-final. And end of the campaign for Otamotai and Wellington Girls College. Repercharge 2, we're looking for Westlake Girls High School, Rangiruru number 1, St Peter's School 1, Maclean's College 1, Nelson College for Girls 1, and Rangiruru number 2. Maclean's College might be doing quite well here. So we're looking for 4 to go through. Maclean's College, Westlake Girls High School, St Peter's, and Rangiruru number 2 is probably what I'm looking at here to go through to the A final. Coming down through the 500 to go. You can still see Maclean's College over Rangiruru number 1. So all starting to bunch up here as we come down towards the 250. Repercharge 2 of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. And it is still Maclean's College out of Auckland leading in lane 4. Down on the inside is Rangiruru number 1. Just alongside of them is St Peter's from Cambridge. And then over the far side, Rangiruru number 2. And then back about a length and a half to Nelson College for girls in lane 5. Down we come to the last 250. That's Maclean's, you can see in the white boat on your live stream. Rangiruru closest to the camera. That's their number 1 crew. Just over their right-hand shoulder, that's St Peter's out of Cambridge. And then over the far side is Rangiruru number 2, holding off Nelson College for girls. That's as they come through to the closing stages of Repercharge number 2. Official time now for Repercharge 1, Wanganui High School, 7:45. 7:45, I think that's 67. And down to the line, down to the last 100, I should say. Very clear of Maclean's College. Might be a good length and a half over Rangiruru. The number 2 crew flying up over the top, coming up to St Peter's from Cambridge. St Peter's still holding on for that 3rd place. But it's going to be Maclean's College that take the Clearwater win here in Repercharge number 2. Down to the line they come. It's Maclean's over Rangiruru number 1. St Peter's will hold on for 3rd. And last spot going into that semi-final will be Rangiruru number 2. Repercharge number 3 now, the girls under 18 quad. We're looking for Avonside Girls High School in lane 2, Villa Maria in 3, Diocesan School for Girls in 4, Glendowie College in 5, and Nelson College for Girls number 2 in 6. So we're looking for 4 to go through the semi-final, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 1 to drop out. Diocesan School for Girls going well in lane 4. Down inside of them is Avonside Girls High School. You can see them going through the last 500, all of them. So it's Diocesan School for Girls. Then we've got Avonside Girls High School, Glendowie and Nelson College for Girls number 2. Those will be the 4 heading to semi-final at this stage, with Villa Maria dropping out of contention at the moment. We come down towards the last 250, where the boys will change to yellow, and that will signify the last 250 of the race for these girls. And it is still Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. Alexandra, Natalie, Isabel, Rosie, Sophie, coaches Dana Boniface and Rosie Island. We watch them as they come through the 250. No doubt about Diocesan. Glendowie looking good. Here comes Nelson College for Girls as well. Nelson flying on the outside, trying to roll over the top of Glendowie, and it looks like they're putting them under that pressure. And I'd say Nelson, the one with the boat speed on the outside, it's still sitting with Diocesan School for Girls. Nelson's gone through Glendowie. Glendowie now in 3rd place. And down on the inside, Avonside Girls sitting in 4th. So through the 100 they go. Diocesan School for Girls, Nelson, Glendowie. Probably only a canvas between those two. Nelson and Glendowie, a canvas between them. And they're both closing up on Diocesan from Auckland. Dio's going to win it as they come down to the line. Diocesan will take the win. 2nd place looking really close. Glendowie fighting back. Glendowie fighting back for the 2nd. I think Glendowie will get them. Yeah, I think Glendowie will grab that 2nd. Nelson 3rd. And then down on the inside will be Avonside for that 4th spot. And then lane number 3 dropping out. So the time there, 7:44. We change gear now. We go to the boys under 18 double. What are we looking for here? Top 2 to go through semi-final. 3rd and 4th into C-final. I'm not sure if they're racing those. I thought they were racing A's and B's, but I can double check that. But anyway, we're looking for James Hargis College number 1. St Paul's Collegiate 2. St Peter's School 1. Cashmere's scratched out here. Then we've got Marlborough Boys College 1. Wanganui Collegiate 1 and 2. And out in lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1. So we're looking for top 2 to go through a semi. And it's out in the middle of the course. And down on the inside. Good race here. There's 4 crews going for top 2. I would say Marlborough Boys College and St Peter's looking quite good. St Peter's School from Cambridge. They're looking good. Marlborough Boys tucked in. So outside of them, Wanganui Collegiate trying to push hard. Only 2 can go through. It's currently sitting with Toby and Connor from St Peter's. So Megan will be breathing a sigh of relief there as they come down towards the last 250 at St Peter's School from Cambridge. And then there's a bit of a scrap on between Marlborough Boys College and Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui with a bit of gas in the tank at the moment. Marlborough Boys getting caught by Wanganui. Down on the inside, that might be St Paul's Collegiate number 2, Levi and Connor. They're putting the boot down as well, but a little bit of work to do as they come to the 250. Wanganui Collegiate took off early. They went about the 300 to go. So Wanganui Collegiate rolling over the top of Marlborough Boys, trying to get themselves into the semi-final spot. St Peter's still hanging on through the 250 they've gone, and they're on their way home at St Peter's, but watch out for Wanganui Collegiate on the outside. Those 2 are flying out there, George and Matthew. As they come to the 100, watching them come through, down they come. It is St. Peter's. St. Peter's first, then Wanganui Collegiate, then Marlborough Boys, and then down to St. Paul's Collegiate. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4 to the line. It'll be St. Peter's, I beg your pardon, St. Peter's from Cambridge, over to Wanganui Collegiate. They'll hold on to second, and we come into Marlborough Boys in third, and then down to the Bumblebees in lane 2. St. Paul's Collegiate number 2 will be in fourth spot. Time for the boys there. Not quite coming up yet. I'll wait till that becomes official. And that's repercharge 1 of the boys under 18 double. Charge number 2, the boys under 18 double scull on the track now. We've got Tauranga Boys College, St. Paul's Collegiate number 3, Ashburton College, King's College, Bethlehem College, Onslow College, and Christchurch Boys High School. 2 to go through to the semi. It's in the centre of the course that we're going to go. So King's College tracking along really well there. Callan and Jack. They are hanging on at the front of the field, and repercharge number 2 over the left-hand shoulder looks like Ashburton. And over the right-hand shoulder, the boys from Bethlehem, Carl and Jack. So we're looking for 2 to go through. At the moment, King's College looking good through the 250, coming down to the 250, I should say. Then we're looking for that second spot. So we'll watch them as they come through the 250. On your live stream now, you can see King's College with their nose in front, down to that yellow marker, which will take them through the 250. Then it's going to be on the outside. It looks like Bethlehem College holding on at the moment, and the work needing to come from Ashburton to go into that semi-final. So it's about a length and a quarter at the moment to, yes it is, to Bethlehem College. So it's Kings over Bethlehem for those two positions into the semi-final. Back to Ashburton. Then down inside of them to St. Paul's Collegiate number 3. And then over to Onslow College, Christchurch Boys and Tauranga Boys number 2. Down we come to the 100. King's College holding on comfortably here. Bethlehem putting in a late charge to try and get that overlap on King's College. King's got some good leg drive there. They're pushing hard into the 100. King's still with open water holding that advantage over Ashburton as Ashburton take that rating up. But I think they're going to run out of runway as they come down to the line. So it is going to be, they're going to take the win. It's King's over Bethlehem. Back inside to Ashburton and then down to St. Paul's Collegiate. .20.61 the official time for St. Peter's. And we await King's College's time as we just wait for Tauranga Boys to come down to the finish. Got 3 repercharges of the boys 18 double. So the third repercharge up by the 1,000 metre mark. We're looking for Wellington College, Finbar Mallet and Sam Hickey. Sacred Heart Auckland lane 2, Thomas Duffy, Talisman Lloyd. Aquinas College, Noah Kellett, Scott Clark. Kapiti College, Liam Kirkland, Joe Hughes. Burnside High School, Sam Lamont, Jacob Wadley. St John's Hamilton, Nikorima Eru and Hamish Wilkie. ACG Strathallan, Nathan Lane, Jack Clark. Burnside High School's Emmanuel Landon Lane and Thomas Peacock Price. 2 to go through. Let's go out and have a look. Oh, good race here. Really good race in this repercharge. Only 2 to go through. And it's Kapiti College, Aquinas College, ACG. Really good finish. Just waiting for official time from repercharge number 2 for you. Official time from St. Peter's and Cambridge, 7:20.61. And down we come. This is a good race here in the boys 18 double. Repercharge number 3. Lane number 3 travelling well. Noah and Scott from Aquinas College. And then they're sandwiched by 2 other crews, which is Sacred Heart Auckland and Kapiti College, trying to get into that semi-final spot. Official time for King's College, 7:12. Down we come to the finish. What a cracking finish here. Only 2 to go through. And looks like Aquinas is getting caught up here. The 2 crews either side of them, 1 crew either side of them, really going for it as they come through towards the 100. And they're all sandwiching up on Aquinas. You've got outside of them lane number 4 is going hard. Kapiti College. Aquinas trying to hang on just inside of them. Probably now in 3rd place would be Sacred Heart from Auckland. So they're going to have to put the pedal down if they want to go through the semi-final. Down they come, and it's still sitting with Aquinas. Oh, it's close. Sacred Heart have gone again. What can they do to roll over Kapiti College? It's going to be right on the line here. 3 crews going for 2 spots into the semi-final. The boys 18 double. Oh, it's really close here. It's going to be close on the line for second. Lane 3 is going to win it. That's Noah and Scott from Aquinas College. They've taken the win. Who's going to get second? Oh, I think it's on the outside. I think it's going to be Kapiti College. Might scrape through there. We'll just wait for that official result. What a great race in the boys under 18 double. Superb. Looks like we've got a 20-minute break now to the girls under 17 double. So we'll be back with you soon to call that. All right, here we go. Back into racing with the girls under 17 double sculls. Repercharge number 1 on the course. We are looking for 4 to go through to the quarterfinal. The rest will be eliminated. Marlborough Girls College are out there in lane 1. Burnside High School, King's College, Christchurch Girls number 1, Queen Margaret College 1, Barradine College 2, Takapuna Grammar 2, and Marlborough Girls College number 2. 4 to go through to quarterfinal. They are into the third 500. So Christchurch Girls, to me, tracking quite well. Just outside of them, that's Queen Margaret College, just on their right-hand shoulder. Then we would come back inside of Christchurch Girls, and you'd be looking at King's College. And then maybe right down on the inside between Marlborough Girls and out to Marlborough Girls number 2. So down they come to the last 500. Repercharge number 1 of the girls under 17 double scull. 4 will go through to quarterfinal. The rest, unfortunately, eliminated from the event as we start to get to the pointy end of the week and head into quarterfinals after the repercharges are finished and into semi-finals tomorrow. And then the big 2 days, Friday and Saturday, with the A and B finals. Beautiful conditions here for the Aon Māori Cup 2022. And you are currently watching on your live stream the girls under 17 double scull repercharge number 1, fast approaching the last 250, and out leading at the moment is Christchurch Girls. So we're looking for 4 to go through. So just over their right hand shoulder is Queen Margaret College. So Christchurch Girls, Georgia and Toby. Queen Margaret College, Safi and Ella. Back inside to King's College, number 1, Holly and Leela. And then we want that 4th boat to come through. It might be down on the inside here, Marlborough Girls, number 1, Sophie and Ella. Well inside the 250 they come. We're looking for 4 to go through. No doubt about King's College. Queen Margaret also going well. Go to lane number 3 now. And it's Christchurch Girls out there in front. They're holding on. But we want 4 to go through. Then we go out to lane 5, still holding on is Queen Margaret College in second. Then we come back probably a length and 3/4, and you've got lane number 3, that's King's College. And then you probably go out now to the girls on the outside, going really well in the last 250. And that's the Marlborough Girls College number 2 crew. So they would be sitting in that 4th position. As we see Christchurch Girls cross the line and take the win. Georgia and Toby, well done. Manawa Greenwood, the coach. And then over goes Queen Margaret College. King's College also over. Oh, it's close between the 2 Marlborough crews. Oh, brutal. I thought that Queen Margaret Marlborough Girls 2 had done that, but they might have just been rolled by their number 1 crew. Tight racing there in the girls under 17 double. We'll just await that time to come through as we go to repercharge number 2, Hamilton Girls High School number 1, Villa Maria College 1, King's College 2, Queen's High School 1, Avonside Girls High School 1, and Iona College number 1. So 4 again into that quarterfinal. Avonside Girls travelling well out there in lane 7. They're not doing too bad. 2 inside of them. There's Whangarei Girls and Queen's High School. So they're all up there. Looking for 4 to go through to this quarterfinal. You can see the live stream sitting on that last 250 there, but there's a good bunch of crews here fighting for 4 spots. Right down on the inside, Hamilton girls putting in a good move here. Probably going to be going past their coaching team roundabout now. Up there on the bank watching the girls come down. And that would be Amara and Zoe, coached by Carl Manson and Axel Dickinson. So Hamilton girls looking really good. Queen's High School also working hard. Just outside of them. Right over on the far side, Iona College pushing hard, trying to get into that top 4. Right down on the inside, it's Hamilton girls. No need to tell you where they come from. You can see the last 250 approaching now for these ladies in repercharge number 2. The girls under 17 double scull. Let's watch them as they come down to that 250. And good race on the outside here. Really good race coming from Iona College. Hamilton girls right there as well. So it's right over on the outside. It's Iona College, Hamilton girls. And the blue boat out there in the middle, maybe just over the top of Hamilton girls at the moment. And that would be lane 5, Whangarei Girls High School, putting in a good last 250. They're pushing really hard, Grace and Isabella. But it's out on the outside. That's who's going to take the win at the moment. Lane 7 it is. Avonside girls, not Iona. Libby and Andy. Lane number 7. And here comes Whangarei girls. So it's lane 7, lane 5. It's Avonside girls, Libby and Andy. Sorry to the coaches at Avonside. Mariwa Cryer. Girls are going really well here. Then you come back inside to Whangarei Girls High School. You're looking for 2 more. Hamilton girls there as well. Hamilton girls putting Whangarei girls under some pressure. No doubt about Avonside. They're going to take the win. Then we come down to the line. It's Whangarei and Hamilton girls locked together. Oh, I think it might be Hamilton girls will take it. Hamilton girls will get second. Then you go to Whangarei, and then you're looking for that 4th spot, and they've gone across as well. Lane number 6, Queen's High School. They've gone through as well into that quarterfinal. And that's repercharge 2, the girls under 17 double scull. Official time for repercharge 1, 8:15. 8:15:34. Boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls coming down now. We're looking for 4 into the semi-final. No point for a roll call now. Just make sure they're all racing. We'll go straight out to the centre of the course. Might be Maclean's College again. Yes, it is. So we're looking for 4 to go through to the semi. Maclean's College going really well as they come down towards the last 250. Right down on the inside, Hamilton Boys High School putting themselves into that top 4 just over the right-hand shoulder of Maclean's. That's Wanganui Collegiate. This is the boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. Looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final. It's Maclean's College out of Auckland leading them home at the moment as they come to the 250. There they go. That's Maclean's College on live stream in the white boat. Just over the other side of them, that's Wanganui Collegiate. You can see in second. Timaru Boys outside of them in third. And then over the other side, that might be St Patrick's or Hamilton Boys looking for that 4th spot as they come to the 250, watching them go through. Might only be a nudge to St Patrick's College. Down we come towards the 100. Maclean's College got clear water now, and they are looking pretty comfortable, probably a length and a half now over Wanganui Collegiate, who are comfortable in that 2nd place. So down through the 100 come Maclean's. Going through now is Wanganui Collegiate. Outside of them, that's Timaru Boys High School. They'd be sitting in 3rd place. So Timaru have gone through in 3rd, and we're looking for that 4th spot to go to the semi-final. Is it going to come from the outside? Maclean's come to the line now. And good work from Maclean's College. They'll take a handy win there. Wanganui Collegiate are through. So are Timaru boys. Oh, it looks like Hamilton boys have done it. Hamilton boys are going to take that 4th spot. Repercharge number 2, the under-17 boys quad, Burnside High School, Takapuna Grammar, Otago Boys High School, St Paul's Collegiate, St Peter's College, Dunstan High School and Otamotai College. I think this is going to be a tough semi, this one. Or I could be wrong. They look like they've separated out a little bit. Let's go up the course and have a look at how these gentlemen are going. Let's go to the Bumblebees of St Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton. Just over their right-hand shoulder is St Peter's College out of Auckland. Back inside of them would be Otago Boys and Dunstan High School over there in lane 6. 4 to go through. It's the boys from St Peter's College in Auckland out in lane number 5. They are coming down to the 500 on the screen there on the live stream on the far right of the video the picture there. That's the boys 17 quad repercharge 2 you're seeing. Down to the 500 they come. It is St Peter's College out of Auckland. Tom, Keys, Shay, Jack and Benjamin Howard. And they are holding off St Paul's Collegiate to their left-hand shoulder. Back inside of them, that would be Otago Boys High School out of Dunedin. And then we're looking for 4th place or May inside. No doubt about St Peter's. St Peter's are broken free of St Paul's Collegiate now. So St Peter's College in lane 5 leading home the boys under 17 quad repercharge. Official time for repercharge 1 Maclean's College is 6:52.42. And down we come to the yellow markers. That's 2:50 to go. It's about a length and a half. Easy to St Peter's from Auckland. There goes St Paul's Collegiate through the yellow markers. That looks like Otago Boys in 3rd place. They will be about 2 lengths back now. And they will also go through to the semi-final. And then you will go over the other side to the boys from Dunstan, back to Takapuna Grammar, and over to Otamotai. Down we come to the 100. St Peter's ramping it up to go home. Little bit of a sprint for the St Peter's. Through the 100 they go. They've got a length and a half now over St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate probably 2 lengths over Otago Boys High School. And Otago Boys about a length and a half over Dunstan. So that's a win for St Peter's College. Very similar time to Maclean's from the previous repercharge. Otago Boys coming through now for 3rd place, and Dunstan will lock out that last spot into the semi-final. Coming through behind them, Takapuna Grammar and over to Otamotai. Boys under 17 quad repercharge 3 coming down now. Pukekohe High School, Shirley Boys 2 and 1. Christchurch Boys High School 1, St John's Hamilton 1 and King's College 1. Again, same process, 4 through to semi-final. The rest are eliminated. On your live stream is the end of the 2nd repercharge of the boys 17 quad. But into that 3rd 500 come repercharge number 3. And it looks like it's Shirley Boys out of Christchurch. So Liam, Oliver, Tim and Sam with Jack Savage as the coxswain. They have got a fairly comfortable lead here. as they head down in the third 500. We need 3 more crews to join them. So we probably come down to Pukekohe, down in lane number 2. Right over on the outside, that's Kings out of Auckland. And 2 inside of them, Christchurch Boys number 1. So you've got the 500 metre mark to go, 1500 metre on your live stream there. And as you look at that, you can see Shirley Boys coming through now. Shirley Boys. That might be King's College on the far side that you're looking at, sitting in second. And they're not quite catching. Yeah, that's. And then we've got the Blue Boat sitting in third, which is Pukekohe down on the inside here. So down they come inside the last 500. Boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls, last repercharge of this event before they move into semi-finals tomorrow. No doubt about the leaders, Shirley Boys, Pukekohe pushing up. Ryan, Jack, Cameron and Daniel, the coxswain. Right over on the outside is King's College. Ethan, Jackson, Freddie, Thaddeus and Lillian. Down to the 250 on your screen. That is Shirley Boys number 1 out of Christchurch. Through they go now. They'd have almost 2 lengths, a length and 3/4 over King's College. Here comes Pukekohe. Through now, so they'll be sitting in third. And then from there, you will go out to Christchurch Boys. So Shirley Boys High School have led all the way down from about the 800 where I picked them up. They're coming down to the 100 metre mark now. That's Shirley Boys High School out in front. Couple of lengths lead now over King's College from Auckland in lane 7. They'll also go through to semi-final. Christchurch Boys finishing nicely, trying to roll over the top here of Pukekohe. Pukekohe just ahead of them at the moment, but Christchurch Boys with a bit of urgency on the rating as they come down to the last 50 metres. Shirley Boys crossing the line for at least a 2-length win here over King's College on the outside. Christchurch Boys finishing fast. Pukekohe going to hold them off at the line. Let's see. Oh, it's real close between those 3 crews on the line. Oh, I think Kings still hold on to that second, no doubt about the other 2. Pukekohe and Christchurch Boys will also go through to that semi-final. Well done, guys. Change pace a little bit here now. We go to a repercharge of the girls under 16 double sculls, 2 to go through to quarterfinal. We should have Villa Maria College number 2, Wanganui High School number 1, Otago girls have scratched out, Barradine College number 2, St Peter's School number 1, Cambridge High School 2, Hamilton Girls 2 and Christchurch Girls 2. 2 only through to quarterfinal. There they go, through the 1K into that third 500. With the girls from Cambridge, St Peter's School number 1, Lucy and Eugenie, coached by Janie Charlton. They are going well here, leading the pack. And the girls under 16 double scull, repercharge number 1, 2 to go through to quarterfinal. That quarterfinal will probably be this afternoon at some stage, possibly. But it's only two to go through, so it's St Peter's. And then it's probably right down on the inside. Might be Wanganui High School, Elsie and Charlotte travelling quite well. And Cambridge High School trying to push up as well, Zara and Peyton. But it's St. Peter's. St. Peter's out of Cambridge leading this repercharge number 1. So 2 to go through here, and it looks like St. Peter's and Wanganui High School down there in lane number 2, travelling along quite well. Oh, here you go. You can see them coming through now, and over on the outside as well. That would be Cambridge High School putting in a good burst. So it might be Cambridge High School on that angle that have picked up that second place. But let's see as they get down a bit closer to the 250. We're only looking for 2 to go through. So at the moment you've got St. Peter's, Cambridge High School, Wanganui High School. Just outside of them is Barraday number 2. Hamilton Girls and Christchurch Girls are out there, and right down on the inside also Villa Maria number 2. Down they come to the 250. You can see on your live stream now, that's the girls from St. Peter's School in Cambridge. That must be Cambridge High School outside of them. Through the 250 they go. St. Peter's with nearly 2 lengths lead. Cambridge High School down to Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School. And then over to Barradine. Closing stages of repercharge number 1. Girls under 16 double scull. And we are looking for 2 only to go through to that quarterfinal. So you can see in front of you is lane number 5. That is Lucy and Eugenie from St. Peter's. Then you've got Cambridge High School. That is Zara and Peyton. They are sitting in second place. Those 2 looking good at the moment to go the quarterfinal. Then you come down for 3rd and 4th. You've got lanes 2 and 4. And that would be Wanganui High School and Barradine. So St. Peter's coming up to the last 40 metres. They're going to take this win fairly comfortably now, probably 2.5 lengths ahead of Cambridge High School. Fast finish from Wanganui, but I think it's going to be too late. I think Cambridge High School is going to hold on, and 4th place is going to go to Barradine in lane 4. So it's Cambridge High School will take 2nd place. So St. Peter's School out of Cambridge take the win. 2nd to Cambridge High School. 3rd to Wanganui High School. 4th to Barradine College number 2. And then we come right down the inside. You've got Villa Maria College number 2. Over the outside, it's Christchurch Girls. And then back to lane number 7 is Hamilton Girls High School number 2. Back up behind you is the girls under 16 double sculls repercharge number 2. Then we move into the boys under 16 single. We are looking for Queen Margaret College, Pukekohe High School number 2, Diocesan School for Girls number 2, Cromwell College, Mount Albert Grammar, and Maclean's College number 1. Lane 6, Villa Maria have pulled out, so that lane will be blank. We're looking for 2 again to go through to quarterfinal. Cromwell College, Hannah and Kaylee. So Maud and Brendan will be happy with this. So I'd say Pukekohe number 2 looking good for 2nd. 2 to go through to quarterfinal. So it's the girls from down the road there. Cromwell going really well. Cromwell College, number 1. Hannah Dicey, Kaylee Butler. Maud and Brendan, the coaches of these two girls. And then you have Pukekohe holding on for second place. That's their number 2 crew. Heading down towards the last 250. We go from the girls 16 double. We have about 20 minutes and we start the boys under 16 single. And then we're into the big eights, the girls under 18 coxed 8, the boys under 18 coxed 8 repercharges. Then we'll have another break, and I assume from there we will go into some quarterfinal racing. So last of the repercharges coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, and then we are into the quarterfinals where it gets a bit more cutthroat. Again, steps up a notch. But you are watching on your screen now the last 250 metres of repercharge number 2 in the girls under 16 double scull. And out in front of you, leading pretty comfortably, is the girls from the South Island from Cromwell. They've probably got probably 2.5 lengths now as they come down to the 100. And they are holding off Pukekohe, number 2, Emerson Foot and Ashley Pryor. And they are looking also good to go through to the quarterfinal. Behind them, you've got Diocesan, number 2, in lane 3. And then back inside of them, you've got Queen Margaret College in lane 1. And then maybe a couple of lengths back to Maclean's College, Emma and Amelia in 7. And Mount Albert Grammar in lane 5. Down we come to the finish line. Over goes Cromwell. Hannah and Kaylee take the win. They are straight through to the quarterfinal, and joining them will be the number 2 crew from Pukekohe. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break here, 25-minute break, and we'll be back with the boys under 16 single. So on the live stream right now, you're watching the finish of the girls under 16 double repercharge 2. Back on the airways, ladies and gentlemen, just enjoying some morning tea, and I look up and they've sent those singles off early, so we've got an early start in the boys under 16 single scull progression, first only through to quarterfinal. So we got Roncalli College, Wanganui High School, Glendowie College, St Kennigan and Shirley Boys. So it should be 5 scullers out there racing the boys under 16 single sculls repercharge. Tough event this. And we are looking for one only to go to the quarterfinal. So Roncalli College, Alexander Fitzgerald, Wanganui High School, Eli Cooney, Glendowie College, Spencer Fitzpatrick, St Kennigan College, Luca Cutfield, and Shirley Boys, Lewis Hawkyard. And we will beautiful conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha as we watch the 3 repercharges of the boys 16 single. And then we go straight into the girls under 18 coxed 8. And then the boys under 18 coxed 8. All scullers out clean from the blocks. Pretty good lineup so far. Maybe right in the middle be Eli from Wanganui and Spencer from Glendowie. Those two going quite well at the moment. One into the quarterfinal, pretty brutal qualification when you're a single sculler on your own. But these boys have done a great job to get to this stage at the Aon Māori Cup. Definitely give the advantage at the moment to Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School leading the boys under 16 single. Repercharge number 1 of 3. We just wait for them to come down to the 1,000 metre mark and we will get a better look at how they're tracking. You can see repercharge number 2 in the blocks. Race 228 is the boys under 16 singles repercharge 2. That's what you can see on your live stream at the moment. The boys sitting calmly in the blocks as they await a start. But back up in the second 500 is repercharge number 1 of the boys under 16 single. And down they come towards the 1,000 metre mark on your live stream. Let's watch them as they come through. Can only see one sculler at the moment. There's the second one. So someone's made a pretty big move on the outside there. Who is that? He has had a cracking second 500. It's about 1.5 lengths clear now. And that might be Luca Cutfield from St Kennigan. Then you come back down to Wanganui High School, out to Glendowie, then back into Roncalli and out to Shirley Boys. So big move in that second 500 from the boy from St Kennigan College. And they are in that third 500 now. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for these under 16 boys. 3 repercharges of the 16 single, and we're in repercharge number 1 at the moment. Repercharge number 2, I would say, are underway. Yes, they are. They're out of the blocks and probably onto the race beat now. And you can see the advantage that Luca Cutfield has got now from St Kennigan as he rose his way through to the quarterfinal. And then we go back to Wanganui High School's Eli Cooney down in lane number 3. Out to Glendowie, Spencer Fitzpatrick. He'd be sitting in third. Back down inside of him to Alexander Fitzgerald from Roncalli. And then over to Lewis from Shirley Boys out in lane number 6. Down they come on your live stream. That's the 1500 metre mark, 500 to go. Still no change. And it's Luca Cutfield from St Kentigern College. Going through now is Eli from Wanganui. Coming up to the 500, that's the Glendowie Sculler going through now. But the St Kent's boys just maintained that speed he had in the second 500 and is performing well here in these beautiful conditions. Only one to go through to the quarterfinal, and it is Luca Cutfield from St Kentigern College. Trying to start moving now is Eli from Wanganui. You can see the last 250 on your live stream coming up towards those yellow buoys where it goes yellow all the way down to the finish. And that is Luca about to come through now. So he is going through the 250 now. That's Wanganui High School and Glendowie behind him. So there's a good 6 seconds. There's probably a good 2.5 boat lengths there to Luca. So it's all his as he comes down to the 100. He put in a really, really strong second 500. And there was no response there really from Wanganui, rowing a bit more of a shorter stroke. Higher rating. A little bit longer into that catch, the St Kentigern boy, as he comes to the 100. And he is going to take a pretty easy win here as he comes down to the finish. So well done, St Kentigern College. And Luca Cutfield, sitting on 30, is going to take a handy win here into the quarterfinal. Then we come back to Eli from Wanganui. And then in third place is the sculler from Glendowie College. And that is Spencer Fitzpatrick. He'll be in third. Back down to Roncalli. And out to Shirley Boys. Repercharge number 2, the boys under 16 single, is on the track. We have Mount Aspiring College, Anton Jones, Cromwell College, Harrison Mills, Burnside High School, Morgan Fryer, Burnside High School 3, Joel Hood, Otago Boys High School 1, Cameron McFarlane, and Wellington College, Ty Renner. So it might be one of the Burnside scullers going quite well here. And also Harrison Mills from Cromwell. There's a race on our hands here, one to go through. We're looking at Harrison Mills and Joel Hood. Harrison from Cromwell, Joel Hood from Burnside. Only one is going to go into that quarterfinal. So if you are a supporter of any of those schools, I would get down there. Let's watch them as they come down to that 500, because this is going to be a good race here. It's probably sitting with... Let's watch them as they come through. It could be Cromwell coming through. Here they go. Down to the 500. Who's going to go through first? Let's hope the live stream doesn't cut out so we can see. Oh, it's close. It's really close. Oh, it's the outside. It's not Cromwell, but it's only by half a canvas. It's right over on the outside. He's gone. It is Ty Renner from Wellington. Ty Renner is trying to row through Cromwell College, but it's only by half a canvas. So those two are battling it out here for the quarterfinal. It is Cromwell versus Wellington. Wellington have gone. Cromwell didn't notice. This is going to be a good finish here. Let's see what happens down at the 250. Cromwell have gone now. Can he bring it back? Harrison Mills, can he bring it back as we get to the 250? This is a great race in the boys under 16 single. And it's Wellington versus Cromwell. North versus South. How are they going to go through the 250? I'm watching the live stream now. Very hard to watch. It keeps stopping and starting and not easy, but let's see how they go through. Oh, they're bell ball for bell ball. It is really close. It's Cromwell and Wellington. It's still with Wellington. Wellington has still got the lead. Cromwell are a bell ball behind, literally. That's all that's in it as we come down to the last 100. Only one of these scullers is going to go through. Is it Wellington on the outside or Cromwell on the inside? Wellington is gone. Let's watch them through the 100. Watch the red boys. They come up. It's Wellington on the outside coming up to the red line. Here goes Cromwell. It's Wellington. Wellington and Cromwell together. One of them going to go through. Who's going to get it on the line? This is great for under 16 single sculling. What a great race from these two young men. Ty Renner and Harrison Mills locked together for the finish. Who's going to get it? Is it Wellington or Cromwell? Oh, a little slip up from Wellington. Cromwell pushing through. Oh, they've gone through together. What a fantastic race from those two boys. What a brilliant race from Cromwell and Wellington. Well done, guys. Good job. But I've got no idea who won that. So let's wait for that to come through. Great racing from those two young guys and from everybody else that's come through in this repercharge as we watch the two last scullers come to the line. I don't know who won that, so let's wait for the official result to come up as we look at repercharge number 3 of the under 16 single scull. And we have St Thomas of Canterbury number 3, Alex Newland. St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Ben Hancock. Hutt International Boys School, William Hall. Maclean's College, Harrison Reeve. And Christ College number 1, Tom Lambie. Oh, I'm looking forward to the final result of this. Let's see who got it. Only one is going to go through. Was it Cromwell or was it Wellington? I can see the unofficial result, but I'm just going to wait till it goes official before I can tell you. I'll tell you in a second. What a great race from these young under 16s. Fabulous racing. Okay, we have the official result going through to the quarterfinal is Cromwell. Cromwell's gone through. It's got a little cheese. So good work here from William Hall, Hutt International. I don't know if I've called them at the Māori Cup yet, so well done to you. And William Hall is coming through with a clear water advantage over Harrison Reeve from Maclean's College. And it will be Hutt International looking to go through to that quarterfinal. Official time 8:17 for Harrison from Cromwell. Let's roll it up. Well done to Hutt International, to Matthew, Steve, and your sculler, William Hall, as he comes down to the line. Takes a couple of lengths lead over Harrison Reeve from Maclean's College. And that will round out the boys under 16 single. Flip, we better get back out on the course. We've got the girls under 18-8 coming now. We are looking for first only through to the A final. Ouch. And we are looking for Queen Margaret College, Epsom Girls Grammar, Wanganui Collegiate, Mount Albert Grammar, and Craighead Diocesan. I'm not going to look up. Right, let's go up the course and have a look at how this pans out. This is a good race here. And it is Wanganui Collegiate at the moment over Mount Albert. Going with them, Epsom Girls Grammar, only a couple of seats off down on the inside. We'll watch them as they come through down to the 500. They're in that third 500. There's only one to go through. What a cracking race in the middle there between Epsom Girls, Wanganui Collegiate, and Mount Albert Grammar. And it is close. I think the big movers right now, Epsom Girls, but the crew in the middle, Wanganui Collegiate, are holding them. We'll watch them as they come down to the 500. And on the outside, also moving Mount Albert Grammar in lane number 5. This is absolutely not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. One of these three crews only is going through to the Māori Cup fight. Well, the Māori Cup final of the girls 18-8, I should say. And this is a great race here. Let's see how these ladies end up and who is going to end up racing on Saturday for the Levin Jubilee Cup. Oh, what a great final here. Here come Epsom Girls. Epsom Girls flying down there in lane number 3. Going with them is Wanganui Collegiate, but they don't look like they've stepped up a bit more. I think Mount Albert Grammar are going now. Let's watch them as they come through. Yep, it is down on the inside. It could be Epsom Girls as we watch them. Epsom Girls and Mount Albert Grammar. Wanganui Collegiate now sitting probably in that third spot in the middle. Down we come to the 250. Only one of these 8s is going to go through to the Levin Jubilee final. The girls under 18 coxed 8. Is it going to be Epsom? Is it going to be Mount Albert Grammar on the outside? Here they come through the 250. It could be Mount Albert. Mount Albert are going. They're coming up to the 250 now. And it's Mount Albert Grammar. It's Mount Albert with Wanganui Collegiate and Epsom Girls side by side. And Mount Albert have gone out to Clearwater. They've got a length and a quarter now. So Alice will be pleased with this. Ruby, Xanthi, Lily, Olivia, Ava, Katie, Bianca, Kate and Meg Pinfold is the coxswain. Down to the 100 they come. Only one through. Girls repercharge number 2 is on the course. We'll go to that in a moment. So it is going to be Mount Albert Grammar, Wanganui Collegiate, Epsom Girls. Then we come back down to Queen Margaret College and over to Craighead Diocesan. Well done to Mount Albert Grammar. You are going through to the girls under 18 Coxed 8 A final on Saturday afternoon. Nicely timed last 500 there, ladies, as you push out to nearly a length and a half there over Wanganui Collegiate and Epsom Girls. All right, out to repercharge number 2. We have Waikato Diocesan number 2 in lane 3. Their teammates number 1 crew in lane 4. Rangireru number 3 and 5. St Margaret's College number 2 and 6. Epsom Girls Grammar number 2 and 7. Again, 1 to go through. And it's pretty clear that it's Waikato Diocesan at the moment. Waikato Diocesan leading them through the 1K. And it's Waikato Diocesan with a healthy advantage now over the crews on either side of them, which is their teammates from the number 2 crew in lane 3 and Rangireru number 3 in lane 5. Then you go over to St Margaret's and Epsom Girls. So it is Waikato Diocesan broken free here in the repercharge of the girls under 18-8. Boys 8's up on the blocks, I would say. No, they're not in the blocks. They're underway. Boys 8 is underway as the girls 8 come through this third 500. And it's all about Waikato Diocesan number 1 in lane 4. So down they come towards the last 500. You can see on your live stream, they're just sitting there at the 500 waiting for the Waikato Diocesan crew to come through. And they've got quite a handy margin now over the crew inside of them. Their number 2 combination from Waikato Diocesan out to Rangiruru, number 3. Down they come to the 500 to go, and it is Waikato Diocesan out of Hamilton in the North Island. They are looking good to win this repercharge, number 2 of the girls 18-8. Through they go now. They are through the 500. Then we go out to Rangiruru. It is indeed sitting in second. That's their number 3 crew. They go through in second ahead of Waikato Diocesan number 2. That is how I would say they're going to come down to the finish. And we have the boys 8 further up the field. We'll go straight to the boys 8 shortly. We'll just bring the girls down to the last 100. Then we'll go back to the boys under 18-8. So it is Waikato Diocesan comfortably out in front. Couple of lengths now over Rangiruru number 3. And then we go back into Waikato Diocesan number 2. Over to St Margaret's College number 2. And outside of them to Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. That's how I would say they're going to finish in repercharge number 2 of the girls under 18-8. Waikato Dio through the 250 now, and they are flying towards the finish line. $34.5 on the rating, so working hard there. Official time 7:08 for Mount Albert. Waikato Dio comes towards the 100. Rangiruru are going to go through in that second place with Waikato Diocesan number 2 and 3rd. We're going to go out to the boys under 18-8 now, and that is repercharge number 1 as repercharge 2 of the girls 8 comes to the conclusion. Waikato Diocesan taking an easy win here. Couple of boat lengths clear of Rangiruru number 3. Right, let's go out to the boys under 18-8, repercharge 1. We have Hamilton boys number 2, Christ College number 2, Mount Albert Grammar number 1, Westlake boys number 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, and Christ College number 3. Now this isn't so cutthroat. 3 of these crews will go through to the A final of the Māori Cup. We'll go out onto the course. Mount Albert Grammar, it's Mount Albert Grammar and Christ College number 2. Then back to Westlake boys, back to Hamilton boys number 2, which I understand is either a full novice crew or has a lot of novices in it, according to a text I received yesterday. But down we come. There was 3 to go through to the A final, and there's a race on our hands. We have 4 crews going for it. It's Mount Albert Grammar, Christ College number 2, Westlake boys and Hamilton boys. That's where the 3 crews are going to come from to make the Māori Cup A final. Who is it going to be? Back too far at the moment, Christ College number 3. And I think the 3 have separated out now. It's Mount Albert, Christ College and Westlake boys. Down we come to the 500. And I would suspect Mount Albert Grammar are going to go through first. We've got the live stream on now, waiting at the 500 metre mark for the 8s to come through. They'll come through pretty quickly. Mount Albert have been leading right up through to that third 500. And we'll watch them as they come through. Quite a big move coming from Westlake to try and climb up over Christ College, but Christ College still sitting in second. Down we come to the 500. Mount Albert Grammar leading repercharge number 1. And they'd be pretty close to the 500 metre mark as they come up to the line. It's Christ College having a go at them now. Christ College number 2 in lane 3, pushing hard on Mount Albert Grammar. Down we come to the 500. The yellow boys as they go through. We're waiting for them to come through any moment now. Here they come, Mount Albert Grammar. Watching them on the screen. There is Westlake. And there's Christ College. Let's watch them as they go through. Mount Albert in first. Westlake in second, Christ College in third. That's how they're sitting as they come through the last 500. And it is Mount Albert Grammar opening up this lead over the other 2. 3 to go through to the A final of the Māori Cup. Mount Albert Grammar leading them home. Westlake boys in second, Christ College number 2 and third. Into the 250 they come. That's Mount Albert Grammar on your screen. Here come Christ College watching them through the 250. It is Mount Albert Grammar and it is Westlake by half a canvas. Westlake in second place by half a canvas. Down we come towards the finish. Mount Albert Grammar still hanging on here. This big 8 moving well. They will try to be eyeing up a medal. They'll be eyeing up a medal on Saturday. And down we come to the last 100. It is Mount Albert Grammar. Westlake locked in a big battle with Christ College number 2. 3 to go through to the Māori Cup final. It's pretty clear who those are going to be. Mount Albert Grammar's going to take this win. Westlake pretty much clear into second place now. Down we come towards the finish, and Mount Albert Grammar will win repercharge number 1. They go into the Māori Cup final. Westlake boys are going to join them, and so are Christ College number 2. Imagine. Repercharge number 2, the boys under 18 coxed. We just await a final result of official times of that repercharge 1. Can confirm that Mount Albert Grammar, Westlake boys and Christ College will go through to the Māori Cup final. We are looking at Auckland Grammar number 2, Cashmere number 1, Christchurch boys number 1, St Andrews College number 1, Westlake 2 and Auckland Grammar number 1. This is repercharge number 2 of the boys under 18 8. Oh, it's a good race. Really good race here. Christchurch boys. I go from the middle of the course to the left. It'll be Christchurch boys, Cashmere, and Auckland Grammar number 2. So Christchurch boys, Cashmere and Auckland Grammar number 1, pushing through that 1,000 metre mark. That's your 1, 2, 3, but it's close. It's real close. There's 2 of us up here in the commentary box trying to work out the top 3. Christchurch boys doing a big move here because they've got them all surrounding them. We'll head down to the 500 on the live stream shortly because this is going to go real fast, this 8. And it is Christchurch boys getting thrown some pressure by Auckland Grammar on the outside. Cashmere going well. Auckland Grammar number 2. Christchurch boys fighting hard. Cashmere going well. Then just outside of Christchurch boys as Auckland Grammar. Back a little bit to Westlake number 2. Down they come, storming through the third 500. Boys under 18, coxed 8. Currently being led by Christchurch Boys High School. In the blue and black, going with them, just inside of them is Cashmere. Cashmere fighting hard. You've got Auckland Grammar on the outside, and then you've also got St Andrews College trying to ramp it up. St Andrews College trying to climb into Cashmere. 3 to go through to the A final. Oh, this is really bunching up, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an amazing 500 to go in the boys 18-8. I think there's at least 4 crews there going for 3 spots. Who's going to go through? That's Christchurch boys in the lead at the moment. Let's compare their time to 6:16 official for Mount Albert, and we'll watch them as they come through the 500. There they go. It's Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys 1. Oh, there's 3 bell balls going across the line together. 3 bell balls together. It's Cashmere in second. Then we go to Grammar. Then we go to St Andrews. At the moment, St Andrews or Grammar are going to miss out on the A final. As they stand at the moment, one of those 2 is missing out. Cashmere in second. Christchurch boys are leading the repercharge. Down we come. Who's going to get there? Is it going to be Auckland Grammar or St Andrews? Auckland Grammar have taken off. And here come Christchurch boys. They're leading the repercharge number 2. As they come to the 250, we're going to watch the change in boys because 3 bell balls went through together. Christchurch boys are out in front. They've got 1 length lead at the moment. Here comes Cashmere. Here comes St Andrews. Here comes Auckland Grammar. And they're level pegging again. It's Cashmere in second. Oh, it's St Andrews sitting in third. Auckland Grammar's a bell ball behind them. Here we go for the Aon Māori Cup final. It's Christchurch boys. There's one of these three boats that's going to miss out. Christchurch boys come to the 100. Start cheering. Cashmere's going well. Here comes St Andrews. Here come Auckland Grammar. You're going to have to watch the finish line. Christchurch boys are going to go through. Here comes St Andrews. Cashmere fighting hard. Auckland Grammar going as well. There's three bell balls together down to the line and the boys 8. Christchurch boys are going to go through. Cashmere, St Andrews and Auckland Grammar are together. Down to the line they come. Cashmere still in second. Cashmere, St Andrews, Auckland Grammar are in fourth. That's how it's going to go. It's Christchurch boys, Cashmere, St Andrews and Auckland Grammar in fourth. That's how they're going to go through to the Māori Cup. Then we come back to the other Auckland Grammar crew, number 2, and over to Westlake boys. What an amazing finish in the repercharge. Congratulations. We'll just await the official result there. We'll just see whether that's a bit faster than the other race. What was it? Unofficially so, 6:10 on the line for Christchurch boys. I just want to double check that top 3. It did look fairly clear to me, but we'll just make sure. It's the big race on Saturday, so we just want to confirm that top 3 through to the A final. It was indeed Christchurch boys. Cashmere, you came through in second, and by 0.7 of a second going into the A final is St Andrews College. Okay, we've got a bit of a break there, thank goodness, till 12:49 for the boys under 17 single.
Welcome back everybody to the afternoon session of Wednesday of Aon 22 Mardi Cup. I hope you've all had a nice restful lunch after the excitement of those boys under 18 8 repercharges. I know Kirsty will be enjoying her break after her call on getting those last two races through from the morning session. And looking forward now to quarterfinals, and the first one up are the boys under 17 single sculls, due to go in about 4 or 5 minutes time. Just see the boys going across into the gates there. Live stream in front of you, just lining up. Full field in lane 1, Sacred Heart, Auckland, Thomas Dufty. Lane 2, Aquinas College 1, Harrison McGregor. In lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Jem Curtis. In lane 4, King's College 1, Baxter McGilvray. In lane 5, Hillcrest 1, Justin Smythe. In lane 6, King's College 2, Callan Ogilvie. And in lane 7, Cromwell College 2, Harrison Mills. And completing the field out there in lane 8 is Otamoitai College 1, Jack McClutchy. So being a quarter-final, we're looking for 4 of them to go through to the semi-final. Again, just waiting for the orange light to flash on top of the starters box, and it'll tell us that they're at attention and ready to go. So as you look at the boys in the gates, lane 4, just to the left of the signage there, that is Baxter McGilvray from King's College. Then we go across to the left, Hillcrest High School, King's College, Cromwell College, and Otamoitai just out of shot. And then on the right-hand side behind the starters box is Aquinas College and Sacred Heart. Still fantastic conditions here at Lake Ruataniwha. Good conditions for these under 17 single sculls quarterfinals, as we start to find out who will be in the field for the final on Friday for the John Alexander Challenge Cup. Orange lights flashing, so not far away from a start here in this first quarter final of the boys under 17 single sculls. Away they go, just a wee blip, and straight out of the box goes Baxter McGilvray from King's College. Nice start from Jem Curtis in Aspiring College, lane 3. Justin Smythe, who finished 3rd in the North Island Secondary School Champs in this event, away cleanly in lane 5, and next to him from King's College number 2, Callan Ogilvie. So we should start to see now, as we through this afternoon in the quarterfinals, the arrow effect starting to come into play based on timings. We should have the quicker rowers in the middle of the course. Only a guideline though, you never know. But all of them away cleanly as they get through the first 250 metres, heading down towards the 500. And as they get away cleanly, that second quarterfinal will come across and get themselves into the starting blocks. So those of you at home on the live stream might just be seeing the odd glitch and lag come through. We've got a number of cameras on the system here, and it is working away very speedily. So every now and again we get the odd glitch. but getting smoother and smoother as we go. So King's College and Hillcrest away cleanly out in the middle of the field in lanes 4 and 5. Back to Jem Curtis in lane 3, got away cleanly, and then out to King's College number 2 in lane 6. Then already we're starting to see that formation. Then we go out to Cromwell College in lane 2, Cromwell College in lane 7, Aquinas in lane 2, and then Otomotai lane 8, Sacred Heart number 2 in lane 1. So Baxter McGilvray out there in front with Justin Smythe from Hillcrest High School. Third at the moment would be Jem Curtis from Mount Aspiring. Fourth to Callan from King's College, number 2. Jack McClutchy just in the mix there, out there in lane 8 at this early stage from Otomotai. So as they head towards the 1,000, we'll just give you the field for that second quarter final. In lane 1, Pukekohe High School, Cameron Preston. Lane 2, Wakatipu High School 2, Will Donovan. Lane 3, St Peter's College 1, Jack Simpkins. Lane 4, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, Oliver Leach. So Oliver, of course, who won this event in the North Island Secondary School Championships. Lane 5, Onifero Area School, Jack Henry. He was second in the same event. So it'll be an interesting quarter final, that one. Lane 6, Cromwell College 1, Matthew King, who did well in South Islands. And then lane 7, Bethlehem College 1, Luca Romeso, and in lane 8 there will be Marlborough Boys College 1, Jack Stevens. So heading towards the 1,000 metre mark is this first quarter final. And it is with Justin Smythe from Hillcrest, just ahead of Baxter McGilvray. On the outside of him is Callan Ogilvie. So Hillcrest flanked by the 2 King's College scullers. Then we go back to Mount Aspiring. In fact, a nice piece just going at the moment from Callan in lane 6 from King's College, just starting to pull ahead along with Matthew Smythe. Those two are going together and starting to move away from the rest of the field at this early stage. Mount Aspiring, then we go back to Aquinas College. Out to Cromwell College, Harrison Mills, just starting to drift back a bit. Ahead of him is Otomotai College out in lane 8, and then it will be back to Sacred Heart in lane 1. So as you see them coming up to the 1,000 metre mark there, that's Callan Ogilvie, lane 6, King's College number 2. Across the line goes Baxter McGilvray. Actually, no, that's Justin leading there, and the 2 King's College boys going over. Then Mount Aspiring. Right next to your screen then was Aquinas College. Now we see Sacred Heart on the inside lane. Just going through that 1,000 metre mark is Otomotai College, and just at the back of the field there at this stage is Cromwell number 2. So Justin Smythe with a good lead as we set into the last 1,000 metres. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through the semi-final. So it is Hillcrest over King's College. Baxter McGilvray just put in a piece of work since they've gone through the 1,000 to take back the advantage that Callan had over him, and starting to follow him through is Jem Curtis. Right next to Jem is Harrison McGregor from Aquinas College, who started to put a bit of work in too. So those 5 scullers starting to move ahead of the rest of the field. Then we come down to Thomas Dufty from Sacred Heart in lane 1, out to Otomotai, Jack McClutchy in lane 8, and then back to Harrison Mills from Cromwell College. Second quarter final is underway. Just heading through the 250 and down to the 500. No obvious leaders showing out at this early stage. Looks like a pretty even start. If anything, a slight advantage with Oliver and Jack in lanes 4 and 5 from Sacred Heart and Onifero Area School. But down here in front of us in the first quarter final, Justin Smythe from Hillcrest really starting to show out here with the 2 King's College scullers. And then it's back to Jem Curtis from Mount Aspiring. So a battle will start to emerge between Jem Curtis in lane 3 and Harrison McGregor in Aquinas College lane 2 for that 4th position, based on where they are now. So that's 4 and 5 as they stand. 6 would be with Otomotai College. Then we come back inside to Sacred Heart, and then still back to Cromwell College number 2. So coming through with 700 or through the 500 metres to go now. There they go in front of you. There's Justin. So Hillcrest High in the lead. Baxter started to move now. King's College 1, he's now ahead of King's College number 2. Then you'll see Mount Aspiring coming over through the line now as you look at it, and then Aquinas College just going through that 1500 metre mark. So Jack Henry from Onifero and Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart leading the second quarterfinal down. And it's still going with the arrow. So outside of them in third position at the moment is Jack Simpkins from St Peter's College. Then you would move to Matthew King from Cromwell College. But out here with 250 metres to go, as they start to come through, we can see the work going in from Justin Smythe, Hillcrest High School. Looking very smooth, not overrating at all as they start to come through. Baxter would be second, so King's College second and third. Jim Curtis has moved clear from Mount Aspiring College out there in lane 3, and there's some distance between him and Aquinas College. So those will be the 4 at this stage that will go through to the semi-finals. Another couple of boat lengths back to Otamoitai out in there in lane 8. Then we go another 2 boat lengths back to Sacred Heart in lane 1, and there would be 4 boat lengths back to Cromwell College down there in lane 7. But with 100 metres to go now, with a nice smooth run on his boat, he's done the job. Justin Smythe from Hillcrest, 100 metres to go now for Baxter McGilvray from King's College 1, and the same can be said now for Callan Ogilvie from King's College 2. Jim Curtis just starting to quicken as he comes into the last 100 metres, but he's safely into the semi-finals in 4th position. Down to the line now comes Justin Smythe, coached there by Blair Curry. Over the line now goes Baxter McGilvray. Harrison Elliott, his coach. Cannon Ogilvie over the line now, coached by Ian McKinnon and Harrison Elliott as well. And then Mount Aspiring's Jim Curtis takes the 4th position, coached by Rob Bruce. So 7:47.10 is what that first quarterfinal has gone through in. Just as we have a look and see where that second quarterfinal is as they come into that 1,000. So Onifero Schools, Jack Henry in lane 5, leading by a boat length over Cromwell College now, Matthew King. In lane 4, we go back to Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart. Lane 7, Bethlehem College, Luca, he's in the mix. Then we go back out to lane 8, Marlborough Boys College, down to lane 2, Wakatipu High School 2, Will Donovan, and in lane 1, Pukakui High School, Cameron Preston. So they're moving into the last 1,000. We've got the third quarterfinal on the track. Lane 1, Nelson College 1, Ethan Steele. Lane 2, New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Luke Brock. Lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Jed McIntosh. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School, Marley King Smith. Lane 5, ACG Strathallan, Jack Clark. Lane 6, Cambridge High School 1, Jack Gallanders. And in lane 7, Cambridge High School 2, Eli Swanepoel. Lane 8 for that third quarterfinal, Scots College, Oscar Prius. But if we have a look out here, it is very much coming out of lane 4. So a nice lead there for Oliver Leach out of Sacred Heart over the rest of the field. But just to his right, probably only half a boat length over Jack Henry from Onifero School. Then we go back to Matthew King from Cromwell. Those 3. Just outside of Matthew, though, is Luca from Bethlehem College. So there's the ones in contention for 4th up against Jack Simpkins from St Peter's College. Still a long way to run for these single sculls. Marlborough Boys College, Jack Stevens not too far away from Luca from Bethlehem. Then we would come back to Pukakoi down in lane 1, and he's half a boat length ahead of Will from Wakatipu in lane 2. But just starting to clear away from the field, Sacred Heart and Onifero. Remember, 4 to go through. Marley King Smith in the third quarterfinal laying down marker. Just outside of him is Jack Clark from ACG Strathallan. Those 2 already early lead in that quarterfinal, though. Out there in lane 8, Oscar Prius from Scots College has got away pretty cleanly too. And down there in lane 1, Nelson College, Ethan Steele. So we've got a bit of an inversion with that layout of that field coming down as they head towards the 1,000. So last 250 metres of this second quarterfinal. And rowing alongside each other right now is Oliver Leach and Jack Henry, much as they did in the final of the North Island Secondary Schools a couple of weeks ago. So these 2 cleanly down, not overdoing it, just doing what they need to do. Third position out there is Matthew King now from Cromwell. He's moved clear of the rest of the field. St Peter's College down in lane 3. Jack Simpkins would be in 4th position. So the challenge for him might be Luca out in Bethlehem. So if Luca wants to get himself through to the semi-finals, he needs to put a bit more pressure on those legs. Starting to run through here in lane 1, Pukekohe Cameron's getting a good run on his boat, but it'll be a little bit too late. If you look at the nice easy styles of those gentlemen out in front. Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart, just half a boat length behind Jack Henry from Montefiore, but both looking very comfortable. Matthew from Cromwell just looks over to his left and sees that he's got a lead over Jack Simpkins, who looked over to his right and saw the same thing. But those are the 4. But nice run here, though, from Pukekohe. You would think that if he had another 100 or so metres, he might get closer to that 4th spot, but he's just going to finish 5th. Across the line there goes Jack Henry from Montefiore, followed by Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart. Then we'll go out to Matthew King from Cromwell College, back inside to St Peter's. Then we'll have 5th, we'll go to Pukekohe down here, across to Bethlehem. Back inside now to Wakatipu number 2, and on the outside lane will be Marlborough Boys. So 7:47 was the first quarterfinal. Those gents have gone through in 7:46.79. Starting to find our semi-finalists now. Let's see what the next batch of those semi-finals looks like with this 3rd quarterfinal underway. They're in the 2nd thousand just about now. Marley King Smith from Wakatipu, South Island champion, is sitting out there right next to him, but just a little bit behind is Jack Galander from ACG Strathallan. Still out there in lane 8, Scots College, Oscar Prius is putting in his best effort, and then you would come inside to Cambridge High School number 1. Over to Dunstan High School in lane 3, neck and neck with New Plymouth Boys High School, Luke Brock down there in lane 2, and then we go back to lane 1, Nelson College. Fourth quarter final was in the blocks, not far away from going. So Marley King Smith by a boat length over ACG Strathallan, as we look down there and see the 4th quarter final, which I think you'll find is race 238 underway. And away they go. Out of lane 4, St Peter's number 1. He's off pretty quickly there, Toby Robinson. As you look at it, to his right-hand side, William Talbot from Timaru Boys High School. Then you come across to St John's. So lane 1 is Mount Albert Grammar, Cairo, Arkoi, Simsik. Huani College, number 1, Conan Vegasma is in lane 2. William Talbot from Timaru Boys in lane 3. Lane 4, St Peter's College 1, Toby Robinson. Lane 5, St John's Hamilton 1, Antonio Van Dursen. In lane 6, St Kennigan's College 1, Lachlan Wallace. And in lane 7, St Peter's College 2, Keys Bryant. That's the field for that 4th quarter final of the boys under 17 single sculls. They're underway. Back here out in front of us with about 350 metres to go, with about a 2-length lead, and possibly increasing, is Marley King Smith, looking very comfortable. His coach John Morrison should be pretty comfortable as well. Lane 5 is Jack Clark from ACG Strathallan, who would be 2nd, but drawing alongside him is New Plymouth Boys High School Luke Brock, who's starting to put some pressure. In fact, he's probably gone over the top. We'll see when we come to the 250 metre camera where we are with those two, but that's 2nd and 3rd. Dunstan High School, Jed McIntosh with a bucket hat pushing up into 4th to get himself through. The pressure for him will come from Oscar Prayers and Scots College. He started pretty feistily, did Oscar, but it's just starting to fall away a wee bit. Then we would come back to Cambridge High School, number 1, Jack Galanders. Across to lane 1, Nelson College, Ethan Steele. Then we go to Eli Swanepoel from Cambridge, number 2. So through there you see Marley King Smith going through that 200, well through the 250 metre mark. In fact, Marley's got 120 metres to go, so that's the rest of the field moving through. Marley moves on with 100 to go now. 3 boat length lead he has over New Plymouth Boys High School down here in lane 2. Nice finish from Luke Brock. He's pushed himself up into 2nd. He's got 100 to go now as well. Then in lane 5 in 3rd position is ACG Strathallan, Jack Clark. And pushing through into that 4th place now with 100 metres to go is Jed McIntosh from Dunstan High School. So he's got 2 to 3 boat lengths over Scots College. So these are the 4 to go through. Marley comes up to the line now to take that first spot. Down here in lane 2, finishing shortly will be Luke Brock. Over in 2nd, he goes through there now. And lane 3, Jack Clark will take lane 5. He will take 3rd. 4th going to Dunstan High School. Then we go to the outside lane to Scots College. Back inside to Cambridge number 1. Down here in lane 1, Nelson College. And then Cambridge number 2 will complete the field. So timing there for those gents, 7:40, so noticeably quicker than the previous two quarterfinals, although it's fair to say those gentlemen in those quarterfinals that won it were coasting a little bit. Let's have a look at quarterfinal number 4. Oh, it's very even. Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, right alongside Huanui in lane 2, right alongside Timaru Boys. St Peter's in the middle. Then we go to St John's, St Kennigan's, and St Peter's on the outside will be the only single scull at the moment that's perhaps not within touch as they come up to the 1,000. As you look at it there, Mount Albert on the left, then Huanui, then Timaru Boys, the red boat of St Peter's, then you can see St John's Hamilton. St Kennigan's just on the top of your screen now, and then out the back and to the left is St Peter's number 2. So St John's have a lead in that race, which is Antonio van Dersen. Oh, maybe with William Talbot, the Timaru, the local sculler. William Talbot by half a canvas over Antonio van Dersen as they go through the 1,000. Then it's to St Peter's. Then we see Huanui College on the outside to St Kennigan's, back inside to Mount Albert Grammar, and then St Peter's number 2 as they come through. So 4 to go through. So just confirming from the third quarterfinal, that was Wakatipu, New Plymouth, ACG Strathallan and Dunstan High School. This is the fourth quarterfinal. Then we'll just have a small break before we go through to the girls under 16 single sculls. And similarly, we've got the 4 quarterfinals there. So moving day here, moving afternoon at Mardi Cup as we start to find out who the rest of our semi-finalists are. So still in front is Antonio van Dersen from St John's. Then it's William Talbot from Timaru Boys. Antonio and William starting to move away. It's between Huanui and St Peter's for 3rd and 4th. Then we go outside to St Kennigan's College, Lachlan Wallace, down inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, and it's really just St Peter's number 2 who are out of it. The rest of them are in striking distance if they can put some work in this third 500. In fact, it looks like that's what Antonio is doing. He's starting to move away from the rest of the field. Timaru Boys right alongside St Peter's, which means that Toby from St Peter's has put some work in as well. He was starting to fall away from Timaru, but he's coming back into it. Outside on the right-hand shoulder of Antonio is Lachlan Wallace from St Kennigan's. He'll be looking across and seeing Connor Vegasma from Huanui. Those two are looking like they'll be fighting for the 4th spot as they start to pull away a bit from Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, and St Kennigan's out there still looking strong in lane 6, but it's St Peter's number 2 in lane 7 who's moving away with it, or falling away, sorry, from the rest of the field. So Timaru Boys saw St John's go. They're going with them, taking St Peter's with them. Those 3 pulling clear. It will be between St Kennigan's and Huanui for that 4th qualifying spot through to the semi-final. 350 metres to go. We'll get a really good angle on as they come past that 250 metre camera very soon. So St John's started to move away, but they've been pulled back now by Timaru Boys. And Timaru Boys, William Talbot moving up alongside Antonio. That angle will sharpen up. That's St John's from right at the top of your screen. Antonio van Dersen. William Talbot down the bottom left here from Timaru Boys, just starting to close that gap, which had moved away, is still a boat length and a bit. Then they have a similar distance back to St Peter's, Toby Robinson. Then there would be 4 boat lengths back to St Kennigan's and Huanui. Huanui has the advantage, though, down here in lane 2. As they come in through, 200 metres to go. It's still St John's. St John's from Timaru Boys, from St Peter's. Advantage Huanui for that 4th position. Starting to get a better run on his boat than what we can see from lane 6 St Kennigan's. 100 metres to go now for St John's of Hamilton. I see their little flag must have fluttered away across in the southern stand. Hopefully it'll come back later on, but maybe it's done the job in supporting Antonio. As they come down now with 50 metres to go. He's extended on William Talbot, but they've both done the job. They'll go through. Taking along with them will be Tony Robertson from St Peter's. 100 metres to go now for Connor Vegasma from Huanui College. Over the line there goes Antonio to finish first. Second now coming down St Peter's. Timaru Boys. Third to St Peter's. And then fourth will be Huanui. Just another 10 metres to go for him. Outside lane to St Kennigan's. Back inside here to Mount Albert Grammar. And then we'll go outside to St Peter's number 2. Just get a time for you for that fourth quarterfinal. That's our quarterfinals done and dusted for the boys under 17 single sculls. They march their way through to semi-finals tomorrow. So a short break in the program. The next race is the girls under 16 single sculls first quarter final, due to go at 1:25. So in about 10 or so minutes, I'm sure they'll be in the docks. You can see the signage at the start starting to change. They've got graphics up there. So just confirming St John's Hamilton in 7:42.06. And we'll be back with you shortly. Quarterfinals of the girls under 16 single sculls, making their way into the gates. In lane 1 for the first, Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Sophie Zhang. Lane 2, Iona College 3, Molly Lawson. Lane 3, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Madeline Cox. Lane 4, Hillcrest High School 1, Ratara David. Scratching in lane 5. In lane 6, Wellington Girls College 2, Lily Bellevue. Lane 7, Iona College 1, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle. And in lane 8, just out of shot there, is Trident High School 1, Leah Rowe. So with the scratching in lane 5, you can see that clear in front of you. So you're looking in lane 4 at Ratara David. You can expect her to perform well in this race. Then we go to lane 6, the yellow boat of Wellington Girls College 2, which is Lily. Lane 7 there is Iona College, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle. And then across right by the starter's hut, just beyond that signage there, you can see Hamilton Girls High School 1, Madeline Cox, which means that Iona College is just out of picture. And if you look very closely, you might be able to see Sophie Zhang's head, maybe not quite, but she's there. So 4 quarterfinals, the girls under 16 single sculls. 1, 2, 3 and 4 will head through to the semi-finals. Due to go at 125, but they're all there and ready. We'll just wait for the orange light. Almost perfect water for these single sculls. And they're underway in that first quarterfinal. Out cleanly, Hillcrest High School's Ratara David from Wellington College. As they make all the way, in fact, Ratara out very quickly. Nice clean start out there in lane 8-2 from Leah Rowe from Trident. So Hamilton Girls, lane 3, Madeline Cox. She was second in North Island Secondary Schools here, so she'll be looking for a good run through there in lane 3. She's trying to stick there with Ratara David very early on. Outside to lane 6, Wellington Girls College. Then we go to Iona College in lane 7, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle. Across into lane 2 is Iona College number 3, Molly Lawson. Then out to Trident in lane 8 and back inside to Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1. So in lane 6, she was third in the North Island Secondary School Champs 2. So be interesting to see how Madeline and Lily go here. Ratara didn't feature in that top 3 of that final, but she's had some strong rowing early on this week. She's leading at this stage. Just outside of her still is Lily from Wellington Girls College. Ava showing strongly still out there in lane 7. And Madeline Cox from Hamilton. Should be a good close quarter final this. We're looking for 4 to go through. Through the first 500 they come, heading towards the 1,000. Still Hillcrest, Hamilton Girls across to Wellington Girls College. Just starting to form that arrow formation now. So you'll see them coming up towards the 1,000. On your left there, Samuel Marledge, Marsden Collegiate, Iona College in lane 2. Then you can see Madeline from Hamilton Girls, Ratara David from Hillcrest just there to the right of the umpire's boat. Then we've got a gap because of the scratching in lane 5. Then the yellow boat on the right there you can see is Lily from Wellington. Iona College, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle, and straight in behind her is lane 8's Trident High School. Nice view of them starting to come up to the 1,000 there. These are all remote cameras, of course, being remotely operated. Quite a bit on the network down here at Lake Ruataniwha for Māori Cup, as you would expect, and that's just making one or two of the cameras a little bit laggy. You're probably noticing that at the start. But Wellington there, and Ratara from Hillcrest and Hamilton Girls are the three looking well out there, and Iona College not too far away out there in lane 7. Be interesting to see the differences as we come through the 1,000 metre mark camera. But already those four looking as if they're starting to dominate things. Hamilton, Hillcrest, Wellington and Iona College. So Wellington Girls there in the yellow, the blue just at the top of the screen is Iona College. The white right in the middle in front of you is Hillcrest. Hamilton Girls just down here in front of you as well now, as they start to come through that 1,000. And Lily from Wellington Girls College comes up to the 1K with all half a canvas. She is over Hamilton Girls' Madeline Cox. She's got half a boat length back to Ratara Day from Hillcrest High School. They then go a boat length back to Iona College in lane 7. Then we come back to Iona College Iona College 3 in lane 2. Samuel Marsden Collegiate in lane 1. And out to Trident High School in lane 8. So second quarter-final is underway. Second quarter-final for the girls under 16 single sculls. Lane 1, Cashmere High School 2, Emily Paulson. Lane 2, Burnside High School 2, Katie Mitchell. Lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Isabel Murray. Lane 4, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Emma Spittle. Lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Nadia Vandenbosch. Lane 6 is Glendowie College 1, Charlotte Lawton. Lane 7 is Hawani College 2, Esther Vagasma. And in lane 8, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Maggie Dowling. Early moves coming from Charlotte from Glendowie in that second quarter final out there in lane 6. Right inside of her is Nadia Vandenbosch from Craighead, finished second in the South Island secondary schools. So those two will push each other on the way down the course. Meanwhile, back here in the first quarter final, if we look out there, we can see that lead being extended by Lily from Wellington Girls College in lane 6. Across still in second is Hamilton Girls High School in lane 3, Madeline Cox. Back inside to Hillcrest High School, Ratara David in lane 4. Then it is still Iona College, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle out there in lane 7. Those are the four who started to move away from the rest of the field. The work could come from Iona College number 3 down in lane 2, if she can get a run going and start to push up alongside of her colleague, Iona College number 1, out there in lane 7. And she may well just be doing that. So it's still Wellington College, although the move's starting to come from Madeline Cox from Hamilton. She's moving alongside Wellington College and shortening up that lead. In fact, as they come down through 500 metres to go, she may well be in front. If we look at the cameras in front of us, she may have moved up across on top of Wellington. She has, so she's done some good work in the last couple of hundred metres. She's now got an advantage over Wellington Girls College. Then we still come back to third as Ratara David, would be another 3/4 of a boat length back from there, then out to Iona College. 250 metres to go, and they've drawn alongside each other have Hamilton Girls and Wellington Girls. 1.5 boat lengths back to Hillcrest High, and then we're going to be shooting out between the two Iona College boats for that 4th position. Nice moves coming from Molly Lawson down in lane 2, starting to put some pressure on Ava out in lane 7. I'm sure Iona would like both of them to go through, but it might only just be one of them. Getting close into the last 250. Back into the second quarterfinal. St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 8 thereabouts. But it's still with Craighead Diocesan. Nice work from Cashmere in lane 1. And then Waitaki. So I would say at this stage it's Waitaki, then Craighead Diocesan, back to Cambridge High School. Possibly St Hilda's Collegiate would be the leaders in that race. But if we come up to the one that's right in front of us, we've got Hamilton Girls High, Madeline Cox. She's gone again, has Lily from Wellington Girls College, looking to just get a bit ahead of Hamilton Girls, but both of them will go through. In fact, she's decided she wants to get a better lane, so going a bit quicker out there is Lily. She's now pulled to a boat length in front of Hamilton Girls. Madeline says, I'm quite comfortable with this. Third still is Ratara David from Hillcrest High School, but the work's gone in from Ava. Iona College number 1. She had a look across and saw Molly, her third boat out there, and thought, I need to be getting through here, and she'll comfortably take the 4th as they get down there. Over there goes Wellington College, second to Hamilton Girls. Hillcrest just coming up to the line now. Another 3 strokes for Ratara, and she will take third. She's done that now. And then we go to Iona College, number 1, out there in lane 7. Back to Iona in lane 2. And then we come down to lane 1, which is Samuel Marsden. And across the top, finishing shortly in lane 8, will be Trident. So first, the timing for the ladies to go through in that first quarter final is 8:47.91. Emma Spittle leads this second quarter final down. Very close between her and Nadia Vandenbosch out there in lane 5. They've raced a lot against each other this season. Back inside from Emma to Cambridge High School, Isabel Murray. Then we would go to Glendowie, Charlotte Lawton. Out to St Hilda's in lane 8. Back to Huanui College in lane 7. Then we're down to Cashmere in lane 1 and back to Burnside in lane 2. That's how they travel at this stage. Coming up to 500 metres to go. Third quarter final is underway. Just left the starting gates. In lane 1, Burnside High School 1, Sam Rankin. Lane 2, Huanui College 1, Olivia Tattersfield. Lane 3, Maclean's College 1, Taylor Malcolmson. In lane 4, Onslow College 1, Allegra Leonard. In lane 5, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glayholm. In lane 6, Cashmere High School 1, Nina Oliver. In lane 7, Barradine College 1, Georgia McDermott. And in lane 8, Timaru Girls High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. They're underway, and they're probably just coming up to the first 500. Looking pretty even. We'll just see with 500 metres to go, the second quarter final on its way down, just going past your screens there now. And you can see well out in front from Craighead Diocesan is Nadia Vandenbosch. Back inside to Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls. Then Isabel Murray from Cambridge. Outside of them in lane 6, Glendowie would be 4th. Glendowie will have to watch down here. Cashmere High School 1, Emily Paulson. She's just cruising through on that inside lane, looking to cause a bit of an upset as far as the 4th spot goes. Then would be outside to Huanui College number 2 in lane 7. Then St Hilda's number 2 in lane 8, back inside to Burnside. So almost a 2 boat length lead now for Craighead. Nadia, who was silver medalist at South Island Secondary Schools, looking very comfortable over Emma Spittle. Starting to draw alongside Emma Spittle is Isabel Murray from Cambridge, but then there's another 2 boat lengths back to Charlotte Lawton from Glendowie. She would have a boat length over Cashmere down there in lane 2, Emily Paulson. So that's where the battle could be between those two. Advantage to Glendowie at this stage. She'll just need to watch what finish comes from that Cashmere boat in lane 1. But clear water now between these first 3. Craighead, Waitaki, Cambridge. Alana Barry Rankin in the third quarter final is out there in lane 8, just starting to push the leaders at the moment, which is Jemima Glayholm from Bethlehem and Allegra Leonard from Onslow and Nina Oliver from Cashmere. That's in that third quarter final. Right out in front of us here, though, we see the second quarter final coming to conclusion. 70 metres to go now for Craighead Dawson. She's done a good job here, Nadia van der Bosch. She still has 1 3/4 boat lengths over Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls. Then another boat length and a half back to Isabel Murray from Cambridge. Then we go outside into lane 6, Glen Dowie, Charlotte Lawton, 100 to go. She's got a boat length, maybe 2 boat lengths over Cashmere, Emily Paulson. Down the line there goes Craighead, Nadia van der Bosch just finishing first there now. Second will be Waitaki Girls High School. Third across the line is Cambridge, and we're looking to see who's going to be fourth. It's most likely looking like Glen Dowie. She's got a boat length and a half out there in lane 6. Charlotte Lawton, as she comes down to the line now, gets herself through to the semi-finals. Finishing behind her, Cashmere down here in lane 1. And then we go outside to Huanui in lane 7, and then to St Hilda's Collegiate and back down to Burnside. 8:40 they've gone through, so a little bit quicker than the previous heat. Quarterfinal. It's quarterfinals time. And the third one is coming through the 1,000 metre mark now. So in lane 4, Onslow College, Allegra Leonard, who came down with Onslow and picked up that South Island Secondary School's title. Not much between her and Cashmere High School out there in lane 6. Bethlehem College right in behind them, and then Barradine out in lane 7. Those would be the 4. Very close though. Burnside High School, Sam Rankin putting up a good effort down there in lane 1. She wouldn't be far off it. And then we go outside to Barradine and Timaru Girls High School in lane 8. Then back inside to Maclean's College. So Onslow College, Cashmere, back to Bethlehem. Then we go to Barradine. Then Burnside, back to Timaru Girls High. Then we come back to Huanui and Maclean's. That's what they look like at this stage. 4 to go through. In this third of 4 quarterfinals, the fourth quarterfinal we have started and heading towards the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, ACG Tauranga Amber Church. In lane 2, Iona College 2, Hannah Ritchie. In lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 4, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw. In lane 5, Roncalli College 1, Sahana Ainsley Udemans. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School 1, Danielle Milne. In lane 7, Cromwell College 1, Hannah Dicey. And in lane 8, Bethlehem College 2, Gisette Bonthes. So as they come down to, looks like about 400 metres to go, maybe 350. The lead is very much out there with lane 4's Onslow College, Allegra Leonard. She's moved ahead by a comfortable margin over Cashmere High School out there in lane 6. Still squeezed between them is Bethlehem College in third. But just starting to draw up alongside Bethlehem College. We're going to have a shootout here, it looks like. Burnside in lane 1. In lane 2, Huanui College. In lane 3, Maclean's College. So it'll be a run down to the end between those 3 and Bethlehem for the final 2 spots, it looks like. Although they're also starting to pick back up Nina from Cashmere. She was out there in front with Onslow, but they're just starting to close up those 5 boats in the middle. Allegra Leonard doing a great job out here. You can see she's putting in the effort with every stroke. Just had a wee glance over to see where Cashmere was. Move starting to come from lane 2, Huanui College, Olivia Tattersall. Just outside of her is Sam Rankin from Burnside, travelling nicely. She would be marginally third now, Sam Rankin. Back to Huanui, then Maclean's College. All coming fairly even with Bethlehem College in lane 5. There's no doubt about what's happening with the leader, that is Onslow. She's gone again, has Nina from Cashmere. She's seen what's coming to the left of her, wants to keep out of that traffic. So we're seeing a line-up now between Burnside, Huanui and McLean's. Taylor from McLean, she's started to push more on the legs. And then across to Bethlehem College. But it looks like that Huanui is starting to pull away now into that maybe third or fourth position. First is now with Onslow. It's Onslow back to Cashmere. Cashmere back to Huanui. Back inside to McLean's. They're pulling away from Burnside. And then out to Bethlehem. So it's down here in the middle. Onslow are going to go down with about 3 strokes to go down to the buzzer. And she will take this quarterfinal. 2 boat lengths back to Cashmere. Then there is another 3 boat lengths back to, and it's going to be Huanui down here in lane 2 that's going to take third. On the outside lane will be Barrett. We get this right, Ian. Lane 5, Bethlehem College. Then we go back inside to McLean's. So over the line they go. Third to Huanui. Jemima Glamholm out there from Bethlehem College taking the 4th spot to go through into the quarterfinals. And just completing the field on the outside, Timaru Girls High at number 1. So we'll just confirm those placings. We're just looking down the field now at quarterfinal number 4. St Hilda's Collegiate leading the pack down. Just outside of them, outside of her is Roncalli College. Back inside to Ashburton College. Right alongside Ashburton College is Iona in lane 2. Then we go outside to Roncalli, Otago Girls, Cromwell and Bethlehem in that order. Just confirming the result of quarterfinal number 3, Onslow College, Cashmere, Huanui and Bethlehem finishing 4th. Through to the quarterfinals they go. St Hilda's Collegiate out in front by a boat length over Roncalli College now. Right alongside them and the other side of St Hilda's is Ashburton. Coming up alongside Ashburton still was Iona College in lane 2. Then we go out to Otago Girls High School, then Cromwell College, and then just a bit further back to Bethlehem College in lane 8. .400 metres to go in this 4th quarter final. 2 boat length lead there now to Olivia Ollerenshaw from St Hilda's Collegiate. Over Sophie Gibson from Ashburton, who's now moved into 2nd, just ahead of Roncalli. Roncalli would be 3rd. Movements coming from Iona College down in lane 2. She's moved into 3rd position, just moving over the top of Roncalli. Roncalli will need to go again. Just falling a wee bit further back, we go then to Otago Girls High School, Cromwell College and Bethlehem College. Down here in lane 1 is ACG Tauranga. But well out in front now, extending now to maybe 3 boat lengths would be St Hilda's Collegiate from Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College. A boat length back to Roncalli. And between those two, I would say Iona now. So Iona's putting in a nice run here, has done since around about the 500 metre mark, just trying to put Ashburton College's Sophie Gibson under pressure. She has got a lead on that. And those 3 it is now with Roncalli 4th. So it is St Hilda's, Ashburton, Iona College, back to Roncalli. Then another boat length back from Roncalli to Otago Girls. Half a boat length on the outside to Cromwell College. Then we come back to ACG Tauranga in lane 1 and then across to Bethlehem College in lane 2. So nice tidy effort here from Olivia from St Hilda's. Just extending her lead on Sophie Gibson. Back to Hannah Ritchie from Iona College. Then we go to Sahana Ainsley Oudemans from Roncalli. Comfortable now for those 4. They should get through quite comfortably. It's about 2 boat lengths back to Otago Girls. Then Iona College. No, that's not Iona. That's ACG Tauranga. And then outside to Bethlehem number 2. So 50 to 60 metres to go now for St Hilda's Collegiate. And just as we get towards the finish, Sophie from Ashburton College is starting to eat into that lead. Across the line she goes now to take 2nd. Iona College, Hannah Ritchie to take third down here in lane 2. And then we go out to Ron Carley taking fourth. On the outside, lane 2, Otago Girls High School in lane 5. Then it's Cromwell in lane 6. Down here to lane 1 for ACG Tauranga. And then across the top, Bethlehem College 2. $8:45.82 they've gone through in that fourth quarterfinal. Brings us to the conclusion of the quarterfinals for the girls under 16 single sculls. Short break of around about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll be back for the boys under 17 double sculls. Quarterfinals, 4 thereof. So just while we've got a break in proceedings here at this very auspicious day, of course, because it's the third day of the Māori Cup, but it's also a special day for the young lady down there known as Vanessa Nessie McIver, who has a birthday today. So if you all turn round, you'll see, and she's busy talking. So happy birthday to Nessie. Happy 50th birthday to Nessie. She's pretending she can't hear us. Maybe she can't hear us. No, she's getting her ear chewed by someone, so it's her birthday. Happy birthday to you, Nessie McIver. That's for you, Nessie. Hip hip. Hip hip. So a short break there between the under 16 girls double sculls. Now heading into the quarterfinals for the boys under 17 double sculls, and a number of these scullers are backing up after the single sculls quarterfinals that kicked off this session. So when you come to Māori and you enter multiple events, you can have a pretty packed program, but that's what they train for. In lane 1, Cambridge High School 1, Eli Swanepoel, Jack Galanders. In lane 2, Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey, Jem Curtis. Lane 3, Auckland Grammar 1, Fletcher Hawkesby, Max Liggins. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School, Marley King-Smith, Sam McAtamaney. That's the reigning South Island Secondary Schools champions. In lane 5, King's College 1, Callan Ogilvie and Baxter McGilvray were just racing against each other previously in the single quarters. They finished third in the North Island, that double. Lane 6, Wakatipu High School 2, T.Y. Saxton and Will Donovan. In lane 7, St Thomas's of Canterbury 1, Jack Wassell and Preston Kelly. And in lane 8, Glendowie College 2, Kieran Smith, Alex Audley. So as with the previous quarterfinals, we're looking for 4 to go through to the semis. They'll just be waiting, I think, for those umpire boats coming up past the 500 metre mark. Also, just due to go in 2 minutes' time. They'll want those umpire boats to be where they need to be and their wake settled. Still fantastic conditions here at Lake Ruataniwha, as we're well into the afternoon program here on day 3, rattling through these quarterfinals. Just waiting for the orange light to go on. Down in front of us we can see preparations being made on the dais to enable separated medal presentations on Friday and Saturday. So a lot of work going on to make sure that we can make this as normal a Māori as we can. We've got an orange light. So right down in front of us there, lane 4, Wakatipu High School. Expect them to go out pretty quickly with Kings right next to them. Then Wakatipu is away number 2 in that yellow boat, and they're off they go. Good start there from lanes 4 and 5. Wakatipu High School number 1, King's College number 1. Auckland Grammar away pretty cleanly there in lane 3 as well. Wakatipu number 2 out pretty well. Those are the boats that have started at the quickest as they go through their start sequence and head off down towards the 500 metre mark. And we'll just start to see the field for the second quarterfinal come across very shortly. So as you look at those boats going across left to right, Cambridge, Mount Aspiring, Auckland, Wakatipu, King's College, Wakatipu number 2, St Thomas's and Glendowie number 2. But it's Wakatipu number 1 out there early with King's College and Auckland Grammar on the inside of them, along with Wakatipu number 2. Those are the 4 that are starting to show early doors. Then we go outside to Mount Aspiring College in lane 2, Cambridge in lane 1, and out to Glendowie in lane 8, Glendowie 2. Just inside of them, St Thomas's of Canterbury in lane 7. So into the second 500 they start to come, heading up towards the 1,000. So you can see on your screen as we go across left to right, there's Cambridge just in front of that umpire's boat, Mount Aspiring College 1, Auckland Grammar there in the yellow boat, then Wakatipu number 1, then we see King's College 1, then we see the yellow again of Wakatipu number 2, yellow row suits, St Thomas's of Canterbury, and just right at the top of the screen, just going out a shot now, Glendowie College number 2. But already a good lead there for those 3 boats out in front, Auckland Grammar, Wakatipu and King's College, and Wakatipu number 2. So these other crews might have their work cut out to eat into that very early lead. but we're only in the second 500. Not too much at all there between Auckland Grammar, Wakatipu and King's College. Wakatipu number 2 still thereabouts, and out there in lane 8 Glendowie College still in a line with those boats just behind them. So it would be Wakatipu, Auckland Grammar, King's College, then Glendowie, I think, and Wakatipu number 2. Just need that 1K camera to pan across if it's not stuck. There it goes. Thank you very much. As we see them coming up to the 1K mark. So Auckland, we'll see Auckland Grammar closest to us as they come up. So still Auckland Grammar, Wakatipu, King's College, Wakatipu and Glendowie. So some work going in from Auckland Grammar. Look like they've moved through ahead on Wakatipu as they come into the second part of the course. Very little between those 4 crews. Auckland Grammar, Wakatipu, King's College, Wakatipu number 2 and Glendowie. Second, boys under 17 double sculls quarterfinal is underway. Lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 2, Liam Collins and Joel Arona. In lane 2, St Peter's College 2, Tom Leon Brown and Shay Reid. In lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1, Ethan Claridge and Lucas Doughty. In lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Tim Chapman, Sam Clark. In lane 5, Glendowie College number 1, Alex Babin and Micah Fitton Higgins. In lane 6, Pukekohe High School 1, Jack Semalik and Cameron Preston. And in lane 7, New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Kobe Hansen, Alex Muirhead. They're heading up towards their first 500 now. Good start there for Shirley Boys High School number 1. They finished second at South Island, so they'll be hoping to go through here just inside of them, Hauraki Plains. Opposite side of that is Glendowie number 1. So they're the early leaders down there in the second quarterfinal. First quarterfinal making its way through into the last 500, and it is Auckland Grammar and Wakatipu. Wakatipu with the lead over Auckland Grammar. Then we would go back to King's College 1. They'd be in third position now with Wakatipu number 2 putting in a brave fight to get 2 Wakatipu crews through. Just started to move away from Glendowie in lane 8. So we have got the 4 starting to show. It's Wakatipu number 1 with Marley Kingsmith and Sam McAtamany. Just to ahead now of Auckland Grammar 1, Fletcher Hawksby and Max Liggins. Then we go back to King's College 1 with Callan Ogilvie and Baxter McGilvray. And then we're out to Wakatipu number 2, T.Y. Saxton, Will Donovan, and on the outside lane in lane 8 is Glendowie College 2, Kieran Smith, Alex Audley. We'll be coming across then to Mount Aspiring College in lane 2, then it would be Cambridge High School lane 1, across to St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 7, as they move through with 150 metres to go, looking comfortable with a handy lead there is Wakatipu, number 1 from Mount Albert Grammar. Still some work going in there from Auckland Grammar. Wakatipu look as if they've got a little bit more left if they needed to, looking nice and sharp as they come down into the last 100 metres. Auckland Grammar follow them into that 100 metres now. And then we've got 3 boat lengths back to King's College 1, who have got a boat length over Wakatipu number 2. Then we go back 3 boat lengths to Glendowie out there in lane 8. So as they come down to the finish, over the line now goes Wakatipu, followed by Auckland Grammar. And then we see King's College finishing third very shortly, and following them a boat length behind will be the Wakatipu number 2 crew, the 2 Wakatipu crews through. Fifth on the outside lane will be to Glendowie, 6 down here in lane 2 will go to Mount Aspiring College. Then we come inside to Cambridge High School. Outside we will go to St Thomas's. $7:03.16 is the time. Let's see what's happening with that second quarter final. They're into the second half of the race now too. Shirley Boys would be sitting second now because Glendowie College number 1 have taken the lead and gone past them. Just moved away in that last 500 metres. Outside of Shirley Boys is Hauraki Plains right in the mix, and right next to them St Peter's College 2. Then we would go down to lane 1, which will be St Shirley Boys High School number 2. Then out to New Plymouth Boys High School in lane 7. Christchurch Boys High School 2 in lane 8. Then back to Pukekohe in lane 6. So still with Glendowie number 1. Building a handy lead now, probably 2 boat lengths over Shirley. Between Shirley and Hauraki Plains. So Alex and Micah from Glendowie doing a good job in this race. I would give the second now to Hauraki Plains over Shirley Boys. And then it's St Peter's College 2 starting to show some wheels down there in lane 2. Then we would go out to New Plymouth Boys High School just doing some work too. They've moved along inside of Christchurch Boys and leaving Pukekohe behind them. So it's still Glendowie, then Hauraki Plains. Then it's still Shirley. Shirley will need to watch those St Peter's. And just over across in lane 7, New Plymouth Boys High School number 1. So 450 metres to run for them. We'll just give you the cruise for the third quarter final, which is on the track, and then we'll come back and watch this one finish. Lane 1, Burnside High School 1, Emmanuel Landon Lane and Sam Lamont. Lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Dylan Thomas, Guy Charteris. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Will Knight, Luca O'Malley, Phil Cox. Lane 4, Sacred Heart Auckland, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach. Lane 5, Whanganui Collegiate, Chase Hanacombe and Jaden Allen. Lane 6, St Patrick's College 1, Alex Humphrey, Oliver Sterling. Lane 7, Burnside High School 2, Thomas Peacock, Price and Morgan Fryer. And in lane 8, King's College 3, Ethan Henderson and Jackson Compain. As we come down with 250 metres to go, and a nice lead here in the second quarter final for Glendowie College. Moving out to 3 boat lengths. Second is still Hauraki Plains. Moving alongside them is St Peter's College 2. You're still okay there, Shirley Boys, in lane 4. But you don't want to go any further back, but there's a bit of distance between them and their next crew, Shirley Boys, down in lane 1. Then we go out to New Plymouth Boys High School, inside to Pukekohe, outside to Christchurch Boys. But with 100 metres to go now, it is Alex and Micah from Glendowie. 100 metres to go now for St Peter's down here in lane 2. Tom and Shay, they've put a nice run in the last 500 metres just to push up and get themselves almost into second position. But they're all drawing clear with each other now. It's St Peter's, Hauraki Plains and Shirley Boys in a line-up. Glendowie will take this, but Shirley Boys have pushed just in the last 100 metres. They've gone back into second position. Shirley Boys are running second by half a canvas over Hauraki Plains, and then we go 3/4 of a boat length back to St Peter's. So nice little shootout for places there in that end of that quarter final. Over to the outside in lane 7 is New Plymouth Boys High School. Then Shirley Boys finishing nicely down here in lane 1, just over the top of Pukekohe in lane 6, and then we go to Christchurch Boys High School out there in lane 8. So nice finish to that second quarter final. 7:07 they've gone through in. Well done to Glendowie. Shirley just finishing second. Popping out on the track, it's that third quarter final through the 1,000. And it looks like there was a scratching there. There was. St Paul's Collegiate scratched from lane 2, which just still gives us Burnside in lane 1, Christchurch Boys in lane 3, but all the action is coming from lane 4 and 5, so Sacred Heart and Whanganui Collegiate. They would be first and second. Then we go to Christchurch Boys, then St Patrick's. Then outside to King's College 3 in lane 8, then across to Burnside in lane 1, back to Burnside number 2 in lane 7. Third quarter final, heading towards the 1,000. Just waiting for confirmed places for that second quarter final. As I mentioned before, a number of these boys backing up from the under-17 single sculls quarterfinals which started just around 1 o'clock. But Sacred Heart, Whanganui Collegiate leading this field down. Sacred Heart in front by a boat length over Whanganui Collegiate. Then a boat length back to St Patrick's Cottage. But some nice work coming in from Christchurch Boys High School down in lane 3. Still 4 to go through. King's College out there in lane 8. Not out of it at all. Just confirming that second quarter final. Glendowie College over Shirley Boys. Then Hauraki Plains. Then St Peter's. Those are the 4 to go through to the semi-finals. Sacred Heart in lane 4 look to be extending their lead over Whanganui Collegiate in lane 5. King's College might be third out there. It'll be between them and Christchurch Boys in lane 3. Then we come back to St Patrick's in lane 6. So from those 5 we'll get 4 spots, because down there in lane 1 Burnside just a wee way out of it, and then across the top Burnside number 2 back there in lane 7. Still with Sacred Heart, Sam and Oliver finished second in the North Island, showing us why just out here at the moment. Christchurch Boys still doing a good job down there in lane number 3, and they've now moved up clearly into at least third position, and they'll be challenging Whanganui Collegiate for second. Will be Will and Luca. And a nicely timed run coming from St Patrick's College through there in lane number 6. Just in the last 200 metres, they've picked up, put some more pressure on the legs, and just moved past King's College number 3. So King's College number 3, they've got a job on their hands to get a qualification space, because the top 3 crews and now St Patrick's starting to move away from them. So Sacred Heart, 2 boat lengths over Whanganui. Just, I would think. It'll be interested at 250. There we go. It looks like it is just over Christchurch Boys they are. Then St Patrick's in 4th as you see them go through now. 4th quarter final, heading up towards the 1,000. In lane 1, King's College 2, Freddie Eadie and Thaddeus Cryer. In lane 2, Whakatane High School 2, Sean Snow and Ryan Calder. In lane 3, Maclean's College 1, Andre Van Groening and Daniel Taylor. In lane 4, Whakatane High School, Zachary Bonin and Luke Berquist, who were first in the North Islands. In lane 5, St John's of Hamilton 1 with Matheson McCarthy and Antonio Van Dersen. In lane 6, St Peter's College 1, Jack Simpkins and Keys Bryant. And in lane 8, we've got Dunstan High School 1, Cohen Carden and Jed McIntosh with the scratching in lane 7. So over the line here now goes Sacred Heart of Auckland. Down here in lane 3, finishing second. A nice run over the last K, Christchurch Boys High School. Third is Whanganui Collegiate. And the 4th qualifier will be out there in lane 6, St Patrick's, Alex and Oliver, as they go over the line now in 4th position. Then we'll come back to King's College in lane 8. Back inside here to Burnside number 1, and then across the top will be Burnside number 2. 7:06:32 they've gone through in that 3rd quarter final. So the last quarter final heads through the 1,000, and then we're into the girls under 17 single sculls quarterfinals, 4 of them. Fairly even field starting to come through early on here into the last 1,000. It is Whakatane High School number 1, Zachary Bonin and Luke Berquist, the North Island champions, doing a good job out there. Second would be their second crew, Sean Snow and Ryan Calder. Back inside then to Maclean's College 1, over to St John's Hamilton in lane 5. Then on the outside, Dunstan 1 in lane 8. They'll be looking to sneak through out there on that lane. And lane 1 is King's College 2. And then we go back to St Peter's number 1, just down a bit further back in lane 6. So this is the boys under 17 double, looking to make the final on Friday afternoon for the St Andrews College Cup. Still with Zachary and Luke out there in lane 4 as they move through 350 metres to go. Actually been putting under pressure by their number 2 crew down here in lane 2. Sean and Ryan. Then we go back inside to McLean's, who are third at this stage. Just need to watch St John's out there in lane 5. Those are the 4. Not out of it though. Dunstan. Watch Dunstan and see if they go. Out there in the yellow bucket hatch trying to hide from everybody in lane 8. Then back to St Peter's in lane 6. Although King's College 2 down here in lane 1 would have moved ahead of them now. But still Whakatane 1 from Whakatane 2. Back to McLean's and then St John's. Those are the 4 most likely to go through from this quarter-final. Starters for the first quarter-final of the girls under 17 single sculls just sitting there patiently, waiting to be released. We'll just watch the end of this last quarter-final of the boys under 17 double sculls. Nice run down here by the 2 Whakatane crews. 100 metres to go now for the number 1 crew, Zachary and Luke. Same now and less than that for Sean and Ryan from the number 2 crew. And then joining them is McLean's College 1, Andre and Daniel. And then coming through with 100 metres to go now is St John's of Hamilton, Matheson, McCarthy and Antonio Van Dersen. Down to the line now come Whakatane number 1, from Whakatane number 2, from McLean's, who just going over the line around about now, and then out to St John's. So then from St John's back to Dunstan and King's College, who will come across pretty evenly. There would be 3 to 4 boat lengths for those 2 crews, and then back inside to St Peter's. So that will conclude our under 17 double sculls, 7:08.71, the final quarter-final. As we swing back up to the start for the girls under 17 single sculls quarter-final, number 1, they're away. Just looking left to right there, you can see Burnside, Roncalli, Avonside Girls, Otago Girls, Onslow College, Cromwell College, Columba College, and right at the far right-hand side, lane 1, Hamilton Girls High School. So fairly even start there. Although Tessa Thompson from Onslow away pretty quickly. So in lane 1, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Phoebe Barnes. Lane 2, Columba College 1, Laura Summit. Lane 3, Cromwell College 1, Olivia Paibenga. In lane 4, Onslow College 1, Tessa Thompson. In lane 5, Otago Girls High School 1, Harriet Thompson. In lane 6, Avonside Girls High School 1, Libby Greaves. Lane 7, Roncalli College 1, Molly Phillips. And in lane 8, Burnside High School 1, Sam Rankin. Some of those girls have already raced today. Through the 250 towards the 500 they go. And it's Libby Greaves away from Burnside fairly cleanly with Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls. Back inside to Onslow College. And then Olivia from Cromwell College. In lane 2, Columba College, Laura Summit has started pretty cleanly as well. So fairly even across that field, although it is lane 6 and 4, Onslow and Avonside showing early. Nice start for Onslow. Onslow to Otago Girls. Back inside to Cromwell. Then we go outside to Avonside. And Sam Rankin from Burnside out there in lane 8. Then back to Hamilton Girls High School in lane 1. So as you look on your screen now, you can see them. Hamilton Girls on the left, going left to right. Hamilton Girls, Columba, then Cromwell. Then you can see Onslow. Otago Girls, Avonside Girls, Ron Carley, and you won't see Burnside. There's been a scratching there, so that's Ron Carley on the far right hand side. So it's with Onslow and Otago Girls. Nice move starting to come from Hamilton Girls down in line 1 as they head towards that 1,000. But Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls, second in the South Island. That's her on the right hand side of your screen. Currently leading by, that'll straighten up, it'll be a boat length, maybe 2 boat lengths from Onslow College. Then it's Columba. Not much between Columba and Avonside Girls. And right next to Columba, maybe just moving ahead of her, is Hamilton Girls High School. No, she's still got the advantage over Hamilton Girls. So still Columba and Cromwell, not much between them. But it is Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School, from Onslow College, from Cromwell College, across to Avonside Girls, back to Columba. Then we go to Hamilton Girls and Ron Carley on the outside as they head into the second half of the course. That while they make their way through that first part of the second half of the course, we will look and see who's starting in the second quarter final. In lane 1, Cambridge High School 2, Riley Martinovich. In lane 2, Southland Girls High School 1, Caitlin Tatai. In lane 3, Iona College 1, Libby Christie. In lane 4, New Plymouth Girls High School 1, Jill Swart. In lane 5, the North Island champion, Cambridge High School 1, Briley Deacon. In lane 6, Cromwell College 3, Greer Ferguson. In lane 7, Westlake Girls High School 1, Georgia Smith. And in lane 8, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glayholm. Nice even start from all of those scullers as they head up towards the 500. Meanwhile, heading through 1,250 metres gone. It's a handy lead there for Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School. Inside of her to Tessa Thompson from Onslow. Then it's outside to Avonside Girls, Libby Greaves still in the mix. I think that lane number 2, Columba College, Laura Summit, is probably looking a bit more likely than that. And Cromwell College in lane 3, Olivia Paibenga. We've got 4 to go through, so it's looking like Otago Girls at this stage, Onslow, and then we'll see what happens between Cromwell, Columba and Avonside. Just starting to fall away now, Hamilton Girls in lane 1 and Ron Carley in lane 7, which will give us 5 crews to focus on to get those 4 spots. New Plymouth Girls High School and Cambridge High School showing strongly in the second quarter final. As you would expect, Briley Deacon from Cambridge looks to be out in front. Libby from Iona College doing well down there in lane 3. Along with New Plymouth Girls High School, and then Cambridge and Southland in lanes 1 and 2 still in the mix. As we come down now with 350 metres to go. She's led most of the way, and still doing so is Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls over Onslow. Libby Greaves from Avonside Girls has continued to scull strongly. She's still in the mix. She would be handily placed for maybe 3rd against Cromwell College in lane 3 and Columba. Maybe Columba just moving ahead of Cromwell now. It's going to be between those 3 scullers, Avonside, Cromwell and Columba. There's only 2 spots they'll be able to go for based on what we see in front of us now, because Harriet Thompson will go through. Tessa Thompson still hanging in there from Onslow College. There'll be a length and a half between her and the next crew. But just starting to move up now in Columba College in lane 2, Laura Summit. She's up to her rating. Just starting to put some pressure on Olivia from Cromwell just outside of her. How will she respond? Over there outside in lane 6, Libby Greaves is trying to hang tough with these other 4 scullers. But it's still Harriet Thompson out there in lane 5 for Otago Girls High School. 2 boat lengths ahead of Onslow. Those 2 should go through, but this run coming from Laura Summit in lane number 2 means that she's going to make herself through to those semi-finals. She may take Olivia with her from Cromwell, But still out there in lane number 6 is Avonside Girls. There's daylight back to the rest of the field. It's only these 5. 100 metres to go now for Harriet Thompson, and she comes through those red markers. Joining her now is Onslow College's Tessa Thompson. Laura Summit, Columba, down here in lane 2. She's comfortably in 3rd now, so we're looking at a battle between Cromwell and Libby Greaves from Avonside Girls out in lane 6 to see who gets the 4th spot. It's looking like Cromwell might have the advantage, but Livy's up to it. She's trying to have a crack again at Cromwell. So coming down to the line now, another couple of 3 strokes here for Harriet Thompson. She takes over there. There's the buzzer for her. She's first. Onslow goes second. 3rd to Columba. And as we look, it's nothing in it between Avonside and Cromwell. It's Bowball for Bowball. It might be Cromwell. Cromwell just a couple of decent strokes in there. She's gone and won by, she's got 3rd, 4th over by half a canvas over poor old Libby Greaves from Avonside out there, who will just miss out. Cromwell going through. So Otago Girls from Onslow, then Columba College, then Cromwell College right on the line. 8 minutes 30.94 they've gone through in for the first quarterfinal of the girls under 17 single sculls. Meanwhile, back out in quarterfinal number 2, it's all about Briley Deacon. She's out there in lane 5 with a humongous lead, based on what we've already been seeing. So that would be 4 boat lengths she would have there. Over New Plymouth Girls High School would be second. Then we come back inside to actually probably Southland Girls. No, Iona College in lane 3. Iona College in lane 3 right alongside New Plymouth Girls High School. It's those 3. Then we go out more than likely to Bethlehem College in lane 8, Jemima Glayholm, back inside to Cromwell College number 3. Then we're having a look at lane 2, Southland Girls High School, then Cambridge High School, then we go back to Westlake Girls number 1. So that's just as they're coming down now, quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal number 3 is on the course in lane 1, Takofata College 1, Ashley Capp. Lane 2, James Hargis College 1, Caitlin Whitaker. Lane 3, St Kevin's College 1, April Linares Fontana. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, Sky Lang. In lane 5, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan. In lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Christy Foster. In lane 7, Huani College 2, Lucy Nichols. And in lane 8, Pukekohe High School number 1, Chelsea Gray. So fairly even through there. You would expect the South Island champion Pippi Horan from Dunstan and Sky Lang, who finished second in the North Islands, to be right out there and amongst it. And they are. It looks like Pippi's leading from Sky Lang, just second, just inside of her. And then again, St Kevin's showing strongly. So that's this third quarter final, but right out in front of us now with 350 to go and just cruising through there. I haven't got a read on her rating, but it would be early to mid-20s for Briley Deacon out here in lane 5, Cambridge High School. Looking very comfortable. Second is Iona College, Libby Christie. Right alongside her, Jill Swart from New Plymouth Girls High School. Those are the first 3. Then we look across to Cromwell College in lane 6. Would be challenging for 4th alongside Bethlehem College way out there in lane 8. Then we come back to Southland Girls High School, Caitlin Tatai in lane 2. Then it's Cambridge High School in lane 1. And across the top, we've got Westlake Girls High School number 1. Lovely run on her boat for Briley. I'm sure coaches Michelle Munro and Josh Toe are quite happy with what they're seeing, just doing what she needs to do and doing it more than comfortably with probably a 5 boat length lead over Libby Christie from Iona College, who would have half a boat length over Jill from New Plymouth Girls High School. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Cromwell College, Greer Ferguson. She's just had a look over to her right, can see Bethlehem College, Jemima Glayholm. She's thinking, I'm 4th, I want to keep it this way. Back to Southland Girls in lane 2, still to Cambridge in lane 1, across the top to Westlake in lane 7. Down she comes for an easy lead, easy win there for Briley Deacon, well rowed. Nice blue sculling boat she's got there. She goes through first. Second coming down here now will be Iona College. Across the line she goes now. With her then goes New Plymouth Girls High School. And outside to Cromwell, Greer Ferguson through there in 4th position. Then we go across the top to Bethlehem, Southland Girls High School, Cambridge High School and Westlake. 8:29.99. Just a little bit quicker than the first quarterfinal, but if you see how Briley rode that, there's plenty to come there and plenty of racing to come for her. Quarterfinal number 3 though, Pippi Horan by 2 boat lengths from Sky Lang, Takapuna Grammar. Then we go further inside to April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's down there in lane 3. She would be 3rd, but we're looking for the 4th. At this stage, it looks like it might be coming from either St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 6 or Chelsea Gray, Pukekohe 1 out there in lane 8. Then we would go back to James Hargest in lane 2, to Coffata College in lane 1, and Pukekohe Huani College out there in lane 7. 4th quarterfinals heading down towards the 500. We'll just pick that up for you later on. But in lane 1, Hillcrest High School, number 1, Ratara David. In lane 2, Maclean's College 1, Emily Marchell. In lane 3, Craighead Dawson 2, Paige Butler Beard. In lane 4, Craighead Dawson 1, Elsie Talbot. In lane 5, Otamotai College 1, Jenny Barangwine. In lane 6, ACG Tauranga 1, Ruby Church. In lane 7, Whakatane High School 1, Grayson Crowder. That's the 4th quarterfinal underway. Once we finish the girls under 17 single sculls, we'll move to the boys under 16 double sculls. But in the meantime, Pippi Horan, much like Briley Deacon, will be looking to do what she needs to do and conserve some energy for later in the week as they come through. She's still got a boat length and a half over Sky Lang. April Linares Fontana comfortably 3rd at this stage down there in lane 3. Then it's St Hilda's. Pukekohe High School in lane 8. Then we come down to James Hargest in lane 2. Out, Te Kalford has now moved through actually in lane 1. Ashley should be ahead of Huanui out there in lane 7. But it's Dunstan High School, Pippi Horan, coached by Simon Smith. 2 boat lengths ahead of Sky Lang. Pippi the South Island champion, Sky 2nd in the North Island. We'll see more from these two later in the week. Less than 100 to go now for Pippi Horan. Just starting to quicken up a little bit as she gets into the last 100. Just making sure she gets that time for the lane that she wants to, ahead of Sky Lang, Takapuna Grammar. Then we would have 6 boat lengths back to the rest of the field as these two come down to the finish. Still St Kevin's in 3rd. Then we go out to St Hilda's. So over the line there goes Pippi. 2nd to Takapuna Grammar. Watching St Kevin's come down to a finish now. 40 metres to go to take the 3rd spot from this race through into the semi-finals. There she goes, and St Hilda's across the line very shortly in 4th. Then we go across to Pukekohe High School, back down here to James Hargest, on the inside to Te Kalfata, and then across to Pukekohe High School. So they've gone through in 8:24:58. Just into the last half of this race is the 4th quarterfinal. And it's the 2 Craighead Diocesan Scullers. Elsie Talbot 3rd in the South Island. She is leading from Otamotai College. Jenna Barangwine would be 2nd, I think. She was 3rd in the North Islands. Then we go across to Craighead Dawson, number 2, Paige Butler Beard. Outside again to ACG Tauranga. Then we come back into lane 2, Maclean's College, Emily Marchell. Then Ratara David from Hillcrest High School. She's already had a bit of rowing this week, so we want 4 to go through to the semi-final. Outside then to Whakatane High School, number 1. So the minor money is going to be well contested for in this one, you would think. Still is Craighead from Otamotai, then Craighead, then ACG Tauranga. Heading up towards 500 metres to go, and it's still Craighead. Craighead 1, that is. Elsie Talbot, coached by Dean Milne. Jenna Barangwine, coached by Paul Clendon from Otamotai College. 3rd then is another Dean Milne coached Craighead Dawson School Sculler, Paige Butler Beard. Just watching lane 1 here, Atara David from Hillcrest. She's a big, strong sculler. You think she'll have a finish on her. She's had a bit of racing, but hopefully, from her perspective, she's got a bit left to get herself through to the semi-finals. Pressure for her will come from ACG Tauranga, Ruby Church out there in lane 6. And it looks like just maybe a bridge too far for Whakatane High School and Maclean's College this far out. Elsie Talbot starting to move away from the rest of the field though. She would have a 3 boat length lead over Otamotai College, then back to Craighead. In fact, Paige has just picked up things a little bit and she looks like she's starting to move past Otamotai, and Ratara down in lane 1 is starting to move as well. So those are still the 4. Otamotai will just need to watch ACG Tauranga. Still a little bit of room left for these scullers if they want to have a dab, but it's still going to be Elsie Talbot well in front. 3 boat lengths from her compatriot, Paige Butler-Beard. Drawn just alongside and maybe over the top of Otamotai College now. Ratara David coming down here in lane 1, just moving comfortably into 4th. Takes a look across at Ruby Church from ACG Tauranga. Then back to Maclean's and Whakatane. $100 metres to go now for Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan. 4 boat lengths ahead now, I think, of Paige Butler-Beard. Further 2 boat lengths back to Otamotai David down here in lane 1 from Hillcrest, who's in 4th. Just takes a look across at Ruby and says, I think I've done enough. I just need to keep hanging tough here. Down to the finish line, Elsie Talbot taking the buzzer now. And Paige Butler-Beard joining her. So 1-2 for Craighead. Nice row there from Otamotai. Finishing 3rd. And then down here, Hillcrest Ratara takes the 4th position. Then we'll go across the top to ACG Tauranga. Then Whakatane back down here to Maclean's. So that's the 4th quarterfinal. The last of the quarterfinals for the girls under 17 single sculls. 8:35.93 is their time. We have our semi-finalists for the girls under 17 single sculls. Let's go and find out who they're going to be for the boys under 16 double sculls, because quarterfinal 1 is on its way down. In lane 1, Takapuna Grammar, William Thompson and Michael Maloney. In lane 2, Cashmere High School 1, James Martin and Jimmy Middleditch. In lane 3, we've got a scratching, the Marlborough Boys College double. In lane 4, Glendowie College 1, Luke Holbert and Frank Eisen. In lane 5, Takapuna Grammar 1, Seb Ness and Sam Mones. Lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 3, Mac Brown, Peo O'Sullivan. In lane 7, Otago Boys High School 2, Roland Ozone and Niall Alexander. And completing the field out there in lane 8, it's St Patrick's College 1, George Mills and Eamon Ward. The lead at this early stage as they head into the last K is in Glendowie College. In lane 4, it's Luke Holbert and Frank Eisen. They hold the lead over Takapuna Grammar, then Timaru Boys High School, then back to Cashmere. Then we go out to St Patrick's College in lane 8. Probably looks like Timaru Boys number 3 back inside from there. No, it's Timaru Boys 3 already where they are. It's Otago Boys High School number 2. So it is Glendowie, Timaru Boys, and then Whakatane. Those are the 3. St Patrick's in lane 8. And then the next would be Cashmere. Then Otago Boys, then back to Takapuna Grammar. Through 1250 they come, heading towards the 750. Comfortably in front still is Glendowie. Out to Timaru Boys High School. Back to Takapuna. St Patrick's moving in lane 8. We want 4 to go through. So Timaru Boys High still second, but they're starting to clear out along with Glendowie. So those two crews comfortably first and second, Glendowie leading. Then we look at Takapuna Grammar in third. Where they need to look, though, is down on the inside, Cashmere High School in lane 2. Outside 2, St Patrick's College in lane 8. So it'll be between St Patrick's College and Cashmere at this stage, unless Otago boys have got a burn to come with them. But it's Glendowie College, Luke Holbert and Frank Ison, coached by Leo Strode-Penny. They're out there in lane 4 leading these crews down. Second is still Timaru Boys High School 3. Mac Brown and Peo O'Sullivan. It is still then another boat length or 2 boat lengths back to Takapuna Grammar. Then we would go outside to St Patrick's, but coming down here making a bit of work of it in lane 2, Cashmere High School. Cashmere High School, James Martin, Jimmy Middleditch down there in lane 2 looking to put a run on so they can move past that St Patrick's crew out there in lane 8. And it's Glendowie College, though. They're still leading this down from Timaru Boys High School back to Takapuna. Those are the 3. The battle's going to be for 4th position. I think Cashmere have moved through on St Patrick's College out there in lane 8. They've really quickened up that double. They've got a nice run on their boat. They're looking like they're going to take that 4th spot if they keep doing what they're doing now. But who will go through first is Glendowie College. 120 metres to go for them and looking very comfortable, nice and clean, very smooth. Outside of them, Timaru Boys High School with 100 metres to go now too. Whakatane would be 2 boat lengths back to be third. Now have Cashmere gone too early because now they've gone again St Patrick's. It's Cashmere and St Patrick's both with 100 metres to go. It's going to be very close between those 2 crews. So Glendowie is going over the line to take first now. Second will go outside of them to Timaru Boys High School. Then we've got Takapuna Grammar, but it's between Cashmere and St Patrick's. Cashmere have just started. It's Bowball, and Bowball between them is going to be on the stroke. Don't look, just row. I'm not going to... I think Cashmere. Cashmere across the line first ahead of St Patrick's just on the stroke. We'll wait for the confirmation, but that's what I reckon. And then we go across the top to Otago Boys High School and then back down below here to Takapuna Grammar. Close finish for 4th and 5th to get their qualification spot. It looks like it's something like 0.48 of a second between Cashmere and St Patrick's. I'm saying Cashmere. We'll wait and see, because quarterfinal number 2 is on its way. Lane 1, St Peter's College 1, Nico Bosma and Thomas Royce. Lane 2, Timaru Boys High School 2, Mackay Sparks and Max Henry Clayton. Lane 3, St Peter's School 1, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1, Ashton White and Xavier Small. Lane 5, Marlborough Boys College 2, Blake Fitzgerald, Hunter Nelson. Lane 6, King's College 1, Alexander Shannon and Lewis Upton. Lane 7, John McGlashan College 2, Angus Lowe and Charlie Curran. And in Lane 8, it's Shirley Boys High School 2, Charlie Norton and Keegan Piper. So boys, under 16, double sculls, quarterfinal. Marlborough Boys College in front. Wakatipu in front, I beg your pardon, from St Peter's. Then we go back to King's College. Then inside to Marlborough Boys, maybe over John McGlashan number 2. Then it's into Timaru Boys High School in lane 2, St Peter's in lane 1, across the top to Shirley Boys High School out there in lane 8. And it is a confirmation, the boys under 16 quarterfinal 1 for the double sculls. Glendowie, Timaru Boys, Takapuna, and by 0.63 of a second into 4th, Cashmere High School over St Patrick's. So Ashton White and Xavier Small from Wakatipu down there in lane 4 with a comfortable lead over St Peter's, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman. Then we go outside to, I think, King's College. Those are the 3. Very little then between Marlborough Boys College and John McGlashan. So it's out of those 5 you would think we'll get 4. Just a wee way back now to Timaru Boys in lane 2, St Peter's in lane 1, and Shirley Boys High School out there in lane number 8. Just let that progress its way down. We'll give you the feel for the third quarter-final. St Paul's Collegiate 1 is in lane 1. Austin Plymouth, Samuel Jeffries. In lane 2, Wakatipu High School 2, Logan Notton and Ben Hogan. In lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Alec Newland and Preston Kelly. In lane 4, Timaru Boys High School 1, Blake Parker, Josh Bartlett. In lane 5, John McGlashan College 1, Oliver Hamilton, Matthew O'Meara. In lane 6, Hauraki Plains College 1, Danny Sayer, Matthew Simpson. In lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, Hamish McIntosh, Noah Visser. And in lane 8, completing the field, Cambridge High School 1, Alex Schuler and Quinn Stevenson. Through the 500 they go. Good starts there from Timaru Boys High School 1 and John McGlashan. But down here in front of us, quarter-final number 2, it's all Wakatipu. Wakatipu by 2 boat lengths over St Peter's. It would be King's College that are third. Then we come back to Marlborough Boys College, across to John McGlashan 2. So John McGlashan, if you want to knock out Marlborough Boys, you've got some work to do in the next 500 metres or 250 metres or so. And then it looks like the rest will be just out of it, unfortunately. That's Shirley Boys, Timaru Boys and St Peter's. So nice sculling here from Wakatipu, another John Morrison coach crew. They've had strong regattas this season down here at Ruataniwha. 100 metres to go now for Wakatipu. 4 boat lengths back to St Peter's down there in lane 3. They've got a boat length over the King's College double of Alexander Shannon and Lewis Upton. And then it is Marlborough Boys College, Blake and Hunter. With a boat length over now, John McGlashan College. Down to the line there come Wakatipu, taking the buzzer now. St Peter's will join them very shortly. Second to St Peter's. Third on the outside to King's College. Fourth will be Marlborough Boys coming down to the line very shortly. They've got a boat length and a half over John McGlashan. There they go. John McGlashan finishing 5th very shortly and just finishing strongly down here. Timaru Boys High School to take 6th. Then it will be St Peter's, and then across the top will be Shirley Boys High School. Quarterfinal number 2 for the under-16 double sculls is done and dusted in 7:04.11. The first one went through in 7:15.49. The third one is on the course. Fourth one about to let go was Timaru Boys and John McGlashan. It still is John McGlashan in the lead from Timaru Boys. Then we would go to Hauraki Plains. St Thomas of Canterbury just fallen away there in lane 3, unfortunately for them. Then it is Wakatipu number 2 in lane 2, who look like they will be in the mix. Then we go outside to Shirley Boys in lane 7, Cambridge High School in lane 1. So still very much John McGlashan and Timaru Boys. Wakatipu 2 would be third. Fourth would be Hauraki Plains, then Shirley Boys closely behind them, and 5th across to Cambridge High School down the inside lane to St Paul's Collegiate, and just feeling the pinch a bit is St Thomas's of Canterbury. Quarterfinal number 4 won't be far away, and in that quarterfinal, just checking for scratchings, we have none. Lane 1, Burnside High School 1, Morgan Fryer, Max Wallace. In lane 2, Howick College 1, Zachary Dawes, Cameron Winiata Brown. In lane 3, St John's Hamilton 1, Joel Birdling, Charlie Squire. In lane 4, McLean's College 1, Logan Terrell and James Dimmock. In lane 5, St Kevin's College 1, Zeke Goodsir and Cody Marshall. In lane 6, Glendowie College 2, Fraser Smith Rice, Leo Audley. Lane 7, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Blake Finlayson, Ashton Coombs. Lane 8, Howick College 2, Henry Calvert, Conrad Hines. Won't be far away from a start for that quarterfinal. In fact, they've just gone. Away they go in that 4th and final quarterfinal of the boys under 16 double sculls. It's the third one though that's out in front of us now, and out in front are Timaru Boys by 2 boat lengths over John McGlashan. John McGlashan second. The work coming though is from in lane 2 Wakatipu. They've moved into third quite comfortably over Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains with those distinctive orange oars. They're in fourth, looking to secure their spot through. The challenges for them are going to be Shirley Boys, who are still a boat length and a half behind them, but plenty of time to do some work in. Then we'll come down to lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate, across to Cambridge High School out there in lane 8, and way back there to St Thomas's. So good work being done here by Blake and Josh from Timaru Boys High. Clearly out in front there from John McGlashan. So just watching the battle between McLean's and Shirley Boys. Wakatipu were third, so it's going to be between McLean's and Shirley Boys. Hauraki Plains and Shirley Boys. Sounds similar. Hauraki Plains got the advantage though, probably a boat length over Shirley Boys. Back at the top though, 120 metres to go, and got a nice run on their boat is Timaru Boys High. Just a little nice micro pause at the finish for them before they head back through the recovery. Nice and clean at the catch for these under 16 boys doubles. It's a very clean and tidy looking double there, the way they're sculling their way up to the finish. 40 metres to go. Down to the buzzer they come, Timaru Boys High School. 3 boat lengths back to John McGlashan. Down here in lane 2, Wakatipu will take third, and they've just made the most of the last 150 metres, have Hauraki Plains. They're in fourth at this stage and will take that final qualification spot from this race off Shirley Boys, who will finish 5th. Then we'll go down to St Paul's Collegiate. And across the top will be Cambridge, with St Thomas's just with 120 metres to go. Just checking a time there for that quarter-final. 7:06. 7:06.39. So still the second one was the quicker one. Quarter-final number 4. Heading up towards the 750 metre mark. McLean's College, Logan Terrell and James Dimmock, by a boat length at the moment over St Kevin's College, Zeke Goodsir and Cody Marshall. Howick College out in lane 8, not far away from it. Neither is St Paul's Collegiate out there in lane 7. As is Howick down in lane 2. Might be close, this one. Still McLean's with a handy lead. You can see them going through the 1K though. It's all them at the moment, but it's coming back to the rest of them. So St Kevin's and St John's just going through there now. Across the top was St Paul's Collegiate in the green boat. So McLean's from St Kevin's. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 7 looking to upset the apple cart. We want 4 to go through here. This boys under 16 double sculls final quarter final. You can tell I'm getting tongue tied. I'm due for a break. Kirsty's coming in another 10 or 15 minutes to take you through to the close of day 3 here at the 2022 Aon Mardi Cup. Still lane 4 McLean's with a nice handy lead out there, be 3 or 4 boat lengths. Second though is looking like it is St Paul's out there in lane 7. Back inside to St Kevin's still in lane 5. Across to St John's in lane 3. Howick down there in lane 2, not out of it either. So we're going to have, there's looking like 5 boats starting to line themselves up for those remaining 3 spots. Just starting to drift off a little bit is Howick. Then back inside in lane 6 is Glendowie. But it's still McLean's in lane 4, well in front of the rest of the field. Outside of them is St Kevin's. They'll be looking across at St Paul's Collegiate. St John's down in lane 3 and Howick in lane 2. Just drifting off now in lane 1 is Burnside High School. And in lane 6, Glendowie number 2. So nice sculling here from Logan Terrell and James Dimmock from Maclean's College. Comfortably in front from Zeke and Cody from St Kevin's. Just watching Howick down here in lane 2. They'll be lining up St John's down there in lane 3. And still in amongst it is St Paul's out there in lane 7. So those crews there lining up for the remaining spots. No doubt about who's going to win this. It'll be Maclean's. They'll take that semi-final spot. And the boys under 16 double sculls. Then we'll move through to the girls under 18 single sculls. So there'll be some interesting matchups to watch there. We're just starting to see this race form itself up for a conclusion. It's going to be St Paul's out there in lane 7, fighting with St Kevin's in lane 5, up against St John's in lane 3, and Howick in lane 2. Those 4 boats are looking for 3 spots. The first spot, those are going to be taken by Maclean's College. They've got 100 metres to go. Second right now is St Kevin's College. Inside of them is St John's starting to move. They're in second. Well, they'll be nearly being second now, overtaking that St Kevin's crew. Howick starting to move in lane 2. They're struggling to hang on there out in lane 7 is St Paul's Collegiate. So down here going over the line now is Maclean's College taking first position. Second is still sitting with St John's here now in lane 3. Out there is St Kevin's in lane 5. They're in third. It's looking like the battle is now between Howick. Have gone again, have St Paul's Collegiate. Second is going to be St John's. Third is going to be St Kevin's. But is it going to be Howick or is it going to be St Paul's Collegiate? It's looking like St Paul's Collegiate. They've got a half a boat length over Howick. They'll finish 4th. Game fight by Howick, but not quite. They'll take 5th. Down here in lane 2. Then we go across the top to Howick number 2, back inside to Glendowie. And Burnside down here in lane 1. What have we got there? 7:08.87. And the boys under 16 double sculls, we now have 2 sets of semi-final spots filled. So there's a short break in the program now, which is a great time for Kirsty to move into the seat. And I'll leave you in her very capable hands, and we'll pick you up tomorrow morning.
say all dogs and see what they're doing in that.
Just about to hand over to Kirsty. Just a reminder to everybody here, if you're in your boat parks or whichever zones you're in, that we now are allowed to have dogs at Lake Ruataniwha, but the only proviso is that they need to be on a lead. So if you have got a dog here, can you make sure it's on a lead? Because if it's not on a lead and running free, we may well lose the right to have dogs back here at all. So please make sure that if you have a dog down here at the lake, that it is on a lead. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. We're back up and racing now with quarterfinals for the girls under 18 single scull. Quarterfinal 1 is on the track now. We're looking for Anna Dudley from Onslow College, Brielle Pearson from Christchurch Girls High School, Mia Finlayson from Mount Maunganui College, Olivia Dunn, St Paul's Collegiate, Eleanor Baldy from Bayfield High School, Sophie Strang, Glendowie College, Ayla Rowe from Trident High School, and Grace McConnell from Riccarton High School. Looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final. Pretty early days in this race, but they are all out and onto their race beat, so probably just slightly too early to pick it right now. Lane 5 travelling quite well. Eleanor Baldy from Bayfield High School. She's travelling well. Pretty early days as we wait for them to go past the island. So one of our premier events. A lot of these girls will have put their names down to be considered for South Island or North Island under 18s and then next level up New Zealand juniors. So they will be wanting to perform in this quarterfinal to ensure a semi-final berth. This event will be raced on Saturday morning, and they'll be racing for the Stephanie Foster Cup, which was won by Dunstan last year, by Sophie Smith from Dunstan. Inside lanes also travelling well. Anna Dudley and Brielle Pearson. Onslow and Christchurch girls having a good go at it at the moment. So lane 8 just back a fraction. Grace McConnell from Riccarton. All these girls looking pretty good here in the first quarterfinal of the girls under 18 single. It's a good race developing here. Only 4 of these scullers to go through to the to the semi-final, and still looking pretty good out there. In the middle of the course is Bayfield's Eleanor Baldy. Denzel and Gareth probably be happy with the start of this. Just waiting for these girls to come down through the 1,000 metre mark. So we'll get that camera to pan around and watch them as they come through the marker. And that will give us a little bit more of an indication on the lineup here as they come through the 1K. Lane 2 looking in a good position here. Brielle Pearson, Christchurch Girls. She had quite a good start through that first 500. Lane 3 also in with a chance. Mia Finlayson from Mount Maunganui. Sophie Strang pushing hard from Glendowie. So not altogether clear cut on who the 4 are going to be. But if she's in the right lane, Eleanor Baldy from Bayfield High School travelling very well here in quarterfinal number 1 of the girls under 18 single. 4 to go through to the semi. Next quarterfinal. Lining up in the blocks right now. That looks like another 8 scullers getting ready to go. So starting to get to the pointy end of the week now. And it's pretty cutthroat from here on in. Get to that next stage or you're possibly out. Down we come towards the last 500. Bayfield High School out of Dunedin going well here in the girls under 18 single. Glendowie trying to close the gap. Christchurch girls down on the inside. Down to the 500 they come. We'll just follow the camera on the live stream as they come through there. That's Bayfield. Bayfield out of Dunedin leading them home. And then we've got Christchurch girls travelling well. Glendowie also. And then probably just outside of Christchurch girls is Mount Mauganui's Mia Finlayson. So here they come through the 500. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for these scullers. Under 18 level, so pretty accomplished. Through the 500 they go. No doubt about the leader. She's got about a length and a quarter over Christchurch girls, still sitting in second. Now third place will go to Mount Mauganui and then out to Glendowie. So it's still Eleanor Baldy from Bayfield travelling really well. Only 4 to go through. Christchurch girls coming down. Brielle Pearson, she's held second place the whole way down. Now Mount Maunganui and Glendowie trying to secure that third and fourth spot into the semi-final. Watch them as they come down to the 250. The boys will change to yellow as they come to that last 250. No doubt about Bayfield. She's still got a clear water advantage over Christchurch girls. Mount Maunganui pushing up now. Mia Finlayson. Mount Maunganui's done a really good push coming into this 250. And she'll be level pegging now with Christchurch girls. Glendowie secure in that fourth spot at the moment. So down we come towards the finish. About 180 to go for Bayfield High School. Eleanor travelling really well. So it's lane number 5 is going to take the win. Gareth and Denzel will be happy with this. So Bayfield High School coming down to the 100. Then you've got Christchurch girls and Mount Maunganui neck and neck. And then over to Glendowie College on the far side. Inside the 100 is Bayfield High School. Now Mount Maunganui in second place. Mount Maunganui have overtaken Christchurch girls. And then we've got Glendowie College on the outside sitting in fourth as St. Paul's Collegiate try and build up. But Glendowie's got clear water on her. So Mount Maunganui is going to come through for second. And Glendowie at the moment putting a little bit of pressure on Christchurch girls. But Christchurch girls hanging on. So Bayfield take the win. Second place, Mount Maunganui, Christchurch girls and Glendowie will go through. So on the live stream in front of you is the finish of the quarterfinal of the girls under 18 single scull, quarterfinal number 1. We move into quarterfinal number 2 now as they come down to the 1K. We have Jules Wart from New Plymouth Girls, Amy Harvey Green from Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Jenna Lee Markgraf from Cambridge High School, Samantha Eden, St. Peter's School, Cambridge, Elsie Talbot, Craighead Diocesan, Rebecca Adams, Hauraki Plains College, April Linares Fontana from St. Kevin's College, and Anna Stewart from Takapuna Grammar. Here, past the 1,000, into that third 500 they go. So, Elsie Talbot from Craighead, travelling well. And also Jenna Lee from Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School travelling well in lane number 3. We're looking for 4 to go through. So Cambridge High School looking good. Right down on the inside. Lane number 1, Jules Ward putting in some big strokes in this third 500. So Cambridge High School hanging on. And then over to the outside, which is April Linares Fontana from St. Kevin's. They're all coming down inside that third 500 towards the 500 to go. This is quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 18 single scull. Quarterfinal number 1 was won by Eleanor Baldy from Bayfield High School. Second was Mount Maunganui College, Mia Finlayson. Third, Christchurch Girls High School, Brielle Pearson. And fourth was Sophie Strang from Glendowie College. We're now looking for the second quarterfinal to go through to the semi. And down they come. 3 scullers going really well here. And also trying to get a pecking order on them as they come through that 500 to go. Let's watch. So we're just watching them as they come through the 500. Good race here. It's only half a length. So it's Elsie Talbot. And then Samantha Eden. Jenna Lee from Cambridge High School. That's your 1, 2, 3. And then possibly over to Rebecca Adams, Hauraki Plains. Or Jules Wart down here from New Plymouth Girls. She's also going quite well. So we're looking for 4 to go through. And I think Elsie Talbot going well from Craighead Diocesan. And Elsie has just been out in the under-17 single and placed first in that. So she's doing very well, this young lady out here. Get a bit of pressure here from Samantha Eden from St. Peter's School, Cambridge. But Elsie hanging on here. Craighead Diocesan. Good job from her. 17 single, double, 18 single here. She's hanging on. Here comes Samantha Eden. She'll also go through Hauraki Plains. Rebecca Adams. And then back to Cambridge High School, I'd say, sitting in that 4th spot. So down they come. It's pretty close between Elsie and Samantha, but it's still Craighead holding on. And Craighead will take the win. So it's going to be Craighead, St. Peter's, Hauraki Plains, and Cambridge High School. So well done to the scullers there going through to the semi-final, the girls 18 single. We have another quarterfinal on the track now. You're watching the finish currently of quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 18 single. We move now to quarterfinal number 3. Caitlin Van Rees from Pukekohe High School. Cassidy Luff from Westlake Girls. Laura McCabe from Maclean's College. Charlotte Lightfoot from Queen Charlotte College. Ash Fleming, Avonside Girls. Holly Turnbull, Rangiruru, Mackenzie Armit, Wanganui Collegiate, and Blaze King from Mount Albert Grammar. That's the 8 scullers in quarterfinal number 3. Through the 1,000 they've gone, so we've missed that as they went through there. So we'll try and pick them up by the binoculars. So Charlotte Lightfoot travelling well, trying to go with her. The 2 scullers inside of her, Maclean's and Westlake. Charlotte Lightfoot from Queen Charlotte travelling well. Looking for 4 to go through. Official time of quarterfinal number 2, 8:36, was Elsie Talbot's time. 8:38 was Bayfield High School's. So back out in front of us now is quarterfinal number 3. Light breeze with the flags here. So this is one of our premier events, girls 18 single. Very accomplished scullers in this field. And we are looking at Queen Charlotte Queen Charlotte going really well. That's Charlotte Lightfoot out there in lane 4. Then we are looking at Rangiruru travelling well. Also McLean's College, Westlake Girls. We watch them as they come down to the last 500. The white boat out the front there that you can see on your camera, that is Queen Charlotte College number 1, Charlotte Lightfoot, coached by Kay Surgener. So Charlotte coming down now. Then we're looking for second as the camera comes around to that 500. It is Queen Charlotte out in front, doing it pretty comfortably. Then we look at Rangiruru. Rangiruru number 1, Holly Turnbull, and Laura McCabe from McLean's College. Let's see who goes through second there. Oh, it's pretty close between those two. Oh, real close. And then just inside of McLean's is also Westlake Girls. So that's where your 4 are coming from. Charlotte Lightfoot from Queen Charlotte. And then you got Holly Turnbull, Rangiruru, Laura McCabe from McLean's College, and Cassidy Love from Westlake Girls. These 4 looking good to go through to the semi-final. And quarterfinal number 2, 2 seconds faster than quarterfinal number 1. So Craighead's Elsie Talbot, given that she'd also done the 17 single, is looking pretty good. Lots of cheering going on down here for Holly. Rangiruru cheering for their girl. 4 to go through. Here comes Charlotte Lightfoot from Queen Charlotte. Right down on the inside also is Cassidy Luff and Laura McCabe. Westlake and McLean's going head to head. And also Holly Turnbull from Rangiruru. So those 4 look like they've put themselves well and truly into the top 4. Let's see how they finish it out inside the 250. Queen Charlotte just rowing away with it now. Pretty comfortable here. $34 for Charlotte. Then we actually come down. Looks like a pretty good sprint here coming from Laura McCabe from McLean's College. So Laura doing pretty well as she comes down to the 100. Charlotte Lightfoot will win this quarterfinal. Then it's down to Holly Turnbull and Laura McCabe. Laura's gone through in second. Laura from McLean's is in second place. And then we've got Cassidy Love from Westlake Girls and Holly Turnbull from Rangiruru. So over the line comes Queen Charlotte. Down to the line comes Laura McCabe from McLean's. And then we have Rangiruru just ahead in third place. So Holly Turnbull will finish in third ahead of Cassidy Luff from Westlake. Now the scullers all heading down to the line. We've got lane number 7 coming through. That's Wanganui Collegiate's Mackenzie Armott. Then we go back to lane number 8 is Blaze King from Mount Albert Grammar. And then just down on the inside, Pukekohe's Caitlin Van Rees down in lane number 1. We move now to the last quarterfinal of the girls 18 single. We've got Caitlin Titai from Southland Girls, Brian Moriarty from Burnside High School, Maggie Morrison from Hauraki Plains, Sophie Smith from Dunstan High School, Madison Shanks from Mount Maunganui College, Stella Cook from Avonside Girls, Caitlin Foote from Pukekohe, and Ashley Clapp from Te Kaifit College. 4 to go through to the semis. Brian Moriarty and Sophie Smith travelling well. So Sophie Smith out of Dunstan High School, Brian Moriarty, Burnside High School. They are into that 3K, and we're just looking for the official result of quarterfinal number 3. Charlotte Lightfoot home in a time of 8:32. So that is the fastest quarterfinal so far. 8:32, 8:36, 8:38. On the quarterfinals, and this is the last quarterfinal before we move into the boys quarterfinals. So down they come towards the last 500. This is the last quarterfinal of the girls under 18 single scull. They will be racing on Saturday morning for the Stephanie Foster Cup once they get through the semi-final stage tomorrow. And look at this. This is a good race coming up here. Watch them as they come through the 500. So we've got Sophie Smith from Dunstan fighting it out there. Just on her outside, that's Madison Shanks from Mount Maunganui. Down on the inside, Maggie Morrison and Brian Moriarty. Through the 500 they come. As we come round, we'll try and catch them as they go through. Here they come up. Oh, this is close. It's right on between Sophie Smith and Madison Shanks. It's Sophie and Madison going through together. And then we come down to Hauraki Plains and Burnside. That's your 3-4. So it is Madison Shanks who's done a big move on Sophie Smith. And we'll see whether Sophie's got quite a strong finish on it. So it's Madison from Mount Maunganui, Sophie Smith from Dunstan High School. Then we've got Maggie Morrison from Hauraki Plains. And down to Burnside's Brian Moriarty. Sophie Smith going again now. This is a good move. I knew she'd have a strong finish on her. Sophie going again. So it's Dunstan having a go at Madison Shanks from Mount Maunganui. And Sophie's put the pedal down. She's off. So she's shot back out into the lead. And it is Dunstan High School now over Mount Maunganui. Back into Hauraki Plains. And then back down to 4th place currently with Burnside. But we are looking at lane number 6, trying to do all she can. Stella Cook from Avonside to pull up now. Can she go through Burnside? Sophie Smith coming down to the 100. Sophie's taken that rating up and shot off to a length and a half over Madison Shanks. So a good move from Sophie there. She let Mount Maunganui come at her and then she just took off. So it's going to be Dunstan. Dunstan will win it. Then we're looking for the other 3 to go through. Hauraki Plains doing really well now, rolling over the top of Mount Maunganui. And then Burnside is going to take that 4th spot. And that will round out the girls under 18 single scull. I think the boys are on the course now. Boys under 18 single on the track now. We'll go straight up there because, again, pretty accomplished boat movers, these guys. So we're going to James Hollard from Tauranga Boys College. We have Matthew Pearce from Ashburton, Ashley James Fitzgerald from Marlborough Boys, Xavier Simpkins from St Peter's College, Justin Smythe from Hillcrest High School, Liam Kirkland from Kapiti College, and Ryan Smith from Huanui College. 4 to go through. Here they come. Oh, just missed it again through the 1K. Blast. All right, it is Marlborough Boys. It's Ashley James over Xavier Simpkins. That's your 1-2 at the moment. So it's Ashley James Fitzgerald from Marlborough Boys College over Xavier Simpkins from St Peter's College, Auckland. Just outside of Xavier is Justin Smythe from Hillcrest High School. And they're heading down fast towards the 500, these gentlemen. Single scullers, once again, probably putting their name forward for South Island, North Island under 18s or New Zealand juniors. It's still Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys with a handy lead here. Ashley James Fitzgerald Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's College over his right-hand shoulder. That's your 1-2. Then we're looking for 3-4. Come back down on the inside. Ashburton trying to work hard. Matthew Pearce. Over on the other side of St. Peter's, it's Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. Heading down towards the 500 now. Here we go. Live stream showing these boys. You can see the two front crews closest to the camera. That's Ashley James Fitzgerald from Marlborough Boys College. Over his right-hand shoulder in the background there, that is Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's College. Then you come back a couple of boat lengths now, and you've got Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. And down we come towards the 250, boys under 18 single. Quarterfinal number 2 is on the track. But Xavier Simpkins trying to reel in Ashley James Fitzgerald. And down we come towards the finish. It is still Marlborough Boys over St. Peter's. We're looking for 3 and 4. Come down to Matthew Pearce from Ashburton. And then you've got Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. Last 250 coming up now. Oh, here comes Xavier Simpkins. Xavier Simpkins having a go at Ashley James Fitzgerald in the last 250. They're going through together. Here we go, the last 250 in the boys 18 single. Both of these two going really well. Oh, and it's St. Peter's have just gone through in first place. So maybe Ashley James, is he going to take it to him, or is he knowing that he's gone through to the semi and he's going to wait for a fight tomorrow? But it is definitely St. Peter's who have opened it up and taken off. So St. Peter's, Xavier Simpkins is going to win this, I would say, bar him taking the pressure off. Ashley James Fitzgerald cruising down to the finish. And then we are looking for the Rednecks to go through with them into that semi-final. Still looking to be Ashburton's Matthew Pearce. And then over to Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. So well done there to those two gentlemen. They're through to the semi-final. We come down on the inside here. Third place also going through to semis is lane number 2. That's Matthew Pearce. And then we go over the far side. Oh, close. Oh boy, that was a good finish down on the inside. Let's wait and see who got that 4th place. I thought that was done and dusted, but 2 of them went across together. So we'll just see who got that 4th and final spot there. And we'll just go straight out to the next quarterfinal while we await that result. Jeez, I've missed them again. That blimmin' 1,000 comes up too quickly. So, quarterfinal number 2, Glendowie College, Matthew Grace. John McGlashan College 2, Finn Allison. Glendowie College 2, Cabe McAllen Smith. Onifero Area School, Jack Henry. King's College, Jack Mitchell. Otago Boys High School, Henry Kirk. Bethlehem College, Jack Perkins. And Carpenter College, Joe Hughes. That's quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal number 1 is official. It's St. Peter's College, Xavier Simpkins, Marlborough Boys, Ashley James Fitzgerald, Matthew Pearce, Ashburton, and Hillcrest, Justin Smythe. All right, let's go out here to the quarterfinal number 2. Here they come, down to the 500. Looks to me like it's King's College, Jack Mitchell. Just inside of him is Onifero. That's Jack Henry. Right down on the inside, Matthew Grace fighting hard from Glendowie. But he's just a little bit, he's actually a little bit back off Finn Allison now. So Finn Allison from John McGlashan trying to fight his way up there into that top 4. And he might be ahead of Henry Kirk. No, Henry Kirk just going through in second there. So it is a pretty comfortable lead here for the King's Scullet. So it's still King's College. King's College leading quarterfinal number 2. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys did go through in second, but we can now see a fight from Jack Henry coming now. Jack Henry fighting hard. And then on the other side of Henry Kirk, on the outside, that looks like Jack Perkins from Bethlehem College. And then down here on the inside also is John McGlashan's Finn Ellison. So they're all fighting to get into that top 4. No doubt about King's College. He's hanging on as we come through the 250. Through we go now for Kings. We've still got Henry Kirk from Otago Boys hanging in now. And then now for Jack Henry. So that's your 1, 2, 3. And then over on the outside, Jack Perkins looking to have that 4th spot at the moment. Down they come towards the finish. And it is still King's College hanging on. Kings coming down to the 100. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys sitting in second. And then we have got Jack Perkins finishing hard from Bethlehem College. But it's King's College with a length and a half through the 100. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys sitting in second place. Then we come back to the Bethlehem Sculler, who's finishing really well. And lane number 4 as well is the Onifero Area School. So it's Henry Kirk coming through for second. Kings first. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys second. Then it looks like Onifero will get third. And 4th place will go out to Bethlehem College. So you're just watching the finish on your live stream there of, it was the finish of quarterfinal number 2. We'll go to quarterfinal number 3 coming through the 1K now. And finally, it looks like I've been able to watch it on the live stream. They've always gone through it by the time I get back to the video there. Looks like a red boat, but who is it? That might be Riley Wills, maybe. Who is it? Quarterfinal number 3. Oh, good race here. Good race. Timaru Boys also going well. Yeah, it's Riley Wills. Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate. Leading quarterfinal number 3. We've got Will Tattersfield from Huanui College trying to hang on there. Quarterfinal 2 won by King's College. Jack Mitchell, 7:33. Inside the third 500 they come, and it's St. Paul's Collegiate looking pretty dominant here at the moment. Then we come into second place, Will Tattersfield, Huanui going well. Four to go through. Sam Wilson from Timaru Boys. He's tracking well. But it's Riley from St. Paul's Collegiate. He's hanging on to the lead here. Looking for 3 more to join Riley as we come down to the 500 to go. It's Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate. We've got Sam Wilson in there from Timaru Boys. We've got Huanui College, Will Tattersfield, and also Felix Moran from St. Peter's School, Cambridge. He is also looking for a top 4 position into the A final of the boys under 18 single. So at the moment, leaving the field behind is Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate. He has got quite a handy lead now over the sculler on his left, which is Will Tattersfield from Huanui. There they go through the 1500. And also Sam Wilson from Timaru Boys going quite well over Riley's right-hand shoulder. Down we come towards the finish, and there's no doubt about this one. Riley Will stamping his name on this one. He'll go up against Ashley James Fitzgerald and Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's. As we come down towards the finish in the boys under 18 single, this could be a young man to watch come finals day in the under 18 single. Although, having said that, he's got to get through the semi first, so let's see what happens. But it is Riley Will, St. Paul's Collegiate, probably 3 lengths now over Timaru Boys, Sam Wilson. From Sam Wilson, we come to Will Tattersfield from Huanui. And then we are looking at Felix Moran from St. Peter's School, Cambridge. He will take 4th spot into that semi-final. Riley now coming down to the last 100. And this is Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate in the red boat out of Hamilton in the North Island. And Riley is leading this pretty comfortably. He's got nearly 3 lengths now over Timaru Boys High School. Riley sitting on 37, so he's really punching quite hard here down to the line. I'll be interested to see his time as he comes through against the other 2 races, which were 7:32, 7:33. Riley comes to the line now, and he's gone through 7:29, so he takes the fastest quarterfinal for now. So St. Paul's, Timaru Boys, Huanui, and St. Peter's School, Cambridge. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And in quarterfinal number 3. Alrighty, let's go out to the last quarterfinal of the boys 18 single. We're looking at Takapuna Grammar in lane 1, Sacred Heart Auckland lane 2. So Takapuna Grammar, Sacred Heart Auckland, Timaru Boys number 2, John McGlashan 1, Hauraki Plains 1, ACG Strathallan 1, Bethlehem College 2, and James Hargis College 1. Right, Takapuna, get ready for it. I'm going to attempt this name. It's going to happen. And I'm going to get it right. He better be doing well. Hang on. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, he's deserved it, I suppose. Okay, so Takapuna Grammar's Harrison Toxopaeus. Told you. Oh, good effort there. All right, come on, Harrison. I attempted that. You've got to do well now. Let's go out and have a look. But it is out in the middle of the course. Mark Smith, John McGlashan. Travelling well. Right. They threw that 1,000 again. I've missed it again. Flippin' typical. Mark Smith, John McGlashan. The team without a coach at the moment. It's John McGlashan in lane 4, travelling well. Got himself sorted, got himself onto the water, I assume. Timaru Boys, William Talbot is chasing hard. So it's Mark Smith, William Talbot. Oh, then it gets a bit harder. Maybe inside William. Talisman Lloyd from Sacred Heart. And then it's maybe Hauraki Plains, Fraser Macaulay Thompson. and Jack Clark from ACG Strathallan. So 4 to go through. No doubt about Mark Smith. Mark from John McGlashan is leading quarterfinal number 4, the boys 18 single. Confirmed time for Riley Wills, 7:29.18. So he holds the fastest quarterfinal time for now. And we watch as Mark Smith comes down, chased by William Talbot from Timaru Boys. And then we've got Haraki Plains and Fraser Macaulay Thompson and Talisman Lloyd from Sacred Heart. Jack Clark from ACG Strathallan having a crack out there in lane 6. Then we come down to Harrison from Takapuna Grammar and right over on the outside, Eamon Thwaites from James Hargest. Still Mark Smith, but coming under pressure now from William Talbot. Down through towards the 250, it's still Mark Smith. There's the 250 on your live stream, and it is Mark Smith from John McGlashan. He's got just on a length over William Talbot from Timaru, and then on the other side is Fraser Macaulay Thompson, Haraki Plains. Then you've got ACG Strathallan as well. No, he'd be in 5th now. You've got Talisman Lloyd from Sacred Heart, Auckland. Down we come to the last 100, and it's still Mark Smith from John McGlashan in Dunedin. Mark is leading this quarterfinal number 4. Coming in behind him is William Talbot from Timaru Boys. Then you go over to Haraki Plains, Fraser Macaulay Thompson in 3rd. He would be probably about 3/4 of a length back. And then you would come down to Sacred Heart, Auckland in lane 2. Mark Smith just on a length lead now. Coming down to the last 40 metres. Mark is going to take the win here in the boys 18 single quarterfinal number 1. Mark will come over in 1st place. We'll check his time. 2nd will be William Talbot from Timaru Boys. 3rd, Haraki Plains, and that is Fraser Macaulay Thompson. And 4th is going to be Talisman Lloyd from Sacred Heart, Auckland. Mark going through, I think it's about 7:40, 7:43. Down to the last few events of the day. We've got the girls under 17 double on the way now, quarterfinal number 1. Otago girls, possibly that could be going quite well. Wrong one. St Andrews, possibly. Christchurch Girls High School, Georgia Marsh and Toby Rees are in lane 1. Glendowie College, Mila Taylor, Mangan and Emily Warren in lane 2. Wellington Girls College, Mackenzie Kemp and Isabella Revel in 3. Freddie Todd Hunter and Georgia Thompson from St Andrews are in 4. Daisy Butcher, Imogen Butcher from Takapuna Grammar in 5. Nina Turner, Chloe Wright from Otamoto College in 6. Janiyah Johnston and Madison Gittins from Christchurch Girls in 7, and Grace Candy and Isabella Hunter Willits from Whangarei Girls out in lane 8. Down they come inside that third 500. Same deal, it's a quarterfinal, so we want 4 to go through. It's Freddie and Gigi Georgia Thompson at St Andrews College. They are leading this quarterfinal over Takapuna Grammar. Also right down on the inside, Georgia Marsh and Toby Rees. Didn't see Christchurch Girls down there, tucked in behind one of the trailers loaded. It's a bit hard to see them until they pop out the other side. But Christchurch Girls looking good too. Down we come to the 500s. Watch them as they go through. I can see St Andrews College out there in lane 4. Down we come with the camera, and we're going to watch them as they go through that 500. It is St Andrews with a Clearwater lead now. They've gone out to probably about a length and a half over Takapuna Grammar School in second. So no doubt about St Andrews. Through they go now. Takapuna Grammar still coming second. Through now. So that's about 2.5 boat lengths there to St Andrews. And then we're looking for 2 more to join them. Christchurch Girls travelling well down in lane number 1. And then maybe Wellington Girls, although there will be a bit of a race for that 4th spot. St Andrews heading down now to the last 250, and they have Clearwater advantage here in the girls under 17 double. This will be a crew to watch when this event is raced. They have the semi-final, of course, to get through. But St Andrews College looking very strong indeed in the girls under 17 double. So St Andrews College over Takapuna Grammar, Christchurch Girls, and then just down to Wellington Girls in lane 3. I would say that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment as we come through the semi-final of the girls under 17 double scull. So St Andrews coming down to the last 100 now. This event will be raced on Saturday, the A final. They will be racing for the Lawrence Jumbo Jackson Cup. And St Andrews looking very strong indeed. They will take out quarterfinal number 1. Probably nearly 3 lengths now ahead of Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar also going through the semi-final. Christchurch Girls have done really well to hold on to that 3rd spot all the way down. And then we will go outside to lane number 6, desperately holding on, Otamotai College. They're trying to hold on to that 4th place with Christchurch Girls number 2 advancing very quickly on the outside. Otamotai under threat for that 4th spot. No doubt about Christchurch Girls 1. They've gone through. Let's see who gets it on the line. Is it going to be Otamotai or Christchurch Girls? Oh, that was close for that 4th spot. One of them's going to dip out, the other one's going to go through. No doubt about St Andrews, Takapuna Grammar and Christchurch Girls. Quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 17 double scull coming down. We have Avonside Girls High School, Libby Greaves and Andy Shui. Barradine College, Aliana Henderson, Harriet Burrell. Craighead Diocesan's Paige Butler Beard and Elsie Talbot again. How many times have I called that girl in the last afternoon? Elsie Talbot coming down again. Man, she must have one heck of an engine on her if she hangs on in this one. Otago Girls, Islay Merriman and Harriet Thompson. Wellington East, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston. Pukekohe's Emma Headley and Sasha Robinson. St Hilda's Collegiate, Kate Beaton and Christy Foster. And King's College, Holly Ryan Salter and Leela Willman. Right, I want to see how this Craighead Dyer crew goes, because that girl must have an engine on her. Well, they're certainly going okay. Wellington East, they are travelling quite well. Kate Barham and Ava Johnston travelling well. And then Craighead Diocesan, Paige Butler Beard and Elsie Talbot. Looking for 4 to go through. Down inside, Craighead Dosserson, Aliana and Harriet from Barradine. They're travelling quite well as well. It's a good line-up here. And the girls under 17 double quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal number 1 official time 7:53.89. And that, of course, was won by St Andrews College, Freddie Todd Hunter and Georgia Thompson. So still Wellington East. Wellington East travelling really well. So are Otago Girls High School. Otago Girls, Islay Merriman and Harriet Thompson. It's 4 to go through. Girls 17 double, Wellington East. Barradine travelling well. And then the 2 in the middle of them, Craighead Dosserson and Otago Girls. Down we come towards a good finish here in the girls under 17 double. Wellington East through the 250 now. They go through in first place. Going through behind them in second is now Otago Girls, Islay Merriman and Harriet Thompson. Then we go for third and fourth. We've got that Craighead Dosserson crew with Elsie Talbot in it. They are sitting in third place, and then down to Barradine. Barradine were fighting hard in that second 500 to pull up there, and they have put themselves into that fourth position. So it's Wellington East coming down to the 100 to go. Let's see how they go against Freddie and Georgia from St Andrews College. And this is the girls under 17 double sculls quarterfinal number 2. And it is Wellington East cruising down to the finish ahead of Otago Girls, Craighead Dosserson. And it is currently Barradine, but on the outside, fighting really hard is Pukekohe. Pukekohe working hard here. Better watch out, Barradine. Here they come. And it will be Barradine. Barradine will take that fourth spot. Finish there on your live stream is for the quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 17 double sculls. That was won by Wellington East College, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston, ahead of Otago Girls High School number 1, Islay Merriman, Harriet Thompson. Then we have Craighead Dosserson in third, Paige Butler Baird and Elsie Talbot, and Barradine College in fourth place, Aliana Henderson and Harriet Burrell. They will also go through to the quarterfinal. Quarterfinal number 3 of the girls under 17 double scull, Queen Margaret College number 1, Cromwell 2, Wakatip High School 2, Cromwell College 1, Glendowie College 1, Cambridge High School 1, Cambridge High School 2 and Queen's High School 1. 4 to go through to the semi-final. They are through the 1K. Phoebe Kavanagh and Keely Erskine from Wakatip travelling well. Trying to stay hot on their heels is Safi Saini and Ella Matthews from Queen Margaret down in lane number 1. And also 2 out from Wakatip is Glendowie. Glendowie's Rebecca McLaren and Tessa McLaren going well. And I'd say as we come down to the 500, it might be a battle between Wakatip and Glendowie as we come through that 500 to go. Good racing here as we come down to the 500 to go. Girls under 17 double sculls quarterfinal number 3. You can see them on your live stream as they come through the marker, or possibly not quite getting a good enough angle there. So we will go to maybe Glendowie College bringing this home. Yes, it is. It's Glendowie College. They've had good supporters all afternoon. I don't know where they've gone, but there's two. Yep. One of the best supported, I'd say, and Glendowie going really well here for you guys down there in lane number 5. Tessa and Rebecca, assuming they're sisters. I think I might have that correct. Thank you. And down on the inside is Wakatip's Phoebe and Keely, who are not sisters but doing very well. So it's Glendowie College. Glendowie College leading quarterfinal number 3 of the girls under 17 double. They've pushed out really well in this third 500 ahead of Wakatip High School number 2. Then we are looking for 2 more to come through as we get to the 250. And it is Glendowie in first, Wakatip in second, and then they're all starting to bunch up for third and fourth. Possibly maybe Cromwell on the hunt there. And right down on the inside is Queen Margaret College as well. Glendowie have shot clear into the lead. They're going to win this quarterfinal. So here comes Glendowie in first. Second place is Wakatip, still unchanged. Now we look at Cromwell for third. Cromwell will come through for third place to go to the semi-final. And it might just be Cambridge High School. You might recognise this surname, Libby Tonks and Riley Martinovich, coming through for fourth place. So well done, Glendowie. Comfortable win for you. Quarterfinal number 4 on the track now. Girls under 17 double sculls. We have Amara Duncan and Zoe Middlemiss from Hamilton Girls High School. Amber Church and Ruby Church from ACG Tauranga. Libby Christie and Hannah Ritchie from Iona College. Olivia Key and Neve Bates from Wakatip High School. Sarah Laban Tendam and Jenna Brangwyn from Otamotai College. Tessa Thompson and Rose Holden from Onslow College. Molly Phillips and Sahana Anna C. Udmans from Roncalli College, and Sophie Ridley Scott and Ella Barnes from Marlborough Girls College. Quarterfinal number 4, girls under 17 double scull. Wakatip number 1. Right out in lane number 4, Olivia and Neve, tracking well here. Come inside of them, you've got Iona College. Two inside of them, Hamilton Girls trying to punch up there. Put themselves into a good position for the top 4. The 3 crews outside of Wakatip. Otamotai, Onslow and Roncalli all doing battle. And then back a bit, Marlborough Girls number 1. But it is Wakatip number 1 comfortably out in front at the moment here in quarterfinal number 4. Can confirm quarterfinal number 3, 7:58.80. That was Glendowie College. And Wakatip looking pretty comfortable here. Might go head to head with St Andrews if they end up in the same semi tomorrow. which could happen. Maybe, maybe not. So last quarterfinal of the girls under 17 double coming down now. And it's all about Wakatip. Wakatip as we come to the 250. In fact, you can barely see them on the screen because it's about everybody else chasing second, third and fourth. Just outside of Wakatip's Otamoto and Onslow. And then we come into Iona College. So that's what we're looking at the moment as we come down towards the 250. Wakatip High School holding on to first. Olivia Key and Neve Bates. Geez, they've got a very handy lead there, haven't they? That's pretty impressive. Going back 3 full boat lengths now. We'll be looking Otamotai, Sarah and Jenna going quite well. Let's watch them as they come down. Onslow College, Tessa Thompson and Rose Holden also having a crack. So Wakatip are through. Onslow through. So Otamotai. And then we're looking down on the inside at Iona or ACG Strathallan now having a go as well. But it would be Iona, Libby and Hannah holding on. We see Wakatip just coming down towards the last 100 miles out in front of anybody else. So it's Wakatip High School. Keep an eye on these guys. Olivia Key and Neve Bates through the 100. That's done. Now we start to see Onslow College, Tessa and Rose pushing out for second. Then we come back inside of them, Otamoto College in third. And now we're looking for that fourth spot. And it will probably be Iona College at the moment out there in lane number 3. So Wakatip coming down to the line now. 1 or 2 more strokes and they'll go across. They'll take this pretty comfortably. And then we look for second and third. It's Onslow. Onslow ahead of Otamotai. And then we come back for fourth into the semi-final and it's lane number 3, Iona College. Bit of a break now till 4:29, which will be the girls under 16 double. Well, it looks like we're underway again with some racing in the girls under 16 double scull quarterfinal number 1. Progression 4 through to semi-final. We've got Columba College, Jendi Minty and Sarah Reynolds in lane 1. Lane number 2, Glendowie College, Sophie Connolly and Hannah Strang. Lane 3, St Kevin's College, Athena Toke and Bailey Lynch. Lane 4, Pukekohe High School, Kyla Van Rees and Megan Van Leeuwen. Lane 5 is Ashburton College, Sophie Gibson, Isabel Wall. Lane 6, Ashburton College, number 2, Honor Bradford, and Sienna Skilling. Lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School, Annabelle Urin and Charlie Hillier. And lane 8, St Peter's School, number 1, Eugenie Tuck and Lucy O'Donoghue. So 4 again through to semi-final. You would think, based on the heats, that you'd possibly be looking at the middle lanes to go through. So let's see how this pans out. Still pretty early days up there into the race. Starting well, Columba College, Jendi Minty and Sarah Reynolds. They've started well. Pukekohe also going well. So it's definitely Columba College on the inside, travelling well. Matthew and Saskia will be pleased with this at the moment. And Jendi and Sarah down in lane 1, giving those centre lanes a little bit of a run for their money. Pukekohe, they're travelling well. Kyla and Megan, they'd be in a top 4 position. And trying to go with them would be St Kevin's and Ashburton College. So here they come down to the 1K. Let's watch them as they come through. We'll just pan around to these front crews. And it's the blue boat out in the middle there. Just trying to see who that is. It looks like Columba sitting in 3rd now. So it might be Pukekohe. Quite hard to pick up the colours as they came through there, but Pukekohe looking really good. We've got 4 to go through to the semi-final. This is the girls under 16 double scull. So Pukekohe. Inside of them is St Kevin's number 1. Down they come inside that third 500, girls under 16 double scull. Beautiful afternoon here in Twizel for these young scullers. And we can see Pukekohe travelling well. Probably train down there at Mercer, up in south of the Bombay Hills out of Auckland. So we come down towards the 500 to go. Pukekohe and Columba travelling well. Let's watch them as they come through the 500 to travel. Just outside of Pukekohe, Ashburton working hard. So we come down to the 500 on the live stream. You can see Pukekohe there travelling well out in the centre. We're looking for 4 to go through. So that's Pukekohe High School, Ashburton, Columba. Just on the other side of Ashburton is their number 2 crew. So Columba sitting in that 3rd position at the moment. So Pukekohe leading them down to the 250. Kyla and Megan leading the girls under 16 double scull quarterfinal number 1. Then we come to Ashburton. Ashburton number 1 is Sophie Gibson and Isabel Wall. Down to Columba College is Jendi Minty and Sarah Reynolds. And then you probably have Ashburton number 2, which is Honor Bradford and Sienna Skilling. Down they come to the 250, and there is your live stream as you see Pukekohe come through. Pukekohe coming up to the 250. Now they would have a length lead over Ashburton. And then we watch for that 3rd and 4th crew to come through, and it's pretty close. It's Columba and Ashburton number 2. Down we come towards the finish, and Pukekohe have not been caught probably since about 600-700 out. They have remained in front. They come down to the 100 to go, and it's the Pukekohe girls, Kyla and Megan, who will take this win. Then you go over their right-hand shoulder. Great effort from Isabel Wall. You might have seen a write-up about Isabel and the Wall family. Justin, one of the starters up there at the start line. So he will be very proud of his daughter coming through to a semi-final here. So it's Pukekohe, Ashburton College number 2, and Columba. That's how they're going to come down. Pukekohe going to keep that 1 length lead as they come to the line. Ashburton will get 2nd. And that's Ashburton number 1. And then Columba will just hold on for that 3rd place. And then 4th will go to Ashburton number 2. Great support for the 2 Glendowie girls as they come down to the finish. Sophie and Hannah going well. They are just about finished. Keep your eyes in the boat. Just about over the line, and they will be able to finish their quarterfinal. Well done, girls. Now we go to quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 16 double scull. We have Ashburton College number 3, Amelia Chambers and Leah Reid. Iona College number 1, Molly Lawson and Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle. Trident High School's Jade Hale and Leah Rowe. Cambridge High School, Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray. Wellington Girls College, Jess Sutherland and Olivia Maisie. St Hilda's Collegiate, Olivia Ollerenshaw and Maggie Dowling. Hamilton Girls High School, Ruby Anea and Monique S. Austin. And Cromwell College, Hannah Dicey and Kaylee Butler. So Cambridge High School and Wellington Girls, both looking pretty good here. Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray for Cambridge High School. Jess Sutherland and Olivia Maisie for Wellington Girls College. These 2 both looking pretty strong. Then we're looking for 3rd place, possibly right down on the inside. Would be Iona College, Molly Lawson and Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle. So down they come towards the last 500, and Wellington girls, Jess Sutherland, Olivia Maisie going well. Just in beside them, Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray from Cambridge High School. Those two pretty close together as they come through the 500. Watch them as they come through. That's on your live stream there. It's Cambridge High School closest to you. Wellington on the other side in the yellow boat. Oh, they've gone through locked together. 4 will go through to the semi. But I guess the pecking order would be quite nice. So these two really racing it out together, and they've broken away from Iona College down in lane number 2. So I'm not going to put a 1-2 yet. I don't know how this race is going to finish between Cambridge and Wellington. Both these crews battling it out for that first place. Then we come down to Iona College, and then probably maybe Trident High School. They could be fighting it out, or we could be looking on the other side of Wellington girls, which could be St Hilda's Collegiate. So let's see how it comes down to the 250. Oh, these two are still locked together. Watching them as they go through the 250. I think it's going to be Cambridge High School. Yep, Cambridge have just gotten a bit more urgent into that finish, a bigger swing, and that's pushed them out actually to 3/4 of a length over Wellington. So it's Cambridge High School now with the advantage for the win. You're watching third place coming up now. That looks like Iona College. And then we're looking for fourth. I think that's going to be St Hilda's Collegiate out of Dunedin. Down we come to the 100, and it's Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School from the North Island over Wellington girls in second. And then you go back about 3 lengths now to Iona College and St Hilda's Collegiate out of Dunedin. Down comes Cambridge High School. That was a really solid move they put in there through the 250, and they've shot out to 1.25 now over Wellington. So really tidy finish from Cambridge. And over the line, Lucy and Isabel go. They'll take that win in quarterfinal number 2. Official time 8:07 for Pukekohe. Quite a bit faster for Cambridge, 7:51. You're watching the finish on your live stream of the second quarterfinal of the girls under 16 double scull. So it was Iona College in third, and St Hilda's Collegiate will take that 4th spot. Down we go to quarterfinal number 3, girls under 16 double scull. We've got Annika Massey and Annie Wells from Mount Aspiring College in lane 1, Katie Mitchell and Sam Rankin from Burnside High School in 2, Sophie Orchiston and Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls in 3, Zoe Gordon and Nadia Vandenbosch from Craighead Diocesan in 4, Ria Kearns and Kira Sharrock from Takapuna Grammar in 5, Poppy Jones, India Nichols from St Kennigan College in 6, Addie Davies and Billy Askerid from Queen's High School in 7, and Zara Barnard and Peyton Barnard from Cambridge High School in lane 8. Good race here. So 3 in the middle. It's Otago Girls, Craighead Diocesan and Takapuna Grammar. Those are the 3. Possibly Craighead Diocesan, Nadia and Zoe. Takapuna trying to go with them. Let's watch the camera as they come down to that 500, but it's definitely those 3 in the middle. And also Otago Girls, Sophie and Maggie putting in some big strokes there in lane 3. This is quarterfinal number 3, the girls under 16 double scull. And then I believe we might have one more event of the day, the boys under 16 single. And that will just about be the end of me through to finals, I'd say. See how we go tomorrow. So down we come to the last 500. Let's watch them as they go through. Good racing here from these young ladies. Takapuna piling on some big strokes out there as they come through the 500. Takapuna Grammar piling it on. Come into Otago Girls High School. Back to Craighead. Ian's getting excited, so they must be close. Down we come towards the finish. It's Otago Girls North versus South. It's Takapuna Grammar and Otago Girls. Right in between them, Craighead Diocesan. They're all going to go through to the semi-final, but what's the pecking order going to be? Let's see them as they come to the 250. It's definitely Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna have got it at the moment. It's Takapuna coming up to the 250. They go through this time now and now. So it's a length and a half to Takapuna Grammar, a length and a half to Takapuna, back to Otago Girls in Craighead Diocesan. So Ria and Kira have put in a good burst there as they come towards the 100. Geez, that was a pretty good finish there. Pretty impressive in that last 300. Takapuna just left the other two behind. So it's Takapuna Grammar. Then we come back down on the inside to Otago Girls. Craighead Diocesan firmly in that third place. And now we've got a little bit of a race off for fourth. Probably down on the inside to lane number 2, which will be Burnside High School. So it's Takapuna with about 10 strokes to go, and that will be an easy peasy win in the end. They will take that. And here come Craighead putting Otago Girls under pressure. Craighead rolling over the top of Otago Girls. They want to get second place. No movement from Otago, so Craighead going to roll over the top of them. They're going to get third and second. Takapuna take a comfortable win. And then we come back down to Burnside for fourth place. Quarterfinal number 4 coming down now. Official time for Takapuna Grammar, 8:01.
Thanks very much, Kirsty, for your efforts this afternoon. Great to be sharing this platform with you as we look at the girls under 16 double sculls quarterfinal number 4 on its way down. Cashmere High School out there in lane 4, probably with a 3-boat length lead over Wakatipu out there in lane 6. But then we come down to Marlborough Girls College in lane 2, not far away from it. This is the 4th quarterfinal of the under 16 double sculls. We're looking for 4 to go through. Then to finish the day, we've got a couple of boys under 16 single sculls. And then, there's 4 of them, 4 quarterfinals, and that'll be us. So here we are looking at the last quarterfinal for the girls under 16 double sculls. It's Cashmere High School across to Marlborough Girls. Then we go outside to Wakatipu. Barradine in lane 7 would be next, but very close inside to Huani College in lane 3. Those are the 4 we're looking at this stage. Back outside to Pukekohe High School in lane 8. Then we come back inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1. So still we've got these flat, perfect conditions for these rowers as we come to the end of day 3 here at Māori 2022. And doing a great job out there at the moment, Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham from Cashmere High School. Their coaches, Arlie Rose Sullivan and Gina Damarel Stephen. And then it's Marlborough Girls College, Mila Van Rensburg and Grace Straker. They look like they're still in second, but not too much ahead are they from Wakatipu out there in lane 6. Those are the 3. Pressure on Wakatipu from Huani College in lane 3. And then it's looking like maybe between Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1 and Barradine out there in lane 7. Probably Barradine just behind Mount Albert Grammar. 350 metres to go for this Cashmere double. Still a good 2 to 3 boat lengths in front of Marlborough Girls College. Then it is Wakatipu in lane 6, and then I'd give it to Huani in lane 3. They'll be in 4th position. So the opportunity to challenge Huani is still there for Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1. And maybe still Barradine in lane 7. That 4th spot is still there to be challenged. 1, 2 and 3 looking pretty comfortable at this stage. Although Wakatipu want to keep that run there. Olivia and Pippa. Huani are on their way through. In fact, they've drawn up alongside you. So they're going through Wakatipu as we speak. We'll take them into 3rd position, and then it's Wakatipu that could come under pressure from Mount Albert Grammar. So what have they got left, these crews? Cashmere High School doing a great job. They'll be going straight through to that semi-final spot as they come down with 120 metres to go. They'll be joined, you would think, by Marlborough Girls College. And then we're looking at Huani just now in front of Wakatipu. You're going to go again, Wakatipu? Are you comfortable where you are? Mount Albert Grammar, look across. They see Barradine. Barradine just looks straight back at them. So Huani are in front of Barradine. The opportunity for Huani is to try and run down that Wakatipu crew, but you might run out of track. 40 metres to go for Cashmere High School as they come down now to take the buzzer. Cashmere in the last of the girls under 16 double sculls. Over they go, Cashmere in a time of 8:02.30. Second place now coming down will be Marlborough Girls in lane 2. Then we'll go to Wakatipu out there in lane 3, who just went again to pull off 3rd position from Huani, who finished 4th. Then it will be Mount Albert Grammar down here in lane 1 to be 5th. Across the top, Barradine will finish next, and then followed by Pukekohe High School. So if we hop out now and have a look at the first quarterfinal of the boys under 16 single sculls, they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is in lane 1, James Hargis College 1, Nick Todd. Lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Austin Plummer. In lane 3, Nelson College 1, Ethan Steele. In lane 4, St John's Hamilton, Charlie Squire. In lane 5 and leading this group down from St Peter's School 1, Harrison McClintock. In lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Harry Galvin. Lane 7, Cambridge High School 1, Jack Hogg. Lane 8, it's St Kennigan's College 1, Luca Cutfield. But it's all with Harrison from St Peter's School out there in lane 5. This is a quarter final. We want 4 to go through. So inside of him and just a bit further back, Charlie Squires from St John's would be second. Out there in Luca Cutfield from St Kennigan's is thereabouts. And then we come back inside to Cambridge High School, Christchurch Boys High School, into St Paul's Collegiate, and then just down there in lane 1 right alongside him is Nick Todd from James Hargist. So let's see how they move through this last 500 metres of the course. They'll have to do well to catch up with St Peter's. A game effort out there in lane 8 from St Kennigan's. He's right in the mix. He might even be pushing on to second and third alongside St John's. Harry Galvin from Christchurch Boys High School just pushing along in front of Jack Hogg now from Cambridge. So he's doing some moves down there to try and get himself further into the field. Lane 1, James Hargis is starting to pull a wee bit away from St Paul's Collegiate in lane 2. So we've still got St Peter's first. Second would be St Kennigan's, then back to St John's. Then we'd have a look at Nelson College. And they're riding up a light alongside each other here. Nelson College, St Paul's Collegiate, James Hargis in lanes 1, 2 and 3. Then we go out to Christchurch Boys in Cambridge. So very little for second position at the moment between St Kennigan and St John's. So those two looking comfortable, but there's three just down here on the inside are all going to have a dab for that fourth position. Nelson College, St Paul's and James Hargis. St Paul's looking a little bit more comfortable next to Nelson College. St Peter's still going nicely through the 250 metre mark. You can see him there, and you can see St Kennigan's there in lane 8. He's only 2 boat lengths behind, and he have 2 boat lengths himself over St John's of Hamilton. Then across the top, it's looking like Christchurch Boys High. Oh, look at those three there. There's nothing between Christchurch Boys High and St Paul's and Nelson. So as they come down now with 200 metres to go for those crews, but only 150 to go for St Peter's. Harrison McClintock, coached by Megan Glenn. We know St Kennigan's a second out there in lane 8. Not always that easy out in lane 8, but he's done a great job. Now just starting to move now in lane 4 is St John's from Hamilton. He's got a nice run on his boat. Starting to eat into that lead that the second place getter St Kennigan's had. Into 100 metres to go. He goes now just following St Kent's. Nelson College, he's done a good move in the last 100 metres, has Ethan Steele. He'd be in third position trying to chase him down as Austin Plummer down here in lane 2. And across there in lane 6, Harry Galvin from Christchurch Boys is in the mix as well. Let's wait and see. St Peter's have come across first. Second is just going to be St John's, Charlie Squire. He's going to take second on the outside. St Kennigan's will take third. But fourth is going to be out there between Christchurch Boys and Nelson. It is going to be... Oh, let's wait and see. Out there, did I get it right? Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School took fourth, Harry Galvin. And just coming across the line there now is Cambridge Jack Hogg, and down here in lane 1 will be James Hargis. So we'll check the time for that first one, 7:53.75. So Cambridge, St John's, that's not quite right, I don't think. There's something not quite right with the numbers there because St Peter's finished that. We'll wait for the official results of that first quarterfinal. We'll have a look at the second quarterfinal. All present and correct. In lane 1, Otago Boys High School 1, Jed Tisdale. Otago Boys 2 it is. In lane 2, Cashmere High School 1, Jimmy Middleditch. In lane 3, Timaru Boys High School 2, Josh Bartlett. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1, Ashton White. He's had a big day and he's leading this field down, but just on his right-hand shoulder in lane 5 is John McGlashan College 2, Angus Lowe. Just a bit further back from them in lane 6 is St Bede's College, Harrison Staples. In lane 7, it's King's College 1, Alexander Shannon. And then we go a bit further back to lane 8, it's Cromwell College. So it's all coming out of Wakatipu at this stage. Wakatipu just on the left-hand side, Timaru Boys. He's there or thereabouts, as is John McGlashan on lane 5. And then we go to Harrison Staples and St Bede's. So those are the 4. Closest to challenging them would be Alexander Shannon in lane 7 from King's College. Official result of the first quarterfinal, St Peter's, St John's, St Kennigan's, then followed Christchurch Boys High to take that 4th spot into the quarterfinal. Then it was Nelson, St Paul's, Cambridge and James Hargis. But this second quarterfinal, on its way through the 350 metre mark, Wakatipu, Ashton White, by 3/4 of a boat length over Angus Lowe from John McGlashan. Just watching Timaru Boys, Josh Bartlett making a run here in the last 100 metres or so. He's moved right up to be only a boat length away from Wakatipu. Then we would go across to Harrison Staples from St Bede's. Those are the 4 looking comfortable, but you never know. Watch out for King's College Harrison. You can see him just there on your right-hand side, though he's the closest to them. Those are the 5. Then we come back down to Cashmere High School, Otago Boys, and then out in lane 8, it's Harrison Mills from Cromwell College. Continuing to move through is Josh Bartlett from Timaru Boys. He's right alongside and probably just going over the top of Ashton from Wakatipu. He'd be first now as they head through that 250 metre mark. You can see there he's got half a boat length over Wakatipu. Then it's a boat length back to John McGlashan. A boat length and a half out to Harrison Staples from St Bede's. And then we go back to King's College. Another 2 boat lengths behind. So looking comfortable for these 4. Then it's Cashmere, Otago Boys, and the outside Cromwell College. So he's done some good work in the last 200 or 300 metres, has Josh Bartlett. With the boat length now over Wakatipu. 120 metres to go for Josh Bartlett from Timaru Boys. Heads off down in the last 100 metres towards a Māori semi-final for the boys under 16 single sculls. Taking with him is Wakatipu. And outside it will be to John McGlashan, Angus Lowe. And then comfortably in 4th it would look like it will be Harrison Staples from St Bede's. Over the line there goes Josh. Coming down to join him on that is Ashton from Wakatipu. John McGlashan going across the line now. Harrison Staples looks across to his left and says, I haven't got far to go because I'm there now. And those are the 4 through to the semi-final. Just finishing on the outside now is King's College. Then Jimmy Middle, that's just coming over, having a look at Jed Tisdale from Otago Boys. And completing the field on the outside will be Harrison Mills. So that second one has gone through in 7:55. Second quarterfinal of the boys under 16 single sculls. 2 to go, team, and that'll be job done for today. Here is the third quarterfinal of the boys under 16 single sculls. Full field, lane 1, Takapuna Grammar 2, William Thompson. Lane 2, New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Clayton Potts. Lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1, Matthew Simpson. Lane 4, Marlborough Boys College 2, George Lindstrom. Lane 5, Maclean's College 1, Logan Terrell. Lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Gain Harbour. In lane 7, St Peter's School 2, Valentine Barrio Frogen. And in lane 8, it's Hutt International Boys School with William Hall. As we look up the course, Maclean's College prominent out there in lane 5. St Paul's just outside of them, but inside of Maclean's College is Marlborough Boys, George Lindstrom. He looks like he's leading. Strong name amongst the rowing fraternity is that one. Then back inside from George is Hauraki Plains. So as they come through with 750 metres soon to go, it would be Marlborough Boys from Maclean's. Across to Hauraki Plains, Matthew Simpson. Then we go outside to St Paul's Collegiate and St Peter's right next to each other. Then it'll be back to Takapuna Grammar down in lane 1. He's not far away from, in fact, probably right alongside New Plymouth Boys High School 1. And then it would be Hutt International out there in lane 8. Perhaps just finding that going a little bit tough in this race. So Marlborough Boys and Maclean starting to put some distance between them and the rest of the field at this stage. So what have the rest of them got? What have St Paul's got? What have you got there again? Hauraki Plains, Matthew. Those are the 4. Just watching Valentine from St Peter's starting to pull up alongside St Paul's Collegiate. He'll have him in his sights. Plenty to row for here. Logan Terrell just moving past, I think, George Lindstrom from Marlborough Boys. As they come up to the 1,500 metre mark, we'll get a good read on it. So Maclean's College, probably with half a boat length over Marlborough Boys. Then we would go out to St Paul's Collegiate. Back inside to Hauraki Plains. Starting to put some distance between the rest of the field. They're just pulling away from lanes 7 and 8, which is St Peter's and Hutt International. Also down the inside, lanes 2 and 1, New Plymouth Boys High School and Takapuna Grammar. So Logan Terrell, he's had some rowing today already. Inside of him is Marlborough Boys, George Lindstrom. So Maclean's College, Logan, coached by Alan Vesta. Marlborough Boys College, George Lindstrom, coached by Matt Straker and the amazing Ethan Alderleast. They'll be keen to see their charge get himself through to the semi-final. Hauraki Plains just drawing alongside St Paul's Collegiate. Those orange blades showing nicely in the evening sun. And just starting to move ahead a little bit more now is McLean's. Logan Terrell making sure of the time he wants to get. So it is McLean's. And George looks like he's just put the pedal to the metal and lifted himself. He wants to see if he can drag back Logan Terrell from McLean's, who goes into 100 metres to go. He's got a boat length over Marlborough Boys. Then we go inside to Hauraki Plains, across on the outside to St Paul's Collegiate. Then it would be 4 boat lengths back to Takapuna Grammar down here in lane 1, getting plenty of support. Hauraki Plains still looking good out here in lane 3. Back we go to, looks like the back of the field will be on the outside. There's St Peter's too, but across the line now comes McLean's to take first. Second to Marlborough Boys. Third down here to Hauraki Plains, starting to come up the line now in that blue boat. Then on the outside we've got St Paul's in lane 6. Down here in lane 1 it's Tauranga to complete. Then it will be New Plymouth Boys just behind St Peter's out there in lane 7. And then completing the field in lane 8 will be Hutt International William Hall. Checking a time for you, there's 7:51, so that would be the quickest of those quarterfinals by a couple of seconds. So 7:51 and 10. For the penultimate race it was, and here's the final race on its way with the flotilla of umpire boats starting to join in as they go. As it looks like Rangiruru are doing a version of the Hokey Tokey down there in front of their tent to warm down. Boys under 16 single sculls, quarterfinal number 4, lane 1 St Kevin's College, Nye Jones Horgan, lane 2 Burnside High School 2 Max Wallace, lane 3 Scots College 1, lane 4 Takapuna Grammar 1, lane 5 John McGlashan College 1, lane 6 Ashburton College 1 and Bethlehem College 1 Luca Ramersa. So Ashburton College, Isaac Carr there in his white toweling hat, but it is all coming out of, let's get this right, John McGlashan College. Matthew O'Meara, he's in lane 5, would have comfortable 2 to 3 boat lengths over Scots College. Oscar Prius then inside there, back to Sam Mones from Takapuna Grammar, would be third. Looking across to Burnside High School in lane 2, then St Kevin's in 1. Then we go to Ashburton College. The ahead of him would be Bethlehem College. So John McGlashan, Scots, possibly Bethlehem, Luca right out there in lane 8. Then Takapuna, those are the 4, although it's going to be tight. Down there in lane 2, Burnside, St Kevin's right alongside each other. Then we would go out to Ashburton College in lane 6. So we're looking for the final 4 to go through to these semi-finals. Coming up that 250 metres to go. There'll be about 350 now. Matthew O'Meara from John McGlashan. Nice handy lead that he's got there over Oscar from Scots College. Then it would be third is out there to Luca from Bethlehem College. Back to Takapuna. So Takapuna, Sam Mones, he's in that 4th spot at the moment, but he'll need to watch Isaac Carr from Ashburton College, and he'll need to watch Burnside High School's Max Wallace. He's got about half a boat length over lane 1, which is St Kevin's. So it's going to be tight for those last 2 to 3 spots. It looks like the first 2 will sit with Matthew O'Meara from John McGlashan and Scots College, Oscar Prius. He's rode well out there in lane 7 from Bethlehem College. Luca, coached by Ted Phelps. John McGlashan, coached by Dylan Davis and Lauren Gibb. Scots College, Oscar Prius, coached by David Carr-Smith. And then for Takapuna, it's Epony Norman and Ian Bright. Matthew O'Meara from John McGlashan still holding an advantage over Scots College, but Oscar's just started to move alongside him in this last 100 metres. It's Bethlehem College in lane 7, but Takapuna, Sam Moons has started to move. He's comfortably in 4th and now looking to go ahead of Bethlehem out there in lane 7. Those 4 have started to move ahead. Next best would be Burnside. He's got some work to do if he wants to get into it. It's Burnside, then St Kevin's, then across the outside Ashburton College. But in the last 100 metres we go. John McGlashan, Scots College, Takapuna from Bethlehem. Those are the four. Then we see it's still Burnside. Ashburton moving fast to move ahead of St Kevin's. But as they start to come down to the line now, it's going to be John McGlashan to take out the last quarter-final by a boat length and a half. As he goes over the buzzer now. Down to a boat length, then Scots College. Takapuna finishing strongly. He's going to finish third by half a boat length over Bethlehem out there in lane 7 rather. Those are the four that go through. Then it's Ashburton, then Burnside, then St Kevin's. So John McGlashan, Scots College, Takapuna Grammar, Bethlehem College take out the last four semi-final spots in the boys under 16 single sculls. They've done it in a time of 7:56 and 74. And as the umpire boats start to come back to dock, that starts to bring the curtain down here on day 3 of Mardi. Aon Mardi for 2022. Another fantastic day of weather. Thank you to all the officials and umpires and coaches and athletes that have made this happen today, and all the volunteers. We've got ourselves through to the end of Wednesday, and tomorrow we start finishing off the quarterfinals and into semi-finals here on a Thursday at Mardi Cup. Thank you to the live stream operators. We look forward to your company tomorrow.